The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Group D underway yesterday, throwing up some interesting possibilities. Of course, the ECL 22 champions are here, but they have got some challenges getting through this group. And after a bit of a delay, we're ready to go. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Buenos dias, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, it is Thursday and it is the second day of Group D. And at the end of the day, as always on day two of a group, we need to say goodbye to one of these 5 teams. So 5 matches coming up. I know we did have a slightly delayed start as well due to some overnight rain on the ground. I think we had the half an hour kind of midday break to play with, and so I think it's a very sensible decision just to give the field a little bit more time to dry out. But we are ready to go right now. We're hoping to get all 5 games in. Right now, as you can see, it's pretty sunny, so that's good news as well, just for the field drying out little by little. We're expecting 17 degrees. Currently about 14 degrees. So Packard Badalona, the ECL 22 champs, are on the rack first up. Undefeated through day 1. They're taking on Zurich Nomads of Switzerland, and they had a bit of a mixed start. They had a loss to Brno to start the day, rebounded with a big win over the Budapest Blinders of Hungary. Let's get ready for the coin toss now. A little bit earlier, we had Ian Ramage with the 2 captains.
Okay, Packard here, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Nomads, the away team, you call.
Yeah. Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11. It's come down Dream 11, so you've won the toss.
We'll ball first.
Okay, toss one by Nomads, who will bowl first.
Azim Nazir there from the Nomads, winning and deciding he wants to send in Packard Care, whose batting looked a little bit shaky up the top last night under some Assassin's attack in the night match. And just confirmation here that even though we have a delayed start of 30 minutes, we are still playing 10 overs aside because we do have that 30-minute break to play with. The decision was made that we didn't want to reduce the overs, and I think both teams are very, very happy with that, and want the opportunity to play as full a game as possible. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo in the box, and I want to welcome all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. A big day here, of course. Day 2 means we have to say goodbye to one of these 5 teams at the end of the day, and I suppose the Assassins are actually looking over their shoulder with the table where it is after opening day. There's the Nomads from Switzerland, their first trip to the Cartmore Oval for a European Cricket League, looking fantastic in their bright blue and yellow ECL kit, followed by the opening batters for the ECL 22 champions, and that does look like it's going to be Mohammad Babar and Mohammad Yassin, as expected. Both those 2 are in the national setup and have been. Nomads had a mixed day yesterday. They were disappointing, I think, against Brno in the opening match of the group, and ended up going down 155 to 128, but then recovered to beat the Blinders from Hungary, restricting the Budapest Blinders to 100 and then chasing it down with 13 balls to spare. There's a look at the 2 teams, and just one change there for the Zurich Nomads. Arbab Khan coming in, Packard Care go unchanged to the team we saw yesterday. Yeah, Arbab Khan comes in for Ziaullah Amarkhel, so the baby Bumrah is going to sit this one out. And want to have a quick look at the win predictor as well. 3 times out of 4 Packard Care win, but I think we've already seen that they're a team that they're going to have to work for their victories, although Packard Care with a win here, I think they pretty much lock up a double chance. They've got this match here, and they'll play the Blinders in match number 8. That's going to be a real showdown, I think. For the Nomads, they'll play Packard Care here, and they'll play the Assassins in the 4th match of the day, which is match number 9. Morning to all of our viewers watching on Fan Code in the subcontinent. Hello to everyone that's watching on all of our international broadcast partners as well. And I know we've got viewers all around the world. Fox Sports Australia, of course, on ATN in Canada, Star Times in Africa, SSC in the Middle East and Saudi Arabia, Sportsmax in the Caribbean, Sports Deutschland in Germany, Streams in Austria, and Swiss Sport TV. Of course, you might be watching on our YouTube channel as well, ECN, European Cricket Network. Well, this should be good. This guy impressed me a lot yesterday, Shiraz Sawari. Was chatting to the Nomads, some of their senior management. They felt, first game maybe there's a few nerves around, especially some of the younger players. Second day, it's make or break stuff. Here we go with Sawari into Mohammad Babar. And he flicks it away. First ball, well stopped. Fielding was kind of a bit inconsistent yesterday. We saw some incredibly good pieces of fielding. I mean, Pawar's catch late in the day was an amazing effort. But also we saw a few more ground balls leaking through than normal. Yassine, stylish left-hander. This opening combination actually for Pakai Care. Slight change here, so then put the deep wicket back. The fine legs in the circle. They've also got a deep third floating slip as well for Sawari. It's a big full toss. One shot that Yassine plays very well is the on drive. We saw that yesterday. Stays very well balanced. Some people say it's the hardest shot to play. Definitely along the deck. You have to be very well balanced. Your technique has to be solid. A lot of people enjoying Group D so far. The unpredictability of the group. Well bowled. Sawari's there to get early wickets. And we saw Pakai Care lose 3 early ones last night against the Zagreb Assassins. In between length. Got to say well done to all the ground staff as well. It's a funny old couple of days of weather. There was rain everywhere but the ground during play hours, and then last night I don't think it rained anywhere but the ground. So they had to deal with a bit of moisture this morning. This one's not well bowled. It's going to run away for the first boundary of day 2. Sawari is getting shortened in the pad. Sawari's still pretty raw, I think, when I look at him. He's got some good fundamentals. He's got a lot going for him. Bad balls generally do get punished here at the Cartmore Oval. Just turns, swivels. It's a bit of bat, gets it past the infield. They're going to make that change now. So fielder will go to pretty much where that went to the boundary. It's almost like a deep fine leg or a deep backward square. And then there's a mid-wicket in the circle. Still, there's no one at fine leg if they wanted to go there. Sawari, pretty decent first over this. Pakai Care have played the same team in all 3 of their matches so far. Haven't gone outside the 11. Not a great ball. Probably a worse appeal. It's the end of the first over, and the score is 5 without loss. Sawari doing well to restrict these 2 heavy hitters. Would be using a review on that one. Fitting sound to hear Mr. Maximo. Day 2 is underway. And speaking of heavy hitters, here is one coming into the commentary box to join me. It's Andrew Rhino. Rhino, good morning to you.
Thank you, Vinny. Glad you mentioned hitter at the end of that and didn't just leave it as heavy, full stop. Great way to start the morning. Good to be with you here at a fairly sunny, in relative terms, Cartmore Oval. It's we're on to 48th match played of the European Cricket League, as we see on the screen. Plenty of runs and no shortage of maximos to date, but definitely better conditions for cricket here today. And haven't the Nomads looked a different proposition in the field since Sawari has taken the new ball?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he bowled a good over there. 13 and over is the run rate across all matches. You see Group C was pretty high scoring. It wasn't an abbreviated group, don't forget. Anyway, outswinger first up. This is Amjad Dawodzai. He's going to share the new ball. And I've got to say, great job last night. The Rhino and the Rut show was a big hit. My favourite bit was horsehair chat.
Not sure how much Mohammed Cameron goes back and watches the live streams, but not sure he'll appreciate the...
if you ever are 22 yards away from him,
yeah,
might try to give your horsehair the centre part.
let's just say he's carrying a few more strands than the last time that we saw him here.
He's rocking it. He's rocking it.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be going down that route if I was playing and having to face his left arm heat. This fairly bouncy deck.
It's good enough for Greg Matthews. Oh, that's almost castled him. Yassine lurched onto the front foot and swung back between the gap.
First time we've seen Dawodzai at the bowling crease here. He's another one of these young pacemen that have come into the Nomads setup over the last couple of years. Bit of a different proposition than Kamwal or Amakal, who's actually a 12th man for today. Shorter, skiddier, but he's probably a little bit more accurate and just zippy. Quick arm action. Good young bowler.
Could have easily had a wicket there. Stand outside the legs. The off stump of the left-hander, which does here. He's knocked down for a single. Also should mention that, you know, I've got a lot of viewers in Australia and watching on Fox Sports Australia. We're thrilled about that. And of course, KO, their streaming service. If you would like to send me a question and you're finding it hard to get in touch, you can get me at Mr. Maximo on Instagram. In fact, I might do that now. I might open my inbox. So if you want to have a question or a shout out, probably now's a good time. Baba though, no time to waste for him. He wants to go large. Tries, bowled well to him so far. I think they're just getting itchy. Half this power play now, over half is gone, and really nothing to show for it.
It's not a typical Pack Care start at all, is it, Vinny? They're used to rolling through the boundaries early on. Nomads have bowled very well. In fact, we've been impressed with this over so far from Dawodzai. Just getting enough tail away, and as he's done so far, all the games, Waz just been a little bit stuck on the crease. Body weight's just not moving in the right direction.
It's actually an outswinger, in-swinger there. Past the stumps went the other way. Well, Baba, this is more like him. He's going to flick this away. It's going to bounce just inside the rope. And cuatro carreras.
Yeah, if I was the Nomad skipper, I'd be giving Dawodzai a pat on the back there. That was actually a pretty good attempted Yorker. There'd be plenty of players in the game who would have been jamming that out. Baba just good enough with that almost tape ball-less technique to get the wrist through, flick it into the gap, but not a bad ball at all.
All just about making contact there, and he did very well, but we're still only at run a ball pace here so far. Nomads trying to G themselves up. Well, bowled again. Baba's frustrated here. You can see him hit his pad after he hit that shot.
Yeah, 11 for none after 2 overs. Certainly the Nomads would be the happier of the two teams out there. For Pack Care, still plenty of time to catch up, and I'm sure they put a good total on the board, but Yassine and Baba are used to going at a quicker rate than this. And interesting call from the captain here. Zama Mahmood taking the ball for the 3rd over, gives us a chance to look at the Group D standings, Vinny, and it's a pretty even group so far.
Yeah, it is. One concern for the Assassins, they're 3 points behind the 4. They're going to have to make that up somewhere. And you look at their day, they take on Brno and they take on the Nomads. So feels like a must-win for them in the second match of the day where they do take on Brno. It's a Pack Care.
Gee, they were gutsy against Pack Care last night, though. The Assassins.
They would be. All right, in the air, this one, finding a bit of space over mid-wicket, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! We had to wait over 2 overs. We've got our first 6er of the day.
Yeah, lovely shot from Yassine. Didn't try to overhit the ball. He's a fairly technically correct batter most of the time, Yassine. Sort of makes sure that he holds one end up. Bat just turns in his hands a touch there, but nice clean swing.
Hits this square of the wicket. That's going to be 4 more. So plenty of open space over on the leg side. And Yassine finds the gap and finds the boundary.
Well, these are where the boundaries are starting to roll. As much as these two have had a slow start, wickets are all intact. The longer that they're there, you know, the Pack Care will be looking to put on an imposing total. Just touch short of a length. Yassine got onto the back foot well. Played it cleanly. Plenty of gaps in the field. Since we're still in the 3 over power play. Get the feeling Mahmood's best weapon is his in-swing into the right-handers here, away swing to the left-handers. I feel like he's got to take the risk of putting the ball full in the slot and let his swing do the work.
Bit like that, but it doesn't work, doesn't really swing. It does fly off the bat though. Maximal saves mass for Mohamed Yassin.
Yeah, it does feel like he's not getting any sideways movement at the moment. And he's going over for a quick chat with the skipper, but Yassin has found his range this over.
Would you have been tempted to go back to Sawari in the third?
It's a tough call. Certainly not taking the wicket of either of these two would have had to be a consideration, but at the same time I suspect Azim's looked and thought, well, Osama's going to do his best work when the ball's got a little bit of movement. So
It comes up now, Hassan Ahmed, to Mahmood. Has some risks attached. Maybe just trying to discourage the batter from leaving their ground when they're playing the shot. It's a good take. Really good
tell
take.
you what, that is worth a replay, Vinny.
Doing the side on, likes it. Zabab Khan, he really likes it. I think the heel is up. And Hassan wasn't that interested, but it's a very good take. Had to deal with some steepling bounce. This should be a very, very interesting replay.
Yeah, you'll love the take here, Vinny. And does he get down quick enough? I think he has. That's
He's
an
out.
excellent piece of work.
Brilliant keeping. Brilliant keeping. And so, we'll run this back again. And yeah, I think he doesn't encroach. No evidence of it at least. And that's a magnificent stumping from Hassan Ahmed. He came up to try and keep the batter in his crease. The batter didn't heed the warning. And he's done really well. Even got it down onto the stumps very, very quickly. So an outstanding bit of wicket keeping there. And Osama Mahmood, it's helped out by his keeper. It's the end of your scene. Stumped off the medium fast bowling of Osama Mahmood for 21. It's 27 for 1.
Yeah, probably just reward for the Nomads as well. They bowled very well in this power play. Would have been disappointed if they were still sitting there with both Babar and Yassin at the crease. It was an interesting choice of shot given the keeper was up from Yassin. Just really got his balance moving forward and difficult to get back, particularly with the speed of the glove work. Great work from Ahmed. I have to say, I've mentioned a few times yesterday, Vinny, they've got some experienced characters in this Nomads team, and they won't get flustered when things go their way. And just a little moment there of having the nous to change things up, to bring the keeper up. It's probably not how they planned the dismissal, but just creating opportunities.
Won't mind fumbling the next one because it wasn't a chance. Still got to wonder about Yassin and that dismissal. I mean, he had to be conscious that the keeper was up and he just wasn't. Maybe it's a sign of confidence. He wasn't expecting to miss the ball. And a lot of coaches say, you know, when you do move out of your crease, don't think about missing the ball because it's a negative mindset. This is a fraction short. Naqvi is going to pump it over long on. Short arm jab there for 6 runs. Maximal.
It's a pretty good shot from Naqvi, this, isn't it? It wasn't a terrible length ball by any stretch, but stays balanced, stays crouched in his stance and just launches with power. That's excellent stuff from the Italian superstar, and that leaves Pakokea Badalona 33 for 1 after the power play.
Just thought of a side note here. Hassan Ahmed did play some cricket for Italy before he switched to Switzerland, so he has been a teammate of Zayn Naqvi here in the Euros, but 22 off that over. Does bring a wicket though. Naqvi started strongly. Quick hello, Arafat Hussain has said hello to me in the comment section. Nice to have you with us. Hello to Golan Mustafa as well. Like I said,
a few people asking where
Rico
yes. Full is, which is always a great slap in the face to co-commentator. Essentially after 3 overs, you're missing Rico so much.
Corey's the one that takes it the worst when I'm working with him and people ask, where's Rico?
Where's Rico?
Enjoy it. Driven. Stop. He's going to have to run here. Had to hustle, but gets home. So Rico's off. I think he's back on Monday. But obviously got Rhino here covering, which Rhino, it's great to have you here. And I know you'll be doing 3 groups, this one and the next 2. But Rico's doing some very important work today. Today he's getting his first aid certificate, which is something that we're all trying to do. Obviously, you never know what might happen. It's a very important skill to be able to pick up. So Rico's got an extra good excuse, but he deserves his break. Let's not forget Rico. He He did the Western Shield before this. He did Malta domestically before that. And so he's a machine, though, Rico.
Suggests there's a number of women around Spain, and even probably a few men that wouldn't mind being resuscitated by Rico Falls, such as his popularity within the region.
That's true. Just imagine his chaka de fate chest compressions that he'll be pumping out in the workshop today.
But particularly given we were listening to them earlier, wasn't the old trick about keeping the beat to stay it alive?
Yeah,
so could you transfer that to Bale 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 instead?
It's true. Yeah, you're trying to get, I think it's 120 chest compressions, so you're pushing down the chest of the person you're trying to revive.
I reckon a Bale 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 says Carreras would probably be pretty simple to staying alive.
Probably would be. Probably would be. Oh, edged, and I think he Hassan as well to get a hand on it. It was flying away, and I know technically it'd be a drop catch, but he saved 3 runs there, maybe more.
Yeah, good short ball from Solari though. This climbed, it wasn't particularly short, and obviously Nakbi's not the tallest batter in this competition, but that lifted off the deck. Ahmed does well to stop the boundary.
He did really well. He's a tall man. Let's have a look. It's slightly out of your screen, but you get the idea. Good effort. Another shortish delivery. Papa just can't get going here. He's going to have to run. He might get run out. He is run out.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my word. Well, such a big play to get out like that. It's almost unforgivable. He's frustrated, and he let that kind of affect his decision-making there. Baba maybe not happy he got called through for the run, but it was always a single. And Hassan Ahmed having a heater behind the stumps. Baba has to walk, and it's 37 for 2. What an extraordinary dismissal.
A sensational piece of work from the wicket keeper. He's already affected the stumping off the 3rd over, but Ahmed was alive to the opportunity. He noticed that Baba was just dawdling, exhibiting more frustration at not being able to hit a good shot, and then spins, throws, and all of a sudden Baba not only has to get his skates on, the bat jams in the deck. Wonderful work from Hassan Ahmed, but absolutely atrocious running from Baba.
Oh, if you don't laugh, you cry. And Baba will have to go. But that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, he's upset at himself. You can understand that as well. I mean, he is a high-level player, he's an international cricketer, and generally you won't see that from international cricketers. Glove away, and this is going to run away for 4. So not a brilliant first ball to the new batter, Mohamed Kamran. As Baba walks back, it's probably a bit head up. But the thing here, he even tries to run in the line of the ball, to be honest, just subtly. Maybe not so subtly. He couldn't even make that ground up. So I think he knew straight away. That see here, kind of gets hit on the gloves. Probably wasn't thrilled about it. And of course got bat plugged about 1 metre short.
Don't think the bat plug would have made an iota of difference though.
Don't think they had to use the 3rd umpire that time. That was pretty obvious. What an amazing bit of cricket. 41 for 2. Hey, credit to Hassan Ahmed. Never gave up on the play and make him work for it. Even balls to the outfield at this level. If it's hit hard to the outfield, don't let him jog. You might catch him unawares. It might work sometimes. And we know Bubba is a huge fish in this lineup. He's run out for 8.
Yeah, exceptional work. He's having a pretty good tournament so far, Hassan Ahmed. Darwood's eye coming back for his 2nd. I like this move, giving him the ball when it's still relatively new. Get a little bit of swing. Big challenge here for Mohamed Kamran. Once again, being called on to do some work with the bat. Played a relatively stable innings last night to help nurse Pack-Eye care towards that, what was, at least on the surface, a paltry target set by the Zagreb Assassins, but made very hard work of it.
Tough thing as well when you go back, sit down next to your teammates after something like that. I mean, I know Barbari has a certain aura about him. If anyone can get away with it, it's him. I don't think anyone will be saying anything. They're smart.
What would you say? Unlucky, mate. Got a good one.
You don't know what it's like to try and carry around this frame. You take every bit of break you can. But yeah, the bear was hibernating, wasn't he, there? And it's cost him his wicket.
It's almost incredulous that Hassan had the gall to actually chase that ball down and force him through.
It's
for
actually
the
a great
quick
bit
run.
of work, genuinely. All right, so he stays up. This is in the air. Oh, has he got it? He has. What an amazing catch. What are we watching here from the Nomads? They've wandered into the Carter Oval. That is an absolute stunner. Saves a 6. It sticks to the right mitt, and just like that, Pakai Care, 42 for 3.
I think you and I were both holding our breath on that one for a moment, Vinny. He stuck the long arm, Sawari down there, rolling around the boundary from his position at long off. Lucky he's a tall man too, because that would have carried most players in this tournament. But the big bucket has been stuck up. It has held in the hand. That's a wonderful piece of field.
Oh, look at that. What happened? He had about maybe half a metre to spare, Sawari. Not more, actually, when you look at that angle. I'd actually argue he's slightly out of position, but wow, it was great. Click, 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 go to the cameras. And the Nomads on fire. That's the top 3, dangerous top 3 history in the first half. Bit like last night. And Nutfi out for 12, 42 for 3.
He's also having a pretty good tournament so far. Sawari, excellent pair of overs already today.
Mochim, the new batter. Mochim's a good player. You know, I've seen a lot of him in ECS cricket. And he's kind of reminds me of, what would you call it? He's always kind of in the wings, ready to step up in any role. Can bowl, can bat. He's a pretty good fielder. But typically we haven't seen so much from him at these marquee tournaments at the ECL. He has been here. That obviously helps as well. Ahmed Kamran, obviously batting number 4, has got a pretty big responsibility as well. Obviously Hassan's feeling pretty good up to the stumps now. He is tall, which actually helps with some of these awkward takes. A bit like the one that actually stumped Yassine. It takes a lot for the ball to get big on him.
Did you prefer keeping to shorter, skiddier bowlers rather than those who'd get the odd one to jump from a high release point?
Yeah, I probably did. You know, I think the bounce can make things awkward when you're up to stumps, but you just need kind of tools to deal with it. The thing with keeping up is you rarely want to switch your hands to fingers pointing to the sky. It's quite an unnatural thing to do. You're kind of taught to, I'll probably illustrate in a minute on the camera, you're kind of taught to try and keep your hands in the same position and just kind of swing them like a pendulum side to side. But there is a point that you can't go any higher. So the taller you are, the less you'll have to do that. Geez, they're doing a good job here at the moment. Just there's a sense of optimism and energy about the Zurich Nomads.
Being very disciplined in his 2 overs too, Darwood's eye, as he completes the 5th over, and Pakai Care 46 for 3, but not trying to do anything special, just rolling through some good length balls.
Yeah, let's welcome you to the commentary box. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Andrew Ryan with me. Corey Ruckers will be in a little bit later. Rico is on a bit of a break, but don't worry, he will be back. And yeah, just going back to just the technical thing with the keeping, just a little bit here. So the reason if you're a bit taller, like yourself actually, because when you're keeping up to the stumps, you rarely have time to switch your hands like this, because that actually takes time. And then you end up, if you're rushed, you're in no man's land. So, you know, this is where, so sometimes you're even trying to take them like this. So being taller, obviously Hassan didn't have to do that to that ball. Some other keepers would have really struggled. So he was able to kind of ride the bounce, take it, and then obviously he's in a great position then to come back down. But if you're having to go high, it's normally if it's really short, you can see straight away. But then the other thing is if you commit to going here, then if it doesn't bounce as much as you think, you're in a really awkward position. Outstanding bit of wicket keeping technically, and he got the result, didn't he?
Absolutely. It's one thing to take the ball cleanly as Cameron rocks onto the back foot and hits a bullet out there for a maximo. Anyway, it's one thing to take the ball cleanly. It's another thing to actually whip the hands through, take off the bails quickly. It's an exceptional bit of work from Hassan.
Yeah, it was. It's only a start. We saw Pakai recover last night, and we have to do it again. Yazi rocking out the shades on a fairly cloudy mid-morning now. And he's going to go for 4 more here. It's all about the placement. Wasn't really smashed by Kamran. Yazi, I mean, I thought he bowled better than his figures in the first game. Second game, obviously, he bowled a brilliant over. He took 1 for 3, but then he wasn't brought back, which surprised me slightly. A tough start for him here.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for the skipper here, isn't it? They've been so good and kept things under control with the pace and the medium paces. Perhaps holding Fahim Nazir back towards the latter part of the innings, or making sure they're getting Niazi some overs.
Oh, not out, but close.
Gee, that was a nifty piece of work, though, wasn't it?
I like that. Worst case, you give away a run. Let's say they run. But imagine if you can get a 4th wicket here. I'm 99% sure that he gets the bat back in. But yeah, I'd like to see more of this, especially early in innings where wickets seem to matter more. So let's check it out. Just in. So I like the innovation, though. It's those little backhand flicks.
You would have loved that. Almost harking back to the indoor cricket days of yesteryear.
You also played for Queensland, right, in indoor cricket?
North Queensland, technically.
Part of Queensland.
Not quite the entire state,
but you'd appreciate that. A little bit of innovation.
Good for Niazi to get a dot ball too. A couple of poor balls to start with. That one a little bit more lift off the deck. No turn whatsoever, but getting a couple of dot balls. Just putting Cameron under pressure. Cameron's not really found the boundary with ease throughout the couple of innings that he's played in this tournament.
Well bowled. Oh, they like it. He's very confident. In fact, he's caught behind. He's got a little nick. So Cameron is going to have to go. And we'll check it out here. I went to stump him, but then realised, hey, there's an edge on that. And Hassan, he's kept very, very well. In a sense, you know, he has fumbled a couple, but the couple he's fumbled haven't really mattered. He's taken the ones that have counted, and there is that 4th wicket. It was almost like that Cameron was playing for spin that never arrived. It just kissed the outside edge of the bat, and that's the 4th wicket down, 56 for 4.
Lovely little bit of drift away as well. Niazi slowed that delivery down, didn't allow Cameron to just do his comfortable push to long off. It was a really, really clever piece of bowling, and going for a few boundaries earlier in this over. Niazi's come back well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had our feelings, didn't we, about whether spin was the option to go to. But I suppose he's come back well. And the other thing is, if he's one of your 5 bowlers, you've got to bowl him at some point. This is a 6th over. If it doesn't work, go back to pace and maybe try and find another option. But yeah, you can see Bikram coming out here, and he has to get a bit careful. With 6 overs down now, the score is 56 for 4.
Couldn't ask for much more from those 6 overs than what the Nomads have delivered so far. It's a bit of a sorry-looking batting card for Pakai Care. Yassine managed to get a few away early on before he was the victim of an excellent piece of work from Hassan, keeping up to Osama Mahmood. And then Nakbi threatened a little bit, but Shiraz Shawari out there on the long-on boundary. Tremendous one-handed catch.
Meanwhile, we had sun. Now we mentioned a moment ago, more cloud cover here. Hopefully we don't have any rain coming our way today. But Niazi recovers really well on that over. Went for a couple of balls. I went for a couple of 4s off balls that weren't his best effort, but yeah, 1 for 10's a very good over anyway. Here's Fahim Nazir bowling the 7th. Rolling cutter first up in the air. Not really great contact. He's going to get lucky. That's the zone, kind of right behind middle stump at the bowler's end, where if you do loft it into there, generally there's no one standing there.
Saw this a lot from Nazir at the bowling crease yesterday. Very little in the way of on-speed balls. Almost everything, either an off-cutter or one of his couple of slower balls. Seem to be using him in these later overs. Very hard man to get away, and his control of line of length is exceptional even with those change-ups.
Rolling cutter again, dragged into the gap. Didn't really have the, we got coming and going here. Didn't really have enough power on it to get it to the boundary. Looking for 2 there, got spooked, and Sawari owns that part of the ground at the moment.
This is really all the Nomads need to do at this point. Don't even really need to roll through the wickets that aggressively in the coming overs. If they can just keep them to 7, 8, 9 runs.
This time he hits it, very, very well. Maximo! And Mohamed Mocham, well, he's going to It's going to scare some of our two circle stuff. I know Elsa's just arrived. She might have worn that in her fantastically bright white sneakers. Let's check this one out in the replay.
She's so calm. I think it was just a quick little lift of the leg just to make sure it didn't make contact.
Oh, there's a close-up. Good to have you here, Elsa. It's almost a very, very quick trip.
Reacted far more calmly than when Corey Rutgers had the ball coming towards him in the commentary box the other evening.
Well, let's not go there, but yeah. Elsa's here, and the shoes seem fine. Anyway, that'll take us to the end of the over. No, it won't actually. Everyone was acting like it is, but it's not.
Come on, boys. Wake up, boys, wake up.
Zia. He's going to get cut away. It's a long chase, and he's not going to get there. Cuatro más. Yeah, Mochim. It's an opportunity for him. You know, he's been biding his time. He often plays behind others. If he does play, he's batting down at 9, 10, or 11. But as you can see, he can handle himself, and what a good chance for him to show what he's got.
That's a really good cricket shot, isn't it, Vinny? Picked up the change of pace early. Didn't try to thrash it down the ground. Some open spaces on that offside around point.
Can't have this one called wide.
Watchim's the key here, isn't he, Vinny? Pakai Care. Expected score 112. In some ways, it feels like that's still a long way away for them, regardless. But if they can get up to that 115, 120 range, they had struggled chasing in their first game.
Just this, I think, onto his pad. Notice they were taking those quick singles a little bit quicker after what happened earlier to Babar. Again, he'll be feeling pretty lousy here because, I mean, we don't know whether he would have clicked or not, but the fact that he gave up his wicket in that avoidable fashion has kind of contributed to the woes of Pakai Care. Said that, still in the Goldilocks zone, between 40-60. No full toss, hit very well. That's an outstanding shot from Bikram. And he's another guy, you know, we see him quite often at the ECS in Barcelona, and he's getting a bit more of a leading role here at the ECL. That'll be the end of the over. It was an expensive one. Nazir goes for 20, and the score 76 for 4.
Oh, it's a great result for Pakai Care Badalona off that over. Would have expected Nazir to probably get hit through his 2 overs for 20-odd runs, but that's a fair taking against one of the guns of the Zurich Nomads. Speaking of guns, some gun teams coming up in the next couple of groups, aren't there, Vinny?
Yeah, well, next couple of groups, you're still here for ENF. Anyone that sticks out there that you're looking forward to seeing?
I love the Scandinavian bent of Group E. We've had Empire here last year. They were not far off the pace at all. Ariana Cricket Club played plenty of T10 cricket.
Right, up in the air. This won't be reached. A bit of a teaser. It's a lucky moment there for Mochim. Yeah, you know who I'm looking forward to seeing for Ariana CC, the Swedes, is Isanula Wafa, who bats.
The cross-handed wizard.
Yeah, you called that series with me in Stockholm a couple of years ago. He's one of their wild cards from Kristianstad, from the same area. They also have Azam Khalil, the
great man.
Abu Zalmi player, as one of their wild cards. He'll be back at the Carlton Roval. Up and out of here. Maximal. It's a fraction short from Niazi. And Pakai Care, I mean, they are going to keep attacking. There's no doubt about that. To be honest, the 4 wickets shouldn't matter too much. It's more about who's there, less than that they're worried to be bowled out. It's a nice lift-up shot from Bikram.
These two have settled in pretty well. Niazi taking the pace off that ball, but Bikramjit saw it early, kept his balance, waited, and a look of appreciation from Big Mohammed Babar over there in the dressing room.
Wow, in the air, not for too long. Lucky that he didn't hit it better.
Do you like facing bowlers when they're wearing sunglasses?
I can't say I've ever given it too much thought.
I like to look in the soul of the bowler.
I thought maybe you'd like to see your own reflection, perhaps, in some of these.
Analyse some
classes.
technique off the. It just feels impersonal in a way.
You know, in baseball, you're actually not allowed to pitch in sunglasses. Oh well, that one is not going to come back. That's up. It's over the trees. That's actually a monster hit from Bikramjit Singh. Maximo 6 carreras.
Saw that come off the bat so sweetly. And as you said, Vinny, it's gone a long way. Maybe the Nomads will be suggesting that Niazi doesn't bowl in the glasses next time, because it's been quite expensive in this 2-over spell. And for all of their ascendancy early on, Nomads just letting this one drift a little bit.
Yes, I think the baseball pitches, some of our North American viewers might be able to help me out here, but it's to do with the fact that, you know, they can sometimes throw to first base, and they're going to have an eye on keeping an eye on the runner. You can get medical exemptions or something.
Is that the theory behind why the rule exists?
I think it is, yeah. That's going to be 6 more. Good counter punch here. Just like that, Pack I Care favourites again. Bikram wheeling and dealing and smashing this Grizzly. 6 carreras.
Well, the expected score up to 1-2-2. Now it's not looking that far away either. Probably be Mahmood and Nazir to close the innings for the Nomads, but most importantly for Pack I Care, these two batters are well set now. So if they can get through to the conclusion of the innings, this could actually still be a pretty defendable score.
27 expected. I think if they keep going like this, it'll be more.
Context of this innings, 25 off 7 for Singh. Huge contribution.
Oh, what was that one? Is that the leggy?
That was the leggy. There's not a huge end of the over.
Sunnies are off. 95 for 4 after 8.
No, so he doesn't bowl what you'd call a well disguised change to the leg spin. It is bowled with a very much a typical leg spin action, but he lands them and gets some reasonable
surprised he didn't go to it
spin.
earlier, because
Yep.
yeah, you're right, he does bowl that one. And the reason I was surprised, because actually I wasn't watching his arm at release, and then when it broke that way, I thought it might have been one of the greatest dooseras I've ever seen. But yeah, you still got to play it. It's not about maybe trying to stop the batter picking it, because it's almost impossible to disguise a leg spinner if you're an off-spin bowler, if it's an over-wrist leg spinner.
And both of these batters preferring to hit with wicket in particular. That's where their strength is. So Niazi's spinning the ball away from that area.
All right, it all happens in the 9th. Here we go with Kamwal. Kamwal just has had some control issues at times, hasn't he, in this ECL? Loses that first one down the leg side.
Yeah, when he's got it right, he's a handful, but the radar has been off. Probably not a bad thing for him to be taking the older ball here. Less worried about losing control with his swing.
Wheels though, isn't it? Hassan really likes it.
Definitely hit something.
Bowler never heard anything. It's one of these appeals, the bowler had to be convinced. He might have just flicked the shirt. I think it was well over the bat. Have a look, the bowler trying, basically turning around, and then sees there's an appeal and he wants to join in. Good decision there from umpire Shub. Right, this one is mishit. Should be reached. No. Another teaser for the Nomads. Just pops short.
At 3 or 4 in this innings, it's probably helped to keep Pack I Care alive and breathing.
Never really went
contest.
full tilt at that though, did he? Out there, deep in wicket. Niazi out there. It's Diaz de Monica, who's watching from Colombia. Good to have you with us, as always. That one's pitched up, and the fielder can't get there. And I think that's gone all the way. Maximo! Bikram continues. Yes, it's kind of gone from cameo to super cameo now, and who knows, maybe he could still eye off a 50 here, just when his team needed it.
About to say that Camwell's really picked up his over after that first wide, but that ball was struck nicely down the ground by Bikramjit. It wasn't a bad length, held his shape, good timing.
Bowled him. Really good comeback from Kamwal. That's probably a ball he wished he'd found a little bit earlier. It was full. It was on target. Bit of a cross seam Yorker, I think. He bounces pretty much on that popping crease. Over goes the off stump. So a brilliant counter punching 31 from Bikramjit Singh, but he has to go. Kamwal with a victim in the 9th. It's 103 for 5.
Yeah, good to see the young man Camwell pick up a wicket. It's actually been a pretty good over from him so far coming in. Always difficult to bowl your first in the last over or 2 of an innings, because you know the batters are just going full tilt by that stage, but critical interjection from Bikramjit Singh. 31 off 10, 5 maximos in that innings. Excellent striking from him. This is a really interesting game, isn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, very interesting game. We've got Asad Abbas coming out at 7. Now, he has an ECS century, and he's batting at 7. Actually led the side when we were last there, late in 2024. And he tells me he's actually Mohamed Babar's brother.
Is that factually true,
Well,
or he's just made
I
that
think it's
statement?
true, but I have also heard it used in a way that maybe it's not true in the actual sense. But I think he is. He said it to me in a way that I believed him. All right, see if he can get going here. Nope, he gets castled. What a good ball from Kumwal. Again, raw is how I describe him, but he gets another one full at the stumps, and it's a really good comeback. An over that looked like it might go for a few. Here's the stumps akimbo. It's 104 for 6.
Yeah, nice stuff from Kumwal. Probably his best over the tournament by far. Recovered after that Maximo hit straight down the ground to come up with a couple of clean bowls. Just pushed his length much fuller. And the old you miss, I hit strategy of a late overs bowling. Feels like the Nomads through those 2 wickets have just regained some level of control to this innings. Big last batch of balls coming up here. One more for Kumwal, and then whoever takes the 10th.
Yeah, Assad, I've got to feel disappointed for him. Would have loved to probably a bit more runway to bat with. It's a tough one when you're down the order, because maybe you don't want that because it means your team might be in trouble, but it's not an easy situation.
Going to say, speaking of extended family relations, just having a look in the YouTube chat, we've had a few references from Sobrato of help me Vinny uncle, I want to play in the league. I didn't realise you had a nephew out there in the chat.
Very respectful. It's a sign that I am getting a bit older, though, when I do have people calling me uncle a little bit more often. But no, I just said, one day ECN will be global. You won't have to be in Europe to play. Well, we'll come to you. Hopefully. Anyway, 9 overs down here. Pakai Care 105 for 6. And interestingly, they're still favourites in this game. And it's obviously because of the strength of their bowling, because this is an under par score at the moment. Just think about what you're going to get. You're going to get 2 overs of Mohamed Kamran. You're going to get 2 overs of Mohamed Atif.
Yes, it also depends on which Nomads batting lineup comes out to play. Saw the
True.
crumble at the top.
2 overs of
Game
Rabani.
1.
There's 2 overs of Rabani. So there's 6
I like Rabani's bowling.
high quality overs. And 4 won't be bad either. All right, 10th overtime. Nazir comes back despite going for 20 last time. We saw him at the bowling crease. And okay, the other likely bowlers, you got Babar, who still is a bit of a shrewd operator to probably bowl overs 2 and 4. And then you've probably got Jafar Raza, the emerging left armour, to close out the innings. And then if they need another option, they've got others like Mochim, like Bikramjit Singh even. He's done a job for them before. Khalil Ahmed's in the side today. So, yeah, I just think
It's a good bowling lineup is what
says a
you're saying.
lot about the fact that they're 107 here with 4 balls to go and they're still given a 50-50 shot. That's just what you want, 50-50 contest. All right, does he get the length on this? He does. Maximo put down in the crowd, I think. It's kind of a middle length there from Nazir Rabani. He's can hold the bat, but we don't see him batting very often. That was a very good strike.
It's a really, really good shot. Wouldn't say it's out of the traditional cricket textbook, but slower ball from Nazir, held in the deck. Bunny had to make all of the speed himself.
Wasn't held in the crowd. Can't tell you that much. Let's see who it was down there. Long way from us. Cramps in for room this time. And sneak through for one. One thing's for sure though, if you offered the Nomads kind of 120 to chase before a ball was bowled, I think they would have gleefully accepted. I think you're going to have to play 2 very good halves to beat Pakai Care, not just one. Just kind of saw that with the Assassins last night. They played 1 good half. The other one didn't go their way. Fraction short and straight to the fielder. So the man Mountain, Shiraz Suwari, takes another catch, this time in a bit more of a traditional fashion. Mocham is going to have to go for 17. One ball remaining, 114 for 7.
A nice piece of bowling from Nazir. You can see him almost deciding to shelve the slower ball a touch for these later stages. Just jammed Mocham and sends an easy catch down to the big hands of Suwari. Gives us a good chance to have a look into the chat late in the innings, and wonderful to see Conrad Greenshields in there saying hello Uncle Vinny, and Matt Hetherington. Apparently your commentary is A+ today.
Thank you, Matt. I believe your feedback is A+ as well.
It's always good to get continual.
May the love
thoughts from the
continue.
team.
All right, last ball. Everyone seatbelts on. 6. Well, that's how to bat. It wasn't a great ball from Nazir. Atif comes out. Atif's got an ECN 50 as well, but he got a bit of a gift there. Just got the hands out in front and slammed it into the jungle. So 6 and not out for Mohammad Atif. And at the end of 10 overs, Pakai Care 120 for 7. That over ended up going for 15, 2 maximos, 3 singles and a wicket. And the Nomads, good litmus test if they are the real deal and they want to get out of this group and make it to Championship Week. These are the kind of games, I think, where you got to stand up with the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. They've done enough with the ball and in the field, taken some good catches so far. And they've certainly held Pakai Care at bay. I mean, there wouldn't be too many opportunities that teams would only be chasing 121 for victory against a batting lineup with as many superstars as they possess. So they've done one half of the job, but as you said, Vinny, there is not just some guns with the ball, they have some depth. There are no easy overs against this Spanish side, so there is still a lot of work to do for the Swiss champions.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Hassan Ahmed, wasn't he outstanding behind the stumps? He had plenty of work to do, didn't he? Well, we're about to see it actually, so I won't spoil it for you, but it is worth watching if you appreciate the skills required to be effective behind the stumps. The Nomads, day 2 for them, mixed first day. They're hoping to get up and about. And early on, Baba just kind of spluttered through around 8 balls or so. Yassine, probably the more effective of the 2 openers. He was able to strike a few boundaries in his 21. But when the wicket started flowing, it had a kind of an effect on the game, didn't it? Yassine, again, we know how good he is. He's a classical player, but he didn't quite get the foot back down. Hassan Ahmed decided to come back up to the stumps, or come up to the stumps, and the very first ball resulted in that stumping. Zain Naqvi, we know how dangerous he is at number 3 as well. But this was a real flashpoint in the innings, wasn't it? Baba, he just got walked out basically, and Hassan Ahmed once again was the catalyst for that dismissal.
Yeah, huge couple of pieces of play from the wicketkeeper Ahmed early on in this innings, and in the end though, none better than that in the field with big Shiraz Suwari sticking the right duke out and plucking the Grizzly out of the sky. And then Mohamed Cameron was at the crease, and he was done by an excellent bit of drift from Niazi, and well gloved again by Hassan. He just had a terrific day all round behind the sticks for the Nomads. But then it was the point that actually the Nomads started to lose a touch of control. Fahim Nazir, expensive in both of his overs. They would have expected him to bring some level of miserly bowling.
You've got to give credit to Pakai Care for fighting back the way they did. They had 46, only 46 off the first half, and those 3 big wickets back in the shed. But the second half ended up going for 74, and it just shows you, a lot of people saying they're not maybe the team that won back in 2022, and all that is true, but I mean, they do have depth in their squad, and you're seeing it here. It's very good fight backs, made them competitive. I think the supercomputer's probably right. We're talking about a toss of a coin here. And again, I think the top 3 of the Nomads will probably determine whether this gets chased easily or whether it's a struggle.
Indeed, indeed. Well, the wickets kept on tumbling towards the back end. Cumwell looking much more comfortable with the slightly older ball rather than taking the new pill. He bowled a really good over in the 9th. And then, surprisingly, once again, Fahim gets taken to the boundary on a couple of occasions. Motzim, he had a couple of more good shots before he was eventually a victim being caught by Suwari out there at long on. And Mohamed Asif short, but profitable stay at the crease, just hitting a Maximo off his single delivery. But if anything, the Nomads will be the happier team going into the intermission of this first game of Day 2 of Group D here at the European Cricket League 2025. I'll look at the cards, and Babar run out in calamitous fashion there at the top of the innings. You've seen he looked in reasonably good nick until he was done by an excellent piece of work by Hassan Ahmed. But Bikramjit Singh, cracking knock for him in the middle overs, 31 off 10, probably the most important contribution of the game. And there was just enough coming from some of those middle order players. Mohammed Kamran and Moshim both batted well and under control in difficult circumstances. Shiraz Sawari, once again, the pick of the bowlers probably for the Zurich Nomads, but Amjad Dawodzai coming in for his first pair in the tournament. 1 for 11, bowled with good pace and most of all, excellent control. So I'm sure we'll see him at the bowling crease for the Nomads more as this tournament rolls on. But first, their batting lineup has to chase a target of 121 against the bowling attack of Pakai Care Badalona. This will be a cracking contest. It's Andrew Ryan for the European Cricket Network here with Vinny Sandhu. Please join us in a few minutes for the chase.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European cricket fans, welcome back to the glorious Carter Oval here in Andalucía in Spain. We have got some pretty good weather today, and even more importantly, an excellent contest here for the first game of the second day of play for Group D here at the European Cricket League 2025. It is between two of the more well-credentialed teams coming into this Group D. Former European Cricket League champions Pakai Care Badalona from Spain up against the Swiss representatives and domestic champions, the Zurich Nomads. As far as the equation for this chase, if the Nomads can chase down the target in 7 overs or less, they will win themselves a bonus point. On the other hand, if the fielding team can do the improbable and restrict them to 84 or less, then they will also away with all points from this game. But first and foremost, both of these teams are focusing fully on trying to win this all-important game. Probably slightly less important for Pakai Care in the fact that they came away with wins from both their contests yesterday. Nomads 1-1 after a first-up loss to Bruno, but they came back very well against the Budapest Blinders in the evening yesterday. They will feel they're probably slight favourites to chase down this target. 121, still a reasonable proposition on the board, but they have a strong batting lineup, but it's one that will be genuinely tested by both the breadth and depth of the Pack Eye Care bowling attack. Good mix of experience, of pure pace, of change of pace. Barney and Cameron obviously will almost inevitably take the new ball and try to rough up the Nomads openers. Facing a pair of left-handers, which is very much a case for the top section of this Nomads lineup. Nazir, Mood, and then Hassan Ahmed, the wicket keeper, likely to come in at number 3. He's a man who has done plenty of damage to both stumps and bodies over the years here at Cardimer Oval. Ahmed Cameron, quite aerodynamic as he once was up top, but doesn't seem to have dulled his pace whatsoever. This is a very, very interesting contest. Good to get a look at how these teams fare against each other too. Suspect they'll both be in the mix of the latter stages of finals day tomorrow. So we've still got 4 further games on here on day 2 to work out who it is that's eliminated from the group stage of Group D. There'll be some big clashes coming on later today, but Cameron striding in. Full ball pushed down the leg side. See his head goes back. Disappointed he's missed out on what would have been a relatively easy boundary. There's no protection out there at deep square. Did swing back late, still missing the stumps. Certainly not the best ball that Cameron's bowled in his career. Good Yorker, jammed out by Nazir. He's a patient bat. Plays T10 with slightly more selective nature in terms of what balls he goes after, particularly early in his innings. A man who's always selective in nature. Welcome back to the commentary box, Vinny Sandu.
Try to beat, not always easy. It's a big contest here. It was a very good Yorker. Plenty of batters would have got casted by that. Just draws the length back a little bit. So it's a funny one, isn't it? And Cameron, with him bowling 2, Atif bowling 2, and Rabbani bowling 2, there's 6 top-class overs you're going to get. But I do understand you would be kind of just conscious of not losing a wicket to Cameron in the first over, because it can create more wickets, because someone else is going to have to come in and face him, and you can derail things pretty quickly. And you just got to wait for one you can hit. It's a beautiful swing of the bat from Nazir. Class personified. Maximo, 6 runs.
Oh, that's a glorious shot, Vinny. Absolutely glorious. Cameron just touch full in length, but still some width to work with. Nazir has timed the pants off that delivery.
The thing is, you don't have to hit the ball hard against Cameron. The pace is all there for you. That was only a push from Fahim. An outstanding cricket shot. I wonder what this one is. Something tells me it might be a bouncer, but Cameron's got a very good record at coming back after getting hit, and it does happen. Bold, he's a little bit out of his crease as well for him. Nazir. Oh, it's quick though, heading down the leg side. Just didn't quite get that shape down the line.
That was the last thing I thought he was going to bowl, to be honest. I remember with you, Vinny, I thought it was either going to be a short ball or spearing back into Yorker length, but a little bit of movement off the deck. It's a good contest between 2 very, very good cricketers.
Probably even take 6. You'd probably take kind of 8 off this first over. The main thing is you haven't lost one of your key strikers, and that kind of got them in trouble in their first game yesterday, Nomads. Last ball the first. It's wild. Pretty good take actually. We're still climbing on Nutvi down the leg side, so there's 7 off the over. Question from Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat. Hello everyone. Good to see Rhino back. Rhino, did you play in Rockhampton in the mid-90s? I know you're a Queenslander. Did you get out that far?
No, I did not. Did have a twin brother who played in Townsville quite a bit, but not sure whether he would have rocked down to old Rocky.
We'll get 8 off this first over. So, in the end, I think that's a decent result. Pack Eye Care, though, still favourites according to the computer, but we are in a contest. End of the first. It's 8 without loss. And I suppose everybody's waiting for the next golden ball. We've had 71 of them in ECN history. Straight off the glove, as you can see. And a good early decision to go. No real issues there. But yeah, I think we've had 7 golden balls now at the ECL. So 44 matches since. Shows you how quickly the matches are stacking up as well with this ECL, because we had one on the opening day.
So that's about 9 days of play, basically, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Feels like an eternity ago. But the ECN train rolls on, but I think that first over is a good example of just how much of a quality contest we're going to have in this innings. Vinny, I think for him, Nazir will be very selective as to what he goes after. He knows that he's probably best equipped, particularly against the pace of Cameron, but even a man like him who plays off the back foot so well, pace and bounce of Cameron, not allowing him to swivel and play his
Interesting.
pull shot.
No Barber opening the bowling. They're going with a Teef. First one, well, it's a dodgy one. Oh, I got a feeling that might have been out, you know.
So almost half committed to the run to begin with. They were both looking at each other.
Yeah, no one was sure. It's Mahmood's call. He went, and then I think actually he went and never really hesitated.
Probably more than Osama was just keen to get on strike after he hasn't seen it for the first 7 deliveries of the innings.
Teef. The first one to kind of come in a little bit to the left-hander. 2 lefties obviously opening the batting for the Nomads. Oh, this is up. It's in the air. It's gone. What a good piece of bowling. This is so hard to play. It comes in late and the batter tries to adjust, ends up popping a little leading edge. I know that looks like a soft dismissal, but there's a reason they call him the Fizz. And that one was a bit of a mystery to Osama Mahmood. He'll have to go. And the first wicket falls. It's 9 for 1.
It's a pretty big luxury, isn't it, Vinny, to be able to say, Babar, take a little rest from the bowling crease, and bringing the left-arm superstar, Mohamed Ateef, just as you said, the ball just popping off a length. Osama Mahmood, partway through his shot already, does love that strike down the ground, does get a touch of a habit of preempting it sometimes, but against a player the class of Mohamed Ateef, he's got so many weapons, so much happening with the ball. That is a fast road to nowhere for many bats throughout this tournament.
Just checking his wicket tally. He's now up to 197 ECN wickets. Can he do it during this group? Can he do it during this game? Straight up in the air. Well, who's going to get it? Keeper? No, they haven't. No, that's an absolute cook up in the first degree. I mean, I wasn't sure who was going for it. I think Nakvi calls it, but you could see that Khalil Ahmed at fine leg. Well, this is an absolute disaster of a fielding effort. In the end, they both go for it and they crash into each other.
They couldn't have done any more to not help each other on that occasion, Vinny. Incredible. And I know this is an unpopular opinion sometimes, but it infuriates me, the desperation of wicket keepers to take any catch within 40 metres of the stumps.
So I'm going to agree to disagree with you in a second, but anyway, it's down the leg side. I think it's keeper's catch. He gets there comfortably. So either he didn't call loud enough, or he did and the fielder didn't listen. I got a bit of a rule that if the keeper can reach comfortably with 2 gloves, that's their catch, and he does. He gets there easily.
This is a rare time when we're on opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to collide with you. Put it that way.
That should be the easiest catch that fine leg is going to take all tournament.
They've only got bare hands though, Rhino. They're fielding at fine leg for a reason. Anyway, that's up and that's over the top. Maximal, 6 runs.
Lovely shot. Nazir missed out on the full toss on his legs from Cameron's first over, but he doesn't on that occasion. And beautiful timing once again. Someone at the crease that you'll rarely see try and overhit the ball for him, Nazir. He can strike the ball a long way, but never does more than he has to, and uses the pace of Ateef very, very well.
That one is slightly offline, and Nazir's going to put it away. So hanging in there. The Nomads having to survive this early assault from Pakai Care.
Yeah, Muhammad Atif's just drift onto his pads the last 2 balls. Certainly not somewhere where you want to give Nazir too many opportunities, but just have a look at this shot. Not particularly easy to sweep across the front of your pads in that motion, particularly from someone coming at the pace and angle of Atif. Great strike.
Big side, just drags that one a little bit too far. So despite that wicket, got 16 off the over.
How much of a change is that wicket, Vinny? So you've left Hassan Ahmed, who's one of the top 3 batters, still at the crease. You've got Nazir back onto strike, who's now hit consecutive maximos. It's just the small things in this game can make such a big difference to outcomes.
Good bounce from the Fizz. So a pretty eventful over. It's the end of 2. And the Nomads are 24 for 1.
We said this would be a good contest, Vinny. It is looking that way. I care what they wouldn't give to have that simple catching opportunity back. Having 2 of the 3 big guns from the Nomads back in the pavilion. As it is, Sarnaim Ahmed, who didn't take pity on Babar when he was running between the wickets, has got a second life, and I care battle owner sitting at top of the table at the moment, but
throws it wide open, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
If the Nomads can win this, it's chaos. Big game coming up as well for the Assassins. I think if the Assassins can't get the win over Bruno, I just think they're out of the picture. All the other teams will jostle for position. Is Kamran back? Hassan plays him out. One thing about Kamran, I've never faced him and I hope I never do, but I have watched him a lot. Your priority has to be protecting your stumps. Your second priority is to not get hit in the head.
protect the fragile parts of the body.
And they are probably order of priorities. Senses for a Yorker here. Take it on, but there's a fumble.
Cameron is definitely one of those bowlers that I've never been sure whether he likes taking a wicket more or hitting a batsman or batter more.
I think I know.
You think it's the latter?
I think so. It's good for the rep. Just waiting for Cameron to have a comb run out there. This one pretty well directed as well. I think Nazir can see what he's thinking. He knows. We saw what happened to the Pakai Care innings and the effect early wickets had on that. He feels like, okay, there's only 3 balls left from Cameron. Yeah, I'll take what I can get off him. I'll take what he gives me. If he gives me something I can drive, gives me a width, like, you know, we saw him drive him over cover for 6 last over. Give him something short, maybe he can hook and get the ball to fly. Then he'll go for it. Otherwise, you know, he's happy just to survive. I think there is a time to be strategic. That's a genuine bounce. Probably a wide though. I think goes a bit too high.
Just a bit. I think it's about a foot over Nazir's head.
You never know. I mean, it's not an easy take for the keeper here. Yeah. Foot and then some. It's take what you can get. If you get 16 off Cameron, you're thrilled, I think, of his 2 overs. Hitman. Takes a bit of pace off it. And get through for a single. Hitman 2.0 was catching on last night.
Hitman 2.0. Take me through that.
Well, Corey called Cameron the Hitman because he looks like this old video game where there was a bald, fairly well-built main character. But he said that there are versions of the game where the character wears disguises, and so that's why he's calling him Hitman 2.0 now. But yeah, he got married in his time away from the game, and yeah, it's good to see him back. And obviously, I think he loves playing on ECN as much as we enjoy having him. Next side, called a wide, no pad in there. So it's creeping up a little bit.
It's a very unusual T10 innings at the moment, and I don't think the Nomads are tactically doing the wrong thing here at all, but it's just not that often that you see just trying to work through an opening bowler in the...
weathering the storm is what you're doing here. No ball called.
Tell you what, this has been helpful for them too, because Cameron's given away 2 wides and now a no ball, so Ahmed's going to have a free hit. So effectively, we're down to the final ball of Cameron's over, leaving aside the possibility of run out, where there's wicket taking opportunity. So it's actually worked out okay for the Swiss.
So it would have been a wide anyway. Yeah, just over. Good call, actually. From Shoobs. Had a good morning so far. Free hit then. This will be interesting. I don't know what Australia would be. Brave enough to maybe deflect. Nah, he stands, he hits. Doesn't go too far, so dot on the free hit. And one of your options there is, if you don't feel like you're going to be able to time him up and muscle him back over his head to shape to ramp, odds of you getting hit by the ball are pretty high with that strategy as well. But you can't be bold, so you can pretty much give up your stumps, jump outside off. But
I thought he might have tried to open the wrists up and deflect that on the offside, but easier to say in the commentary box when not facing the long flowing locks of the big left arm paceman.
Let's ball the power play. They will survive, Cameron. In fact, this could actually go to the boundary. It's going, and it's 4 runs. Good finish from Hassan Ahmed. So the Nomads do weather Hurricane Cameron, and at the end of 3 overs, it's 33 for 1.
Lovely shot from Hassan. Just been some proper cricket played in these first 3 overs. Just guided through the gap on the offside. His man more noted for edging the leg side. That's certainly where his power area is, but good. Got the shoulder into great position, full face of the bat. This outfield, despite having quite a deluge of rain over quite a few days, still running pretty quickly. So at the end of the power play, Zurich Nomads 33 for 1, so an even 11 run rate per over, chasing 121 for victory. Looks like Rabani going to step up to the bowling crease. He really does have an incredibly impressive change of pace.
He really does. It's just how and when he uses it. So that's a nice little leg glance from Nazir. He just works it away slightly offline, and the result's 4 runs.
Makes it look so easy, this game, for him, Nazir. Rabani just off target a touch, manipulates the wrist, managed to play it fine enough to beat the fielder there at fine leg. Much needed boundary for the Nomads, 37 for 1. So Supercomputer very much seeing this as an even contest still, and I wouldn't disagree with said Supercomputer.
Goes to here. There goes pace on again, cracked. Square of the wicket, but pretty good fielding out there by Abbas. Keeps it to a single.
Got away with that one, Rabani. It was a pretty ordinary ball. It's well timed by Nazir, but he hasn't got a huge amount of protection on that offside in terms of the deep. So there's the one fielder out there at deep cover, but the other 4 outfielders all on the leg side.
Slow ball coming up. Although I always say that, he confuses me. Let's have a look. Nope. Tents have gotten into a bit of a habit. Jeez, about 2, because it took a long time to get up there. You're seeing. I think the threat of the slower ball is just as dangerous as the slower ball now. So I always think he's going to go to it, but the longer he doesn't go to it, the more effective it is when it comes.
You know it's coming. It's almost like that horror film when the first 2 times the killer doesn't actually appear.
There it is, but it's picked and it's hit very well from Nazir. Maximo says Carreras.
It's the advantage that Nazir has over a lot of other batters in this tournament. He stands very, very still, waits for the ball till the last moment and can adjust, and easily clears the boundary with that beautiful little flick.
Yeah, very well played from Fahim Nazir. Yeah,
been
so
on the
often
receiving end of those once or twice.
Yeah, of course. I think that sometimes you expect after he gets hit, a pace delivery gets hit to the boundary, he's going to go slow ball. But I think Rabani's quite clever, and he knows the batter's probably expecting it then, so often he doesn't give it then. He mentioned, of course, big mix-up, and that would have been out. Oh, he had We actually didn't have to throw off balance there, Rabani. He rushed the throw. It still was pretty close. Hasanama gets a life.
An interesting thing, Hassan's given up here, but once the ball went past the stumps, they could have easily taken the one.
Could tempt fate, I think, after the close call.
Just the heart was pumping fast enough.
Last ball of the fourth. Again, not particularly well directed, but this time he's got the fine leg in place. It'll keep it to 1. Rabani goes for 13 in the fourth over. And Nazir doing a good job. Moves to 33. The score is 46 for 1 after 4. And of course, Rhino, if people didn't realise, you do play domestically in Switzerland. So when you said you've been on the end of a few of those, of Fahim Nazir flicks, you're telling the truth.
Seen it once or twice. Let's just say I don't tend to target the leg stump of Fahim too often. And hopefully our opening bowlers have done a decent job of taking a few wickets before I ever get thrown the bill. But he's just such a tremendous striker. He's a genuinely brilliant player to watch. Has been a dominant force within Swiss cricket for a number of years, and really top draw player. And
as two gentlemen sitting here in our early 40s, we look at him thinking he's putting us to shame. He's a real baby face. It's a good shot. He just frees the arms and puts it up over the top. Maximal. Jafar Raza coming on, and it's quite early for him to come on actually. They haven't bowled Babar yet. They've typically used Jafar as a late innings bowler. He's kind of skiddy, he's young, he's only 17.
I suspect Jaffar's the one that they'll probably target. I mean, as you say, he's a young bowler. He's got a bit less variation, probably a little bit more just on-speed balls. And look at how far Nazir is out of his crease.
Yeah, he's really trying to make more lengths drivable by doing that. Yeah, he's shot into the ground. Yeah, I think Assad's definitely sure this is a bump ball, and I'm also pretty sure. Straight into the ground. By the way, Assad Ali, it's his first day umpiring the tournament. There he is in the background. Happy birthday to Assad. He has a birthday today. We call him Armani. Lives in Italy. Pretty stylish. Lucky we didn't have to use that replay to make the decision. But, well done from the umpires. Oh, well, this is reached for and hit for 6. Maximal. See him down towards the lower part of the bat of Nazir, but he's playing an excellent hand here for the Zurich Nomads.
Certainly is. That was a long way wide of off stump, Vinny, too. I think when he first struck it, I got the feeling it might have just been a pop-up, but actually got a decent piece of that ball. Bottom hand having to do a lot of work. Excellent strike. Nazir not that far away from a half-ton here.
Mid-off goes back to the boundary now. Would have been a chance if he was there last ball. Do go after Jaffer again. This is hanging up in the air, right back to the line and dropped. And it's going to be 6 more. It's 50 for Nazir. Had a big moment in the game because I think the Teef had a play on that. But it's another half a dozen to the total and a milestone for Fahim.
Generally pretty good outfielder. Mohammed Atif would have expected him to gobble that catch. Once again, it was a wide ball, which this time Nazir's tried to drag it to the leg side. Just out of reach. Probably needed to go maybe with the one hand, but it'll be another turning point in this contest.
This pulls the length back. That's going to be 4 more. They do go after Jafar Raza here. Goes magical. Nomads firming as heavy favourites now in this contest.
Super shot from Nazir. After driving in for consecutive maximos, he's probably fairly sure that next ball would be short of a length. Rocks onto the back foot, times it beautifully. And they are looking more and more confident, the boys from Zurich.
Hello to Medway, and I know he's part of the ECN Supporters Club Australia. Good to have you with us, and hello to Scotty from there as well. Hello to everyone that's tuning in. Ian is here from the Premier League Cricket Club as well. Thomas Martinez from Madrid. All right, well, we've got 22 off him. Do you really try and twist the knife? Or do you just control the strike? Last ball of the over. Second one. He's happy just to respect it. He knows it's a good over. And reminds in my old cricket days, when you want to keep the bowler on, maybe you give him a good last ball and you might get another go at them. It's 69 for 1 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Thanks so much for the interactions as well. We really love that. It's a key element, something that makes European cricket a little bit different. And a little bit different here for Pakai Care, who are up against the wall in this ECL contest.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we saw them really struggle to get past the Zagreb Assassins last night, we said during commentary then that it'll be really interesting when they come up against the Nomads. It will be a proper test of their capabilities. And at the moment, the Nomads look a step ahead of them, both with ball and with bat. And for so long as Nazir and Ahmed are out there, it's hard to see the Zurich team not chasing down this target.
Yeah, that's true.
Plenty to go.
They need wickets, they need them now. Let's go back to the live action at Teef. He tries a different strategy. It's just something I know you were talking about it last night when he was bowling as well, but he's got so many different tools and tactics that could be potentially effective for him. So most time you see this angle, you'd say it's quite defensive, but he's really able to accentuate that across the left-hander angle. He's always a threat of bringing the ball back as well. A bit like that. Nazir, well, be in trouble here. Well, it could have been lightning striking twice there. Nazir was slow to get going. Shy at the stumps, came in from Bikramjit Singh. Nazir would have been gone by a mile, but he survives.
As much as the Nomads have probably been the better team in this contest, Vinny, it's also just been a couple of key moments with obviously Hassan Ahmed running out, Babar with a direct hit in the first innings, the dropped catch, that fine leg when Nakvi, Khalil Ahmed collided. A few things going Pakai Care's way, and this could be a very different story.
It's well bowled, I think. And this is a good example of how you can use that wide line to your advantage. It seems a lot wider than it actually is. Past the line, I think it's definitely good.
Good ball, particularly to Ahmed. He'll be looking at that mid-wicket region, hoping that Ahmed drifts more onto the stumps.
This time he does throw the hands at it, and it's going to go for 4. It's going to be one bounce and over the rope. So, yeah, maybe a bit fortunate there for Hassan Ahmed. Just kind of threw the hands and accepted whatever came his way. Because it was down towards the end of the bat, it went kind of behind the fielder. He wasn't able to make the stop.
They've got that man deep or backward of point now, especially the angle that Atif's bowling. Probably a little bit too square on the previous delivery.
Sticking with the tactics, this time he drives, mid-off's up. So it's an interesting field placing actually, having the mid-off up as well. They're feeling that Atif's going to give enough width that you're not really going to be able to hit over mid-off that easily. Instead, they've gone for a third and a deep backward point. So feeling like there's going to be a lot of balls to the kind of the top right quarter as you look at it on your screen. There's also a man in the circle there. This is short, it's pulled, and well, it's fielded accidentally, or it's misfielded in the end. It hit the trailing leg of the fielder that went to ground, and put that in the book as well. Pakai Care fielding coach, if there was one, would be tearing his hair out. And it's 78 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, you can see Hassan Ahmed picked up that short ball very quickly, got into almost baseball striker stance, hammered it to the leg side, and Moshim can't stop it. 78 for 1 after 6. I'll tell you, the big question mark for Pakai Care, Vinny, they've only used 4 bowlers to date. Cameron and Atif have both gone through their 2. And Rabbani's coming back for his second now as well. So you're going to have Raza and the 5th bowler coming up with overs 8, 9 and 10.
You've still got Bubba that hasn't bowled.
Bubba with an older ball though. It's not the same proposition.
It's true. The newer ball hasn't been too effective so far in the series. Barney, great slow ball. Watch this one go. It's going to be caught. And well, Fahim Nazir just got completely diddled by that. And you wonder where he's going to bowl it. He bowls it first up. And so it's 78 for 2. Partnership is broken.
Yeah, lovely piece of bowling this from Rabbani, but Nazir will be disappointed with himself. He knows that's the main weapon of Rabbani. He's received it first delivery, checked the shot, and popped up a fairly simple catch. That's a big wicket, and certainly one that the Pack Care team desperately needed. It's an excellent innings from Zurich Nomad star, 57 off 26 with 7 maximos. But still a fair bit of work to do though, Vinny.
Yeah, and look, it was an excellent innings, but he just gets done by a high-class piece of bowling, and that's why Rabani's got that X factor, doesn't he? Easy catch for Yassine. Plenty of time to get under it.
Zabiola coming to the crease. He's probably actually been the Nomads' best bat across the first couple of games. Powerful striker. Want to get him early. Just push down the leg side. Attempted slower ball from Rabani. Didn't pull out too many of them in his first over. Suggest he'll see a few less on-speed balls in this particular contest. He knows that Zabiola loves to hit hard straight down the ground.
Zabiola hits that one off the end of the bat, really, but it's going to have enough to go for 4. So just to start, he was hoping for Nomads. Still tracking well in this chase.
God, that's absurd cricket, isn't it, Vinny? I don't think he's picked the slower ball whatsoever. Hit it off the tail end of the bat, and somehow it has still been timed well enough to go to the boundary.
Yeah.
Look at this on replay.
There
He's
he's
halfway through the shot already. Bottom of the big stick.
Just got pretty lucky with the ball went off the bat. There he goes, pace on, and not quite off the middle here, but it will be 4 more. So Zabi is keeping things moving forward for the Nomads.
Generally only deals in boundaries, Zabiola. That one was an on-speed ball. Probably not the greatest shot, not the greatest strike, to be honest. It's actually hit his glove first and then caught the bat another way around.
The old punch and hit coming in.
Unconventional but effective so far, Zabiola. But a couple of boundaries has made that chase look far easier. 34 off 21.
There's the slower ball this time. He does pick it. He launches it cloudwards. Might bring the rain. Maximo, what a hit.
Gorgeous strike. Saw yesterday some of the power this young man has. Look at the head stay down, the shoulder and arms rotating through. That's a lovely strike. Carried the boundary easily. He's broken the back of this chase in the space of 3 balls.
Big swing and a miss this time. They've got it down to around about 9 and over, just under. So they should cruise to victory here, but you just never know. Pack Care, a plucky team, and we know we've seen some nerves from the Nomads at times in this ECL.
Got to be one last moment of genius from Babar coming into bowl in the back end of the innings.
This is in the air. Oh, he never steps forward. Just kind of, he assumed it was going to bounce before him, or assumed it was going to carry, but he just kind of froze there, you see. And so you need wickets. I think that's the kind of ball you need to go for. End of the 7th over. It's 94 for 2.
A few discussions going on with Yassine amongst his teammates in the context of this game. You have to have a crack at the catch. Quick look ahead to match 7. Bruno, the Czech champions, up against the Zagreb Assassins. Session Arena and Sajid Khan coming into the team for the Assassins. They put in a mighty effort last night against Pack Care, almost taking them down, defending. That was a fairly mediocre total, but under lights, Pack Care made tough work of it. Bruno, very good first up against the Zurich Nomads, but comfortably beaten by Pack Care in their second game. They've had quite a break, been on show since game 3 yesterday, so they should be very fresh coming back here this morning.
All right, looking forward to that one. It won't start in 2 minutes. I assume it'll start in half an hour because this was delayed half an hour, but I'll let you know what I've got when I know. When they're trying to get the games back maybe a little bit closer to the start time than 30 minutes, but as soon as we have a confirmed start time for that, we'll let you know.
Jafar Azar, 23 off his first over. So over that really allowed the Nomads get into a centre position in this chase. What can the young man do coming back to bowl the 8th?
And he gets lit up here. Just picked up easily by Hassan Ahmed, who's a big boy. Maximo! 6 runs, and surely the Nomads have this in hand now.
That's his favourite hitting space, Hassan. Left armour just drifting, the ball ends up on off stump. Easy swing to the leg side. Glorious timing. He's got some power, Hassan Ahmed. It's been, looks like the Nomads should chase this comfortably, but victory for intelligent cricket from the Swiss champions today.
Big swing and a miss, but this one will be called a wide.
Very selective as to who they've targeted in this Pack-I Care lineup. Obviously set up by the fact that they bowled and fielded very well throughout the first innings for the most part. Played Cameron judiciously early.
Full toss, tries to muscle it up, and he does. Maximo! Steep learning curve here for Jaffa. We did see playing in a Spanish shirt not too long ago, but yeah, just missed his spot slightly, and the result 6 more. Now Nomads have it under a run of ball.
Yeah, he will feast on that all day, Hassan. Full toss, plenty of room to swing the arms, good connection straight down the ground. And fortunately for Jaffa Raza, he needed to step up for his team. The young man hasn't quite been able to deliver, but it'll be a learning experience for the young left arm paceman. Still 3 balls to go. Nomads now only needing 13 off 15 for victory.
Leg side, and just a pad on the way through, I think. So Hassan Ahmed, we got dropped. Calamitous effort. And we saw the keeper and fielder crash. He survived and helped engineer this chase.
Probably the defining moment of this game, wasn't it, Vinny? Hassan should have been back in the sheds. Nazir on a strike, hit a couple of boundaries.
It's going to be called. Jaffa feels like might have got a bit of the line. Armani thinks otherwise.
It's a pretty fair call. Tell you what, by Zabiola stepping out to the leg side, he had absolutely no chance of reaching this delivery.
It's a very hard one to judge, and that's why, you know, if they're not sure, they'll call it a wide. Falls into that category. Fielded off Jaffa's boot. That'll be a single. Nomads. Looks like they might do this with over and over to spare, the way things are going at the moment.
Tell you what, hasn't Zabiola impressed in the tournament so far? Vinny, he's made runs in all 3 of his innings. Certainly a young man capable of going hard and hitting big from the first moment that he steps out there.
A bit of a lucky one this time, thick inside edge. And that's going to run away for 4 more. So it hasn't been Pack-I Care's morning. It does throw the group into a bit of chaos, doesn't it, with them losing here. They've got a big showdown with the Budapest Blinders in match 8 coming up. And yeah, really, even the double chance isn't assured if they were to lose that one. That's the end of the over. Flying away to victory now. 115 for 2, just 6 runs required.
Sure, Hassan could have nutmegged himself any better. That last shot was actually quite a good ball from Raza, a little bit of late tail in. But when things aren't going your way, and they certainly haven't gone the way of the young man, this innings 43 off his 2 overs.
Well, Zabiola looks like he wants to finish it with a bang, but he swings straight through that first ball.
Bikramjit Singh coming on to bowl the 9. Nomads only 6 short of the target.
Well, there you go. And the Nomads will bring up a memorable victory against the former ECL champions here. They do it with 10 balls to spare. Set it up by taking some key wickets. Pack-I Care just outplayed here. It's got a country mile. I think you reflect on that game, Pack-I Care made some kind of elementary errors early in the game that came back to bite them, and the Nomads are ecstatic.
Yeah, when you're playing against the best of the best against each other, Vinny, it often does come down to just a couple of plays, and the Nomads took their chances for the most part in that game. Pack-I Care a little bit sloppy in their standards on a couple of occasions, both with the bat but also in the field. A couple of chances just not taken when there was the opportunity, and a thoroughly deserved victory for the Swiss champions. And the Nomads, after a fairly mediocre start to ECL 2025, have come back with a bang over their last 2 games, taking down the Budapest Blinders and now the group favourites Pakai Care, Badalona. And the Spanish champions, they've got a little bit of soul searching to do. Plenty of experience in their team, so I don't think they'll be panicking too much, but almost failing to chase the small target against the Assassins last night, and now being fairly well beaten, I think it's fair to say, by the Nomads. Nomads winning this with 10 balls to spare.
Yeah, and Pakai Care, a lot of talk about their top 3, or I suppose top 4. You can throw in Cameron into that as well. But you know, when you lose them in ways that you know are self-inflicted, the Baba run out. I hate to go back to it, but yeah, for him to run himself out like that, had to really battle to a fairly middling score, and then I think Nomads, they judged the pace to perfection in the chase. I mean, they were a little bit careful earlier on. A few people criticising why aren't they just going for everything. I think you see why. They still do it reasonably comfortably. Coming up next, we have Brno, who are taking on the Zagreb Assassins in match number 7. A couple of changes there. You can see the Assassins, they have brought in a couple of players, and see who's gone out of that team. Saran Das and Anupam Singh miss out, and I still don't have an exact start time. Maybe it'll come back to around about 15 minutes time. But let's have a look at these highlights. And well, happy birthday, Armani. Hassan is having a birthday today out there with umpire Shub, but really it was Kamran who wasn't able to cash in any presents here. Went wicketless, which is a rarity on ECN.
It certainly was, but disciplined batting and intelligent strategy from the Nomads throughout most of this chase. Fahim Nazir, he blunted the Mohamed Cameron attack for the most part. Some of the mood not really making a big impact with the bat so far in this tournament. He was done over by an excellent piece of bowling by Mohamed Atif, but that allowed Nazir to take control, and with his running mate Hassan Ahmed, that not only dealt with the most difficult bowlers early, but managed to keep the scoreboard ticking over with regularity. A couple of excellent shots from Nazir. He's just so untroubled at the crease. Got shots all around the ground, and it makes him an incredibly difficult customer to tie down.
Yeah, and Hassan survived that early life and then went on to build a really good partnership with Fahim Nazir. Fahim is such a class act, isn't he? And the temperament that he showed during that innings kind of got down to the fact that he had to do something pretty special to get it out. Ultimately, that moment would come. Hassan at the other end, another powerful left-hander, just was able to make good decisions under pressure, I think. This was a slow ball that absolutely did Nazir. Simple catch there for Mohamed Yassin. And Rabani did have his man, but then didn't really stop the boundaries towards the end. No signs of kind of panic in the chase. I think the Nomads, they just look a bit more settled. Katil Zabiullah came out and smashed 23 off 9 to finish things in pretty loud fashion, including a couple of really, really big bombs. Hassan, he ended up with 31 to his name, but it would be Zabiullah that would get the last word in this one, putting the last ball into outer space. That was after a slightly lucky run there for Hassan, but yeah, that was an absolute bomb, wasn't it? As Nomads fighting for the Swizz. They'll be saying hop Swizz, they hop to a win with 10 balls to spare.
Yeah, excellent game of T10 cricket that, Vinny, and as said, expect these two teams will be there or thereabouts towards the back end of this group of finals day, and the Nomads have ensured that both of them now have equivalent records, 2 wins and 1 loss, but with the Nomads with pretty good momentum going into their clash later on today up against the Zagreb Assassins representing Croatia. So quick look at that batting card. Fahim Nazir, he was the key for the Nomads, 57 off 26, used excellent judgment, blunted the Cami attack early on, and Hassan Ahmed and Katil Zabiullah, who continues his extremely impressive tournament, doing a good job to take them to the target in the later overs. Pakai Care Badalona, only 2 wickets from the bowlers. It's a rare lack of dismissals from that bowling lineup. Atif didn't bowl too badly, but a little bit wayward at times, and Rabani managed to get the big wicket of Nazir, but ultimately they targeted the young man Jafaraza, and that was what broke the back of the chase. So a fairly comfortable win from Zurich Nomads, game 1 of day 2.
It just shows you how crazy this group is, because the Nomads couldn't beat Bruno yesterday, and now they've beaten Pack Care, who've won this whole ECL before. Speaking of Bruno, they're no shrinking violets. They'll be back, and they're taking on the Assassins in a pretty crunch game for both teams. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into that one. So just confirming the time there, that we will start that game at 12:55 local. And so we'll see you in about 10 then for that big clash right here on ECN. You're watching the European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. ECL action continuing here in Spain with match number 7 in Group D. And this is going to be an intriguing contest between Brno, the champions of Czechia, and the Zagreb Assassins, the champions of Croatia. Ian Ramage has a giant coin in his hand. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
So Brno, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Assassins, the away team, you're going to call.
European cricket.
It's been called European cricket, it's come down European cricket. Who won the toss? Okay, toss won by Assassins, who will bat first.
So Vedran Zanko decides to have a bat after winning the giant coin toss. And look, Assassins, they suppose have relied heavily on Nashad Babu to make some runs at the top of the order. And when he did that, they were able to get some big runs. Unfortunately, they are without a win though on opening day, and so they have like a 3-point gap to make up to even make the finals tomorrow. So this, I think, becomes a really, really crucial game for the Assassins. If they don't win this, I don't really see a way that they can make it in. But for Brno, I mean, they started very well yesterday, didn't they? They got a big win against the Zurich Nomads. And then, of course, we saw them drop their second game to Pakai Care. But they were competitive. They did keep their point. I think that was pretty important in the scheme of things. So I think this will be a really entertaining game. Andrew Ryan is standing by. Ryan, I know you're looking forward to this. It's the Assassins who are going to have a hit first. Let's see if they can get a good score on the board here in match 7.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive preview. Vinny, Mr. Maximo Sandu out there in the middle with the two captains. And as you mentioned, this is a bit of a do-or-die contest for the Zagreb Assassins. They have been brave. They have pushed teams, in particular last night, Pakai Care, than anyone would have expected. But as it stands, they have no wins from their 2 games and quite far behind on the table, so they desperately need a big performance from this contest against the Czech champions Brno. They started off their tournament with a bang with an excellent win over the Zurich Nomads, came crashing down. They were comfortably beaten by Pakai Care in game number 2. The Zagreb Assassins, British power was unbelievable for them last night. Knocked over 2 of their most well-credentialed batters in Labar and Nakvi with some good stump-to-stump bowling, and then took a pair of stupendous catches in the outfield that were littering social media highlights from European cricket last night. So if you haven't seen those, then jump onto the Instagram page, and just wonderful stuff from British Power, who has really made quite a name for himself in this tournament to date. Another man who's made a bit of a name for himself is also Nashad Babu, the top order bat, who unfortunately for the Assassins was a victim to a fairly sloppy piece of running in the game last night. Ended up being run out through a direct hit by Mohamed Atif. Not dissimilar, although not as quite as an egregious bit of running as Mohamed Babar in that previous game against the Nomads, but either way, they'll stick around for a while today for the Assassins to put a good total on the board. Supercomputer giving them a 29% chance. And 2 at the crease now, Babu and Power. The 2 best players in the tournament to date. Much will be expected of them. Niraj Mishra taking the new ball for Brno. He was excellent. First contest against the Nomads. I remember had a nasty fall. Not even starting his over before he'd actually released a delivery. Then came back. And Fahim Nazir at LBW and just generally bowled very, very consistent, zippy line and length. Pretty uncomplicated with the ball, but moves it enough. Mishra puts it full. His head out to deep cover. Thought it was an opportunity for the Bruno fielder. Meet Ahmed. They out there in the deep cover boundary. The ball was in the air for quite a long time. He might have had his heart in his mouth for a moment. Shorter length from Mishra. Hurries up Power. Very good stump to stump bowler, Mishra. Does move the ball away a little bit from the batters, but gets in reasonably close to the stumps at the bowler's end, and so doesn't really need extravagant movement to create difficulties. Another good nibbler. Looks like he could bowl that line all day. Mishra, pretty efficient in his action. There's really not much that can go wrong with it. Good seam position. Plenty of vocals from the infield of the Czech champions as well. Know how important this opening partnership is for the Assassins. Lovely shot, only just evades the outstretched arm of fine leg. Power gets underway with the boundary. First time the Mishra has drifted onto the leg stump all over. Oh, just flicking it neatly. Power play, so fine leg inside the circle. They've got that fielder out at the deep cover. So Mishra's got a third man on the boundary. Another one down the leg side, and that's hit even more cleanly by Power. So consecutive boundaries. Rare to see Mishra lose his line. Consecutive balls. Lovely shot from, and he's had more success in the tournament with the ball in the field. On the ball of the over, wide of off stump, just enough tail away. Oh, we're not getting the front foot towards the pitch of the ball enough, and that's the end of an interesting opening over. A couple of good balls from Mishra, but the pair of boundaries from Power ensured that the Assassins have started brightly enough, 9 for none after the first. A man who is always bright in the microphone. Good to welcome back, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be back. And we'll visit both of these countries actually on the European Cricket Tour this year. We've got Czechia in June, so actually got a fair bit of cricket there. Maybe some T20 cricket there, and then we'll have our European Cricket Series, probably in 2 divisions as well, Challenger and Premier for the first time in Czechia. And then Croatia, listed for August. And yeah, imagine that would be held at Mladost again in Zagreb. But they've got quite a few nice cricket grounds in Croatia, including one on the beautiful island of Vis. It's a bit impractical for us to go to, but I really want to go anyway. Seems pretty cool.
Maximo Summer Tour. Short ball, hit high and hit healthily enough. That's a pretty good strike to a ball that would have been in an awkward position. Martab Khan coming on to bowl the second over for Bruno, and he's been welcomed in very inhospitable fashion.
Yeah, I mean, kind of went to the skies there, didn't he? Babu has been a bit of a barometer for this Assassins lineup. This is this one. But the Assassins now, they have an 0-6 record in ECL cricket. They're still searching for their first win. We did see them here last year. And they've been plucky. They've fought. Obviously, they fought to keep a point from their game last night against Paco Care. Otherwise, it'd be even tougher to qualify. But it's kind of a must-win here.
God, brings out the in-swinger. Nice little bit of movement. A good change-up. Babu looking to get onto the front foot. As it is, though. Khan showing he's got a few tricks up his sleeve. Full ball, big swing, outside edge. And that will go flying away to the boundary. The Assassins continuing to put some early runs on here. And Khan will be feeling a little bit deserved more, extracted the outside edge, but big swing from Abu, and 19 on the board with 2 balls left. This second over, and Vinny, importantly, no wickets down for the Assassins.
Yeah, look, I think you need a bit of luck if you're going to be competitive here as well. I think the predictor kind of tells you what's probably a fair difference between the two teams, about 70-30 at the start of this game.
And swinger comes out again, but Boo picks it early, deposits it over the long off boundary. Maximo and the Assassins, 25 for none.
Yeah, very decent start now. Bruno now kind of top heavy in their order as well. They do have some nice players through the middle, but as far as kind of playing that big innings, you've got 2 or 3 you think of. Stain and Ratul pretty important for them in the second half. Ratul the keeper for Bruno. That'll be the end of the over, and it's kind of middling kind of start, isn't it, for the Assassins? They're 28-26 without loss after 2.
Yeah, most importantly for the Assassins, as I said, no wickets down, because they're going to rely on these two, but in particular Babu, to really drive the innings forward. Quick look at what's happening in Group D, and those two teams putting a bit of space out now. Pakokau Badalona and the Zurich Nomads. But I tell you what, next up win for the Blinders, and doesn't that make things interesting?
Just with these two teams, you see there's a 3-point gap between them. And so what that means is that if it's just a normal win, even if the Assassins win 3-1, they haven't quite caught up yet.
Oh, it's flying down to third man, going to be out of reach of the fielder scooting around there. That's Ramaral.
Pretty good fielding. Ramaral was under attack in the outfield yesterday, dropped a couple of catches. I think he needs to pat this back, and then he was a bit worried what was happening, but luckily he was still inside the field. Yeah, so
he's an industrious fielder,
yeah,
Ramaral.
He is. I think they've actually put him there for after he had a bit of a tough time at deep point.
Sure, drifts onto the pads, but just go away for the leg by.
So the dream result here, obviously, as it always would be for any team, is 4 points for the Assassins. If they can get 4 points, they actually will overtake Bruno. And then they've each got a tough game to go. Assassins will play the Nomads, Bruno will play the Blinders. And really, I think they're similar difficulty for these two teams.
Mishra in the slot, slapped, Babu. It feels like he might be percolating with the bat. He's ready to unleash. That goes for a Maximo, and the Assassins moving towards a pretty nice power play score here.
Yeah, they sure are. Babu, just an absolute heater right now. And he's a guy that we've seen in the ECS Estonia last year. And right now, he's doing a very, very good job here at the Cardinal Oval. 4 more, takes him to 29.
Mishra tries to go for the off-speed ball. Babu sits and waits for it. Seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. It's a lovely strike straight down the ground. And the pressure has been turned on to the Czech champions. This is a very bright start from Zagreb Assassins. Babu already at 29. Mishra, his more expensive overs. Wide of off stump. And wide.
Yeah, I remember he hit a brilliant century in that ECS Estonia last year. It's quite a biggie as well. It's 133 not out. So Nashat Babu in 2024 was averaging 66 with the bat and striking at 250.
Oh, that was in the slot as well. Sat up, and a glorious strike down the ground by Babu. He rockets along to 35, I think, actually. Scoreboard struggling to keep up with this onslaught, but that's a delicious strike down the ground.
Yeah, rolling off cutter from Mishra, but he gets his hand caught in the cookie jar and gets pumped straight down the ground. So what a good performance this is so far. I suppose the question is, though, if Babu goes, who's going to keep up the pace? Not really a problem while he's there for the Croatian fans.
Over 15 and over, run rate at the moment. Oh, good judge. Oh, gee, that must have been close to a wide, particularly with the late swing. Mishra gets away with one. End of the power play, 45 for none.
It's very close. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like one we had yesterday. It's probably umpire's call. He was short, got some of the line, so he says, yep, I think it's good. Remember, it's got to be completely outside the line when it passes the crease. Umpire said that it wasn't. So fair enough. 9-17 and 19 in that power play. Assassins off to a very industrious start. 45 without loss.
Right, Ali coming on for the 4th over. He's been pretty useful with his, I was about to say dibbly-dobbly medium paces. I think it's a fair description of Rahe. Doesn't really exaggerate for pace most of the time.
Bowlers. Some bowlers appreciate that term. Maybe not all. If I called you a dibbly-dobbly, how would you?
I'd be furious.
Yeah. You don't have the dibbly-dobbly kind of frame, I'll tell you that. However, Rahat, I thought he did a pretty good job yesterday. He had a bit of a horror show when he was here for an ECL last time, so I'm glad to see him doing well. Anyway, over number 4, slot machine to bowl.
Wide ball. This one's called wide, and somehow it's escaped the clutches of the keeper. Looking back for the second, but Babu has absolutely no interest. Given how he is striking it at the moment, it's a good call.
One of the good things about being a dibbly-dobbly is that when the keeper misses the ball, it doesn't always go to the fence. I do think Ratul got a touch on that. Standing a long way back.
I was just about to say that. I cannot believe Ratul.
Maybe he mistook him for Afridi. By the way, you might notice no Afridi in the lineup today for Bruno.
Is there a story behind that?
I didn't know until I saw the teams, but Afridi has ongoing issues with shin splints and things like that, and just he's either rested or he's got a minor injury. Let's hope it's minor. Certainly seemed to get through the game okay yesterday in the games.
A few hairs out of place this morning that might have been
played well as well. I mean, you hate to see him missing out here.
It's good to see Ratul, instead of now keeping 15 metres back, has decided to walk up to the stumps.
Gone from show back to pace back to here.
It's floated wide of off and another wide. I suspect he probably hasn't forgotten from day to day the relative speeds of his pace attack. Maybe just trying to give Ali a bit of encouragement to push it through the air with a bit more zip.
All right, keeper up though to Rahat. Makes sense.
Swung high. Ball's dropped on him late though, so hasn't got a good piece, and actually a really, really solid catch in the outfield. And it's Noor Kande coming in from long off, and the first wicket down. Zagreb Assassins 49 for 1.
Yeah, it's a very good catch, especially with the kind of light clouds around the Cardam Oval today. But Kande made perfect position. It's a really tough one because it was so high that it was actually traveling at a pretty good speed by the time it was coming down. He made no mistake, and so it's just the wicket they needed as a bit of a steadier, isn't it, for Bruno? Because they were certainly losing that start. But Kande steps up and does a really good job. Let's have a look at that catch one more time. It's the end of British Power.
It's a very typical Rahat Ali dismissal, that, isn't it, Vinny? His balls hang up in the air, just drop a little bit shorter than you expect they're going to be.
Yeah, and just kind of lack of pace did Power. I think you're right there. Nice catch by Kande, and the Assassins are 49 for 1. New batter comes out, it's Yogesh Balage.
Good last night, Balage. Another floater, manages to hold his stroke long enough. And wonderful piece of fielding there.
Advantage rule there. But, yeah, Balage had a bit of a shocker in the first game yesterday when he got run out. Basically like an innocent bystander.
We've had a couple of comical run-outs.
We've had a couple. We've had
half of this group.
Yeah. Tend to see a few more at this level. That movement is kind of taking a few outside the wide line. And I was just thinking, one dead giveaway, when batters think there's an LBW that even they think is even remotely close, they'll take off for a run. And the idea is they're trying to give the body language that they're not too bothered about the appeal. But it is such a dead giveaway that they are bothered about the appeal. And I've seen so many run-outs, either the batter themselves or their partner. Sometimes they've gone through with it.
It's beaten the outside edge, but it's also beaten the wicket keeper. And, well, Ali has managed to get a ball through to the boundary as it goes through for byes. And that gives a little helpful kick.
Yeah, disappointed there, Ratul. Let me see if we can slice and dice what goes wrong here. But, I mean, you need to try and get your head over in line with the ball. You see It's just the bounce, actually. I mean, better technique would just take half step right, and if you misjudge the bounce, hits you in the middle of the chest. When you're trusting your hands outside the line of your body, then if more bounce, less bounce, you're going to miss the ball. So that's a really good example. It wasn't wide enough that he couldn't get over there. If it's really, really wide, sometimes you're forced, but it's just a little bit of a slight technical thing. I think cost them 4 runs. Did get extra bounce, we'll say that. Better over, though, for Bruno.
Considering the amount of extras, it's actually been a very good over in terms of defensive cricket.
I suppose the 4 buys don't go on my Hutt's figures.
True.
Better.
That's another wide.
See how he knew. Good keepers know when they've made a slight mistake as well. Just have a look at how he makes a real conscious effort to get his head behind the line of the ball here. But,
So Babu sitting there 36 off 15. Crucial that he gets through a few more overs. He's just out of rhythm a touch now after quite a boisterous start. It can almost be frustrating when you're a batter and you're feeling like you're on a heater. You're in rhythm.
Just want to
and then
feel
all of
the
a sudden
bat on ball.
you don't want to waste the wides, but you also want to feel bat on ball as much as possible.
Patience is a virtue. Still simmering. Rashid Babu. Here you go.
That's a pretty good ball from Ali to finish
What a
the
weird over.
It's one of the strangest overs I've seen. Lucky Rahed Ali doesn't have a long run up because there were a few extras to go through in that one. But at the end of the 4th, Zagreb Assassins 57 for 1.
Beautiful seam position there, but a little keeping tip there for Ratul, who is a very good keeper, we'll say that. But I remember keeping up, especially sometimes keeping up to quite fast bowlers, or actually the same principle applies, but faster bowlers are typically not moving the ball sideways as much. They're not turning the ball like a big spinner. So regardless, you should be trying to take the ball down the middle of your body, that line from your kind of between your eyes, your nose, your belly button. That's where ideally you want to be able to take the line of the ball, and you can use your body as a second line of defence. Kind of does it there. This is Naveed Ahmed coming on with some off spin.
So poor Rahed Ali had to bowl 11 deliveries in that last over.
Clock killer, actually. We haven't seen too many issues with the clock. It's another wide. They've really got this plan, I think, to stick outside the off stump, and that's fine. But you can't be bowling.
Tell me, if your old mate Ratul wanted to practice taking some balls wide of off stump, he's had no shortage of opportunities.
There we go.
Bit of an appeal, but it was a truncated one at best.
Yeah, you're right. I feel like this is a training drill. He just keeps getting worked over.
It's like the coach has just said, "We'll just plop a batter there for you. Just fire it wide of off. Give him some practice."
To fire one down leg side. There's another one.
Good movement on that occasion.
Yeah. Strong.
Decisive.
I don't want to get too nerdy on keeping, but strong outside foot. Establish your position.
Didn't he? You
Get
could
your
see
head
the
across.
thigh was engaged on that occasion. Finally, we've seen bat and ball collide. It's just a single down to long off.
All right, how are we going with clock? So they need to bowl 4 overs. Still should be okay. At the end of this over, there should be about 17 minutes. So there are more than 4 minutes and over. Should be okay. There is a
Blank ball, big outside edge flying down. And I tell you what, the fielder, Solanki, almost gave up on it. The ball was slowing down, and if he hadn't gone full tilt, I don't know, Vinny, could have saved the boundary.
Ball teased him. Never knew his own speed there, Solanki. And yeah, lucky the fence was there to stop the momentum.
That's in the slot. So after a short hiatus of Babu bashing, he's finally resumed normal service and takes himself up to 46 off 18 balls. Very good innings. He's one big strike away from a half century. And the Assassins 70 for 1, and we're not even through the first half of the innings.
Yeah, very good strike. And the Assassins like it. Last ball the 5th.
That one shot through a touch, so underneath edge. No run, so Ahmed goes for 14, and the Assassins, 5 overs done, 70 for 1.
Yeah, nice chance for us to welcome you into the comedy box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. And a special shout out to all our Croatian viewers who are probably watching from Croatia. I know some from other parts around of the world as well. There's a strong Australian Croatian connection as well with some of the tournaments like the Mediterranean Cricket League, for example. And so hello to all of you tuning in. Also hello to all of my Czech friends, and I've got plenty of them. And it's so nice to see actually Prague, which is kind of the bigger brother city to Brno in Czechia, and there's a big cricket rivalry there, but they're all 100% behind Brno. I want to see them do well in the tournament, and yeah, hello to all my friends at Czech Cricket and all the Czech cricket lovers out there.
You're quite a personality in Prague these days, aren't you, Max Mo?
I love Prague. It's a beautiful place. I don't think this is great for Balago though, because he's just had his stumps rearranged, and that looks like Suresh Ramarao comes on, and that's the end of Yogesh.
Tell you what, isn't that an alpha move from Ramarao too? Comes on, big in-swinger, and just says, nah, bit of a time pressure, don't need to celebrate the wicket, there's more coming, boys. That's a great start from a man who has had a somewhat torrid time at this tournament.
Yeah, all the energy of a football team that are 3-0 down in the 88th minute as he puts that one in and just jogs back. And say this, 60 seconds. You've got to get to the crease. Stretching it here. Balagi goes for 2 or 5. Good in-swing against him. And it's 70 for 2.
This is Sachin Arena, who's about to join Babu at the crease. For so long as Babu is there, can get some reasonable amount of the strike. The group will keep pushing along. But these little duckers from Ramarao coming out very nicely. Just stripped down for an easy single. Bring the rampaging Babu back on strike. That's come out of the hand. It's a big slow ball, but tickled it to fine leg. Solanke chases it, fires in the throw. Sorry, it's Aniket Paradekar, who's gone down there to fine leg. And they will roll through for the 2. Good running too, Vinny, isn't it? Because it brings Babu back on strike.
Yeah, it does. That's quite important at this stage. Everyone else playing a bit of a sport role. Supercomputer saying 31%, so Brno still favourites.
Big ducker from Ramarao. Played well by Babu, and they're going to push back for the second. And despite Rayner slipping, he's managed to make it back safely. Excellent running again.
Oh, one short. So for all that good running, it was bad running. So not only did Babu not touch his bat correctly, but he's now run into the other stumps. Look at this. Have a look at him. He's coming towards us here. It can't have been him. It must have been at the other end.
It certainly looked like he was safely in at the non-strikes end. Either way, coming back for the second, irrespective of being one short, it has brought Babu back onto strike.
Yeah. I don't know who didn't touch correctly here. Oh, it was at the other end. Okay, it was signaled by the bowler's end umpire, but it wasn't Babu. It was Rena.
Oh, short ball, and Babu launches it up towards the hill. That's a mighty strike, and quite a way to bring up your half-century. Wonderful batting from the Zagreb Assassins superstar.
Arena actually owes Babu 1 run, but Babu cashes in 6. Says no problem about that. Maximal says Carreras, fraction too short.
Could you imagine if he missed his half-century because of 1 short? Another big in-swinger. It's flicked down to long on for the 1.
Babu's 85 yesterday was a class knock as well. This is such a crunch match. And there's plenty more to be written in match 7. It's 81 for 2 after 6.
Does beg the question, Vinny, too, if Babu hadn't have got himself run out in what was a fairly poor piece of running for a player of his ability last night. Zurich Assassins go on and put another 25, 30 runs on the board.
I mean, he looks positively hustling compared to Mohamed Babar's run out this morning, Babu, but yeah, so we talked about it this morning, didn't we? The difference between some of the top players and some of the players that are kind of not quite top but promising, or inconsistent maybe you might call them. That's not inconsistent, that's going to be smashed. How far has that gone? It's going to make it onto the hill. Maximal says Carreras. Babu Oh, he is an assassin, and he's out to kill some bowling attacks. I was just going to say, though, some things in cricket are hard, some aren't, and running between the wickets and just giving it effort isn't that hard. Anyone can do it. So when you get out like that, you know, it's kind of it's a bad reflection, I suppose.
That's struck quite nicely on the offside. It will evade the fielder.
Well done.
Tumbling effort from, I think, Rahat Ali out there. Good throw coming in from Ramaral. They've only gone through for one, Vinny.
Did well because he deliberately slaps it, I think, towards his teammate. And he then was there in support. And Niraj Mishra, nice work. Rahat.
Swung around to the leg side, beats the despairing dive.
Oh, jeez.
And it's going to pull up just inside the boundary. Might be a chance for a 5 here.
It would have been a chance for 3, but they forgot to run. So they'll walk it too, which doesn't have very much. That was a perfect storm of kind of fielder getting a finger on it, going to ground, and the ball finishing just inside the boundary.
So the run's coming still really comfortably here for Zagreb Assassins.
One of our genuine 3s we've had. They haven't had many. Resulted in one of our all-time most viral clips. It was in Portugal. It ended quite badly for the batter.
Quite badly, depending on if you like being part of viral clips that have been shared across every social media platform known to man.
He's got a bit of a history. We're talking about Mohamed Shaikat. I'll name him. He's played in Croatia as well.
Big swing. Keeper takes the stumps off. And not sure. The batter looks like he's walking, which I thought it was fairly clearly out, but there was a moment where I did wonder whether or not the keeper had lost control of the ball.
No, the only question here is, does he stay behind the stumps? Yep, that's the end of that. It's very quick work from Ratul. Look how quick this is, really. It's one motion, goes bang, and that's your lot. So,
well, he's had plenty of practice taking the ball
yeah,
right off
true.
During the course of this innings.
New gloves, actually, Ratul. He's had so much of the ball in this game, but yeah, Navid Ahmed, see him amongst the wickets. Not often one of the top T10 bowlers, but I think he's got a lot of potential to translate his skills into this form of the game. Reena stumped for 3. It's 90 for 3.
Suraj Wadakar coming up to join the batting effort, and he's going back just as quickly. Stepped back, tried to pull that, and Ahmed has got another one to shoot through. He ends up with the delicious figures of 2 for 22 off 2.
What a mess.
And the Assassins 90 for 4.
Have a closer look at this. Yep, it was just through him before he knew too much about it. And so Navid with a great bang bang to finish his spell. And he'll be on a hat-trick he can never take, because that is the end of his 2 overs. Wadakar goes for a golden duck. And the score is 90 for 4.
That being too harsh, Vinny. Not particularly smart batting. If you'd been watching the previous 5 balls, the amount that it shot through at low height from a bowler, almost bowling some sidearmish spin. Sure, going back foot and trying to swing the leg was the play. But anyway, championship week coming up, but still a road to get there.
If you're going to make a duck, make it a golden. Don't waste any balls. Didn't steal the strike back. Babu will face up. You can see 3 names there on our championship week list, and still 4 to join them. There's a Croatian flag. Sandeep Tiwari comes on the bowl, and he's going to get smashed for a 4 first ball. Babu, a real one-man band stand here from the Zagreb Assassins opener.
Just get the feeling that Babu at the moment is really just trying to hit the ball as hard as he can. He's taking high backlift, really launching into it, striking it cleanly. It's a cracking knock.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on there? Oh, shoot. He's got the glasses on, but I think something flew under them. That's very off-putting.
The bowler sort of feels like he's half realised it, but has continued on with the delivery. But anyway,
wow. What flew under Shub's glasses? You won't find that signal in the umpire's manual.
Drifted on the leg, and Babu shows he's got the touch as well as the power. Flicked a fine to the fine leg fielder, and it's another boundary. So Zagreb Assassins, they are building towards a pretty competitive total, 98 for 4.
Sure are. They've never won a game here at the Cardimer Oval. It's their second ECL, Zagreb Assassins. With those super slow-mos, you get a really good look at seam position and how aerodynamics work around the ball. You can see the in-swing kind of ball angle with the seam tilted slightly to the right.
Tawari gets that one to tail away. It's Archfielder comes in off the boundary. And that's a nicely taken catch and ends what has been a destructive innings from Babu. He goes for 71 off 28, and the Assassins lose their 5th with 98 on the board.
Yeah, and so Babu just never really went after that one. He kind of poked at it. Interesting, the fielder, Rahat, I could argue he was out of position. He was off the boundary a good 5, 6, 7 metres, but then he anticipated the miss hit, but he judged it perfectly in the end. Rahat, who's got this job today to field out here. But have a look where he takes it. Takes it fair way off the rope.
Given how Babu has been striking the ball, that's a big gamble to take.
Yeah, exactly. It's Babu. He's going to go for a very, very well-made 71, 7/6s, 5/4s in there. He walks back 98 for 5, but that's a real kind of, it's a big turning point in the game. You've got one thing I like, you've got 2 native Croatian players at the crease. You've got Alan Magdalenic, who's facing up. This is going to be his first ball. Now, Alan, I still think he's probably more of a bowler than a batter. One thing he does bring is aggression. That comes from his baseball background. He's batting at number 7 here. And I remember I called, actually plays for the Zagreb Warriors in ECS cricket. He actually put together a pretty good score. And one of the games I was calling, made 30. Might have to hit that one.
Goes the big charge.
Yeah.
These two were actually very good in the Zagreb Assassins fight back against Pakai Care last night.
Yeah. It's great to see, players that probably never thought when they're growing up they'd be playing in a cricket match, let alone one at this level.
Short ball, big swing across the line.
Just to use a baseball term, he's kind of turning on it a little bit too much. He's losing his front shoulder here. He likes to pull because it's a comfortable zone for him. But you can see here that he's reaching so far. Just needs to keep that front shoulder in play a little bit longer. Kind of line drive it straighter.
Bowling from Tawari though, keeping it wide outside off.
Again,
a little bit of late movement, but it's called wide.
Wonder if that B's still in there. Let's have a look. I reckon this goes straight over the line. What do you reckon?
A bit of late tail away. I'll always defend the bowlers.
I'm taking the bowlers more often than usual, but yeah. Fair enough. Re-bowl it.
One hasn't missed off stump by too much, so a good finish to the over from Tawari. Ends up with 1 for 10, and the Assassins after 8 and even 100.
The tough thing when you're making these wide calls is that you can't really pinpoint exactly when the ball passes the crease, and that's when you're meant to judge it. So, yeah, when you're 24, 25 metres away, you're making a bit of a guess. And normally you're guessing when the batter swings, but that's assuming they time their swing perfectly, hey?
Big assumption.
Yeah, 100 for 5 though, after 8. And I suppose that's the correct call, because if you wasn't sure, give it a wide. That's the instruction. Okay.
Rammer out. Let's see if he can get one of those big innings to take the stumps down. It's a nice piece of bowling, but well tucked over to the leg side.
Oh.
Might be 2 here. That's excellent running.
Batter Dacre allows it. Had a good 9 or 10 metres to cover there to his left, but the batters noticed the opportunity and took the double. This time it'll count.
Excellent running.
Batter Dacre, he's fun to watch though. When he gets a bat, remember yesterday he came out and hit some pretty clean balls.
Not going to die wondering. Another good in-swinger, big appeal, but missing leg stump by probably a good couple of inches.
Razmalic, we actually saw him for Sir Oliver Split in the ECS last year.
It's a great team name.
It is. And do you know that Sir Oliver Split is named after a fictional character? It's not even, it sounds like it's named after a person. There is no Sir Oliver Split.
Do they represent Split, the city?
Yeah, Split the city. Yeah, just a coincidence. Oh, not a coincidence. They looked for that name and it matched the city and they said, right, cool. Someone was a fan of the book. Hello to Luca Woods. I know who's watching.
Nicely driven. They will manage to scoot through for the single as Ramarao can't fetch it in his follow through.
He just called yes and then second-guessed himself straight away when he saw the bowler might actually take it in his left hand. Would have had a crazy run out like the one that Stefan Gooch pulled off yesterday. If the bowler takes that, definitely getting a run out. That wicket was so huge. Babu.
Swing across the line. As I said, Magdalenic loves to look for that swat to the leg side.
Batting still to come. Just looking at it. Sajid Khan, veteran Zanko, the captain, Nigel Vincent, Peter Bosnak. Yeah. Magdalenic just needs a ball that's aimed at his bat and he'll be fine.
Big swing, gets some decent contact. Might fall in between 3 fielders.
I actually think the way Magdalenic is going at the moment, the fact he's not caught might work out for Bruno. I mean, there's a chance he might be able to get going, but certainly so far he's found it a bit tough to deal with. Different pitch as well. Totally understand the fielder bailing out there because he heard some pretty big footsteps coming in towards him. But just cost him a single. Razmilic faces up.
Slower ball, but it's nicely played out to leg.
He might go
Some
here.
thoughts about 2.
Uh-oh.
And oh, he's coming. This is going to be a tragic end. And fortunately, Magdalenic, who was desperately trying to turn the strike over again, just did 2 laps of the pitch extra.
Yeah, Magdalenic speak Croatian, but I think it was too complimentary. Side on, so it's not obvious whose call it is for this, but I think that Magdalenic is probably trying to be unselfish, knowing he's not hitting the ball that well. When you're not hitting boundaries, you look to manufacture runs the other way. So he just kind of put his head down and said, come on, let's go for it. And Razmilic was just happy with the single. We'll see it here on the replay, thanks to 2 circles. But you can see here, Magdalenic, number 7, goes, turns blind, probably another thing. And he tried to put the stop sign up there 3-4 times.
Sometimes non-verbal communication is a good thing. When you're running between the wickets in cricket, it's less effective. Doesn't
make a duck, though. So Magdalenic, popular cricketer as well. And just like I said, he's a very high-level baseball player. He's umpired softball at the Euros. He's a very interesting character. And like I said, he avoids the derrick at least. New batter comes out. Let's see if they can get some production.
Start of the 10th. It's just drilled straight back down. Almost a second run out in succession, but fortunately Nigel Vincent taking a slightly more conservative approach to scooting between the stumps.
Yeah, I learned something last night. I didn't know that Nigel was related to Lou Vincent, the former New Zealand cricketer, according to Corey anyway.
Allegedly.
I love Nigel. He's a specialist deep third fielder.
That's nicely struck. Tell you what, Field's got a bit of work to do out there in the covers, but controls well.
Good
Keep
shot.
it to a single.
So Razmilic has worked really hard with Sam Houghton, who we've seen playing for Croatia. We saw him in the Portugal Night Series recently, Sam. He's a bit of a journeyman. But I remember Sam really took Anthony under his wing, tried to work on his cricket, work on all his skills, and we've seen him popping up with some good cricket, both with the Croatian team and here for the Assassins. All right, here's Nigel.
Short ball. Vincent tries to guide it down to the 3rd man bound. Not sure how much Lou Vincent, who was a pretty strong hitter back in his day, would be happy with that shot selection.
71 for Babu. Next highest score, 9 from Power. Next highest score, 5 not out from Razmilic.
Vincent, dropped catch.
This is some great running here. Cops it in the culo.
Well, it's going to go as a dot in the scorebook, but there was a fair bit happening.
Oh boy, and I think that Nigel wanted to run. Obviously, then he just saw that Razmilic had to retreat, and then basically, it's an uncomfortable one. No padding there.
2 balls to go. He's outside off stump. Well, Razmilic is having absolutely none of this play.
There we
Missing.
go.
Oh, they'll scoot through for the second.
He's batless, Rhino. He's batless.
He's gone for the head first dive.
I reckon he's done it.
Talked about baseballers in the last couple of minutes. He's gone head first into second base, and I think he's safe.
Oh, I love it. I mean, Ratsul, he probably didn't need to throw underarm. Yeah, I mean, he didn't even throw overarm. He could have thrown underarm. But yeah, this is hustle. This is the old 1 brings 2. It's the short run from before that they've gotten back.
Brings Nigel back onto strike for this final ball. So they had 2 shies at the stumps that missed, and then Nigel loses his bat, just goes for the batless sprint, head first, and he's safe. Good hustle from the Assassins. Final ball, big swing down the ground. You know that Raz Milic is coming back for the second. Slight fumble, throw goes to the keeper's end, and actually that's probably pretty close. We will go up to the video as Nigel just decelerated unnecessarily coming in for the second run. It's a good bit of work from the keeper.
Yeah, so Rattle handles that well. I think the fielder wanted to skip off the pitch. It would have got to the keeper a bit quicker. But hey, you can't doubt the energy and the effort that the Assassins put into those last couple of overs just to try and get every possible run on the board. Certainly gave us a few interesting moments, but in the end, they'll just get 4 off that last over. They're only 5 off the over before that, and so I'll actually give you a stat here. Off the last 2.5 overs, there were only 11 runs. So that was after the dismissal of Babu. So it just shows you how much they found it tough.
I'll give you another stat.
Go on.
Babu, 71 off 28. The rest of the team combined 38 runs in the remaining 32 balls.
Yeah, you're exactly right there. So, yeah,
including extras.
Including extras. So if you take out the extras, that's 17 less. So that kind of tells you all you need to know for Bruno. It's a good fight back from them. They'll feel they're in a good position here. And, you know, with the openers the way that they are, if they can get on top early, maybe they still feel this is a 4-point opportunity. I think the priority, though, for the Czechs will just be to go out there and chase these 110 runs for victory.
Yeah, it certainly will. It was a nice bright start for the Assassins as Power and Babu, who have been their 2 stars for the tournament, joined forces at the top of the order, and they found the boundary fairly regularly, in particular being powered by some wonderful striking from Naushad Babu. There was the occasional flying outside edge, but got plenty of applause from the team no matter what. But anytime it was in the slot, Babu showing his power, striking straight down the ground.
Yeah, Assassins, they know how much Babu affects their well-being. But they're a team that they didn't score 100 in the ECL last year when they were here. So obviously he provides a bit of firepower up there. And it makes them competitive as well. Nura doing a good catch there to get power up for just 9. That would end up being the second highest score. See umpire Hemal as well out there in the middle for the first time today. A bit of a shift change for the umps. And change was required there after Balage got absolutely castled by Ramarao. So it was 2 and 2 there. And yeah, really, you could see that the Assassins, they were just struggling for production at the other end, weren't they? There's another shot on delivery from Navi, picked up a wicket, so he had 2 wickets in 2 balls. But look, it's a fighting effort, 109, probably 20 short, but at Burno, I mean, if they lose a few wickets, especially, no Riaz Afridi for late hitting, even though we didn't see him yesterday, I think that maybe we still get a contest here. Well, this was a little bit of a mix-up. I like what Kroom said. He said he couldn't hear, but you can't hear someone holding their hand up. Then we had the batless 2 as Vincent gets the shirt dirty. Then we had this one, which was going to be 2 as well. Just got a ball from about 3 or 4 meters. But in the end, 1 and done. Last ball, 109. Assassins. Let's see if they can reproduce some of that magic in the field from last night.
Their bowling attack, led by British Power, showed that they've got the capability of taking early wickets, so I wouldn't be writing this one in the book at all if I was the Brno Cricket Club. Still a fair bit of work to do, but Zagreb Assassins ending up with a total of 109 for 7 off their 10 overs. And so the boys from the Czech Republic will require 110 to win this game. Zagreb Assassins powered by tremendous continuing form of their opener wicketkeeper Naushad Babu, who struck 71 off 28. That innings featured 5 fours and 7 maximos. He was given a little bit of support early on by British Power, who played a couple of nice shots early on before he was eventually a victim of Ali from a nice catch from Noor Kande. But apart from that, there really wasn't too much in the book. Not a single other batter reaching double figures. Nice little cameo from Razmalic at the end. He ran very well between the wickets, but they probably needed Balage or someone of that nature to step up. Might have been able to reach the sort of 125, 130 region, but as it is, it's still a reasonable score on the board. Bruno, after a tough start, Niraj Mishra going for 28 off his 2 overs. Surprising to see him as loose as he was, but Rahat Ali took an important wicket in the middle, and then Ahmed with a double with his off spinners. So 109.7 is the Zagreb Assassin score, so leaving Bruno with 110 to chase for victory. And they will be looking to get their tournament back on track after a last start loss. We'll be back here on the European Cricket Network. It's Andrew Ryan with Vinny Sandhu. A few minutes' time, we will have the chase where Bruno looking to pick up their second win of ECL 2025.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European Cricket dedicated fans, welcome back to the Cuddamore Oval. It is Andrew Ryan here with the European Cricket Network to take you through the second half of the second game here on day 2 of Group D at ECL 2025. It is the champions from Czechia, Bruno, who have a little bit of work to do with the bat, trying to chase down what is a reasonable target set by the Zagreb Assassins, 110 in order to win the game. As far as the bonus point equation goes, the batting team needed to chase that down in 7 overs, which is probably somewhat more likely than the Assassins being able to keep the Czechia team to the bonus point target for them. But they're an enthusiastic group, and they took plenty of wickets early on against Pakai Badalona in the final game last night under lights. So they were feeling some level of confidence with the ball. In particular, British Power was very effective for them, nipping out Babar and Nakbi last night, and then following it up with a pair of absolutely sensational grabs in the field. Bruno top order has been led by Stain, who's been very consistent for them. The left-hander, he's an industrious player at the wicket, uses his feet well to create room. It's particularly strongly over the offside. Look to nurse them through this pursuit, and he's joined out there by the wicketkeeper Mohamed Uratul, who had a pretty good day with the gloves. Left-handed opening combination. Not the first time we have seen this approach in the group. He's going to be that man, British Power. Take the ball for the first over. Looks like he's going to start with it around the wicket line. Might blunt the impact of his away swing to the left-handers, but I suspect he'll be spearing this into the stumps, trying to bring in the LBW and bold opportunities. Supercomputers certainly thinking that Bruno, strong favourites in this chase. They did enough with the ball, despite the onslaught of Babu for the Zurich Assassins. A few moments. We'll be underway in the second innings of game 2. Short ball from Bauer, and that is very neatly and cleverly played by Ratul. He went with the swing, just got a neat little nibble, and sends it away for a first up boundary. And who, very, very good decision maker in his time at a cricket ground. Joining me back on the microphone, Mr. Vinny Sandu.
Loved a dab as well. And that was a genuine dab. There you go.
You even gave him a round of applause here in the commentary box, didn't you?
Only because it's a shot that I played quite often because you didn't have to do much. Just had to kind of hang the bat out there. There's nobody guarding that boundary.
Oh, he gets that one to come back in to Ratul. A little bit of bounce. Cut up a pitch as well.
This one was undabbable. I think he had it in his mind again, but have a look at this, the way this ball follows him. Comes in from outside the off stump.
He does get some extravagant swing power, and he can do it both ways.
Seems in a bit, doesn't it? Gets him in the pet shop.
He was thinking about the dab again, though.
Don't get carried away with the dab. Pay the price.
Let's come back in. Fairway as well. Excellent fielding over there from Peter Bojnak.
Bojnak's one of the guys that he's probably in my top 5 of people I'd want to sit and crack a can of something at the end of the day.
That is a huge call.
You know, it's a pretty long list. but Peter, he loves his cricket, and it's good to see him in the side. He's throwing his body around.
Good desperation. The field was brought into the team for the game last night.
He's not keeping because they've got Babu keeping, but he's actually also an amazing keeper with a trick I've never seen anyone else do, and I'll tell you in a minute.
Oh, a little bit wide of off stump.
So Pete, when he keeps, he doesn't wear inners, he just wears gloves, but he doesn't like throwing in the gloves. So when he takes the ball, he has this weird thing where he quickly rips the glove off, the ball comes out and he grabs it with his bare hand and he throws it to the fielder. And he's perfected it. And I don't wish any harm on Babu, but
So
if
he does this every ball.
every ball that he just takes the ball, like when he's back, and he has to throw it to a fielder.
Strike down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Ratul. Wasn't a bad ball for power by any stretch, but lovely timing.
Haven't really seen the best of Ratul with the bat yet, but he is dangerous up there. Actually, he jointly holds the record for most 4s in an ECS innings. ECN innings, actually.
A niche stat.
And 2 of the 3 records are actually in the same week. 17 4s in an innings. Let's just say that outfield was pretty rapid at Vinoj in Prague.
Short ball, tries to cut. Really angry with himself.
He knows he's gotten carried away with that because it brought him value early. That's why he's so annoyed at himself. Just needs to put his big boy pants on here, play some proper shots. Just tries to nerdle that, and if he nicked that, he would have been even more angry. So that'll be the end of the first over. And the score is 12 without loss. And now we're 45 matches since a golden ball. 45, the number that Michael Jordan wore, obviously, when he came back from retirement. And I do think the Bruno jersey's got a little bit of the Chicago Bulls.
You do think it's a sign?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think maybe it's time. Bruno have actually played and won a golden ball before. Did that. I went on about it a bit too long for Corey, who got bored with my stats yesterday, but it was a pretty interesting one because the batter actually didn't attempt the second straight away. I'll tell you why.
Nicely timed. That's actually delicious batting. Well, it's the second time in this innings that there's been applause from Maximo in the commentary box. Stain has just eased that through the offside.
Yeah, it's a very nice shot, isn't it? Just textbook, pure timing. The ball sprung off the bat and went for 4.
Geez, he's got a good top hand, Stain.
Look at this. Oh, bottle it. Every cricket purist will love that shot from Dylan Stain.
Gets inside the line, swings it to the fine leg area, pops just inside the boundary rope, but consecutive 4s for Stain.
Yeah, just go back to that golden ball though. What happened was Abhimanyu Singh was batting for United. He hit the ball to the outfield, obviously got to go for 2. He started the second. After 5 metres, he went back and touched his bat again. He realised he hadn't touched his bat correctly and it would have been a 1 short. The keeper fumbled, so if he if he hadn't had to stop, he would have made it. The keeper fumbled, but he was still run out just. And that's golden ball chaos for you. I wonder if the umpire would have noticed. I bet he's still running that Abernathy
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I'd be thinking is Stein drags the ball
can
to
you
the leg side. In the chaos of a golden ball, so easy to not concentrate on the one short ball.
Can you imagine though, and maybe this will happen one day, but it's pretty unlikely. Imagine running the two, thinking you've won the game, and then the umpire just brings out their arm for the one short signal and basically reverses the result. Yeah. We had one short in the first innings. So really, you could argue Bruno should be chasing 111. Wicket.
Our buy's hot on it. Just drifts down the leg side and a little bit off target at the moment. Wicket, he bowled pretty well yesterday for the Assassins. It's opening bowling partnerships where the strength of the Assassin lies with the ball.
Nice movement down the leg side from Babu. A few dark clouds around, but I suppose the halo over this ground continues. Got any rain?
Down the leg side, and Babu slowly and elegantly manages to parry it. Stop it going through for further runs, but Wicket not enjoying bowling to the pair of left-handers.
Makes sense to change the angle. Wicket. Get one going across. That's all. Still got no one guarding that little dab. Petty's thinking about it, but don't look to dab. Look to play a real shot first, and then dab if you need to.
Good Yorker. Drilled out to mid-on, fumble, so there won't be the opportunity for the run out.
Well, remember yesterday, Ratul got run out. It was a really good piece of work from Azim Nazir. Hit stumps from side on. But both these two, they've got their hesitation down to pretty much nothing. They will hit, they will run, and they'll both run, and then they'll kind of say to the fielding side, if you're good enough to run us out, good luck. But we're not going to hesitate.
It's better length from Wicket. Stein pops it up. The skipper, Zanko, takes a catch, and the fist pump in celebration. He knows that's a big wicket. Stein has been such a good player so far for Bruno in this tournament. That's a massive wicket, and Bruno 24 for 1.
Yeah, very good catch from Zanko. If he drops that, then probably feels like they dropped the match, doesn't it, with Stein? Such a good play, can see his class. But fine leg was back there, he went for it anyway. Zanko had plenty of time to settle under it. He leads his side so well, Vedran. He's obviously, it's quite unselfish the way he leads the side as well. We saw that last night, the Pack I Care game. But yeah, he took it and he was pumped up. Why wouldn't he be? Because that evens things up considerably. Stein has to go for 10, and it's 24 for 1.
Bit of a misjudgment from Stein. Normally his placement is so good. It looked like he deliberately whipped that down to the flying leg area, but Zanko stationed.
Still a
Perfect
shot.
spot.
You're not using the full face of the bat, so how you turn the bat matters. Wicket doesn't have a lot of pace to work with, otherwise a faster bowler it probably flies for 6 anyway. Kunde comes out at number 3.
Swing outside off stump. A little bit of late movement from Wicket, so his over got better once he returned to bowling over the wicket. And this match precariously placed. Bruno 24 for 1 after 2.
Really is. Ratul's a big key now that Stain's gone. Quick hellos. I want to say hello to Ederico, who is watching. Where are you watching from, Ederico? It always seems to be a different country. Hello to Paul Kempen as well. He's saying afternoon, Vinny and Rhino. And hello to Paul Stubbs, my very good friend, Paul Stubbs. Talking about Sir Oliver Split, and he actually mentioned, because I mentioned it came from a fictional work, it came from a comic. And now I can't find it, I'll have to scroll up a little bit, but that's where the Sir Oliver Split name comes from.
I was hoping you were talking about Paul Stubbs from Portugal.
Not Paul Stubbsy Stubbs.
Stubbsy?
The holder of the 13-ball duck. So this will be the old foot fielding from Yogesh, but it's effective, and they'll get through.
Effective, not convincing, but did enough. Bowler's come on for his second over. He's the gun bowler. They really need a wicket out of him here. And they'd love to have Ratul back in the sheds. So he's got 5 more balls to make an impact. Short, pulled. Good enough on it. Field is coming around. It's actually pretty nifty. Bit of work there. The ball sat up nicely. But was a little bit less convincing on that previous ball, but with a Solid piece of work in the outfield. Powell just a little bit too short at the moment. Got to give his swing a chance to take effect. Oh, ball's just top edge. Zanko and the keeper are raffling it. And Babu takes a really good catch over his shoulder. And that is a huge wicket for the Assassins. Talked about the power needed to get rid of Ratul if he can do so. And his keeper has backed him up well, 26 for 2.
Yeah, huge moment in the game. Ratul's never quite found full flight, has he, so far? And Assassins, it's important they catch well. The chances may not come too often, so you've got to hold on to them. Babu does. And Power breaks through with a wicket. What a series Power's having. Ratul out for 13. It's 26 for 2.
It's a really good catch, isn't it, Vinny? Probably won't be the most spectacular one that you'll see this week, but Babu is having to judge the flight of the ball, the top edge never easy, and taking it over his shoulder. Excellent grab.
I found the niche Sir Oliver reference. It's actually, the character is called just Sir Oliver, and the team is from Split, hence the team name is Sir Oliver Split.
What happened to, what was Sir Oliver about?
It's just a character from the Italian comic book series Alan Ford, created by Max Bunker and Magnus in 1969. And that's about as niche team name getting as you can have.
That really is, isn't it?
Yeah. Next to Paul for that.
Ball just defended. Smart up Khan has come out. So the two big guns back in the pavilion, and after a pretty reasonable start, Zagreb Assassins will feel this is a proper 50-50 game at this stage.
Hello, Darren, who's in the chat, asking who's going to commentate on the ECS in Hornchurch. We're actually quite lucky because we've got a couple of our ECN commentators who are based in the UK and can't commentate for us too often anymore, but they've actually put their hand up to do a bit of it. Obviously, I'll do a bit of it. Rico will do a bit of it. So you can have a real smorgasbord of ECN commentators. So hopefully we can get Tina there for a bit as well. Hopefully we can get Charlie Hunt there. Hopefully we can get Nish there as well. Yeah, I think we can get Charlie there. I think we can get Nish there for a bit. And obviously myself, Rico, and I think Corey is on a little bit of it as well. But we do juggle the series outside.
Almost enough to put an ECN team into ECS Hornchurch. That comes, I think, off the backside of Kande, but the finger's gone up. And Babu's taken a great grab, but I'm not sure about that one, Maximo.
Straight off thigh pad. Great catch. I actually think, I know Ratul knows it's hit thigh pad too, but it's just one you're going to have to wear. It's near the gloves, I guess. It's, yeah, if I'm batting, put it this way, I got to go back to the tents, and I'm not too happy.
Well, Norkande, he's not a particularly happy-looking man as he wanders back to the pavilion for 1 off 3, and that really has put the Assassins in the ascendancy now.
We'll get to see Nor's self-discipline skills here. I think he'd be so disappointed. I mean, maybe we can get one more look at it, but
irrespective of what it came off, Babu did an excellent job moving across to his left. Had to step quickly, execute the catch, but
great catch. It takes a bit of gloss off the catch. But yeah, I think you can understand what the umpire might have thought he saw, because the gloves were kind of in the area. Nor looks up and doesn't like what he sees. Anyway, it's Mahtab Khan who faces up because it's the 4th over now. He's been joined at the crease now by Shailendra Solanki.
Always, whenever I umpire, I really dislike those balls that are around the hip area. Glove and the thigh pad so close together.
I just think you better be absolutely sure, because you've always got 9 balls out of 10 down there, they come off the pad, they don't come off the bat. Sometimes you're lucky if the bat's a long way outside the pad, it's not really that confusing, but yeah, doesn't get the benefit of the doubt.
It's nicely flicked to the leg side, but it's going to be straight down the throat of deep mid-wicket. Sajid Khan with the celebration, and rightly so, as Bruno are collapsing here at Kardama. 4th wicket down and only 28 on the board.
Yeah, it's a nice catch taken out there, Sajid. Then puts it back out of the sky, tries to shoot it down. Just seems like the Assassins kind of game here. Everything rolling their way, and this group is descending into further chaos, isn't it? 28 for 4.
It's so unpredictable, isn't it, Vinny? And this is the Assassins who could easily have been waving goodbye to the tournament without a big win here. And yet last night could have taken down the ex-champions, Pack-I Care, pulling out probably the best celebration we've seen in Group D, and everything is rolling their way.
As an assassin, you don't often get to throw your own target in the air, but Solanke goes first ball. Just didn't get it hard enough to go over the field as such. It takes good catch. Another one that's been taken.
I mean, if Solanke wants to grasp at something, the aesthetics of the shot was very, very nice. Just happened to hit it straight to the fielder.
I'm sure that'll provide him some comfort as he reflects on his golden duck.
Short ball swung over to the offside, just out of the reach of, I think that's Power over there, which you don't want a ball going within 10 metres of him in the outfield, but much needed boundary. And you mentioned earlier the big unit, Badareka. He can hit a mean ball.
Got that one away from the power zone. And good effort from the fielder. Just going back to the court behind, I don't want to labour on it, but the batter did make a kind of one step towards the dressing room. I don't know if he did it on purpose or not. Maybe the umpire took that as a subtle cue that the batter was having a bit of guilt, but I think it's a bit of a rough one.
Big call, but things going the Assassins' way, and they've put themselves in with a great chance to potentially even pick up the bonus point. Probably a bit of a stretch still at the moment, but a couple more wickets quickly. Oh, it might be another one here,
Rattle.
top edge. Oh, the two fielders have left it to Babu. Andrew Ryan's going to go on one of his rants again about fielders not taking responsibility for catches when the keeper comes calling. Vinny, you justify it.
I'll go back to what I said earlier. Anything that the keeper can reach comfortably, they should take. But there's nothing comfortable about what he's doing here. He's having to sprint. He's going to have to dive full length, and he doesn't get there. And Peter Bosniak, we had a pretty good field in the background. But yeah, that's a keeper error that time, no doubt. He just, again, he made a split-second decision that he thought he could reach. He was wrong.
That's driven nicely. Powerful strike from Madhab Khan. So one error, an opportunity that is put down by the Assassins, suddenly gets compounded by a boundary next ball.
Yeah, nice shot. Hit very hard. And I'm curious that Vincent's been moved away from his regulation deep third position. We've seen the captain down there, Veteran Zanko, taking a catch. Kind of dived over that one, Nigel. Bruno, I know they're behind in this game, but they still feel that they, well, actually, the computer says they're ahead, but it doesn't feel like it, does it? The old reputation, maybe, carrying Bruno to 51% at the moment.
Still words going on between the triangular fielders involved in that dropped catch, Vinny. Nicely driven down the ground.
I mean, compared to the one in the earlier game where we saw Zain Natfi involved in a collision. Into the fourth over here, it's 39 for 4. Wadeka with a pretty good spell, 2 for 24, his figures. That time I know exactly what went on. It's a keeper error. He's called for one that he basically couldn't get to easily. The one earlier, Zain Natfi called for one that he could get to easily, and the fielder didn't get out of the way. That's the way I read it anyway. And that's the thing, calling. Sometimes one call's not enough, because it's natural that two fielders might call at the same time, and then you need to keep calling until someone basically gives up. And so,
well, the two fielders on that occasion basically just stood motionless, because
but I think they did
Babu
the right
was going hard and therefore couldn't even be in position.
I think they did the right thing. The fielders did the right thing, because if the keeper calls it, you have to respect the call. It's a keeper error. It just is. If the fielders start thinking they can overrule keepers, then you get what happened in the first game, where the keeper smashes into you.
Spoken like a true wicket keeper.
So everyone knows the pecking order goes wicket keepers, everybody else. Can I tell you?
Well, can I give you my version of it? So,
Go on.
I legitimately do this. When I'm bowling and a skied catch comes up that involves potentially multiple fielders, I will scream out who I want to take the catch.
I do that from the keeping position as well for outfield catches. Funny you mention that. But actually, I'm going to make a slight adjustment to the pecking order. And
Down the
bowler,
ground for one.
bowler is at the top. So, for example, a caught and bowled.
Yep.
If the bowler calls me off it, it's his problem.
So you'll defer to the bowler
Yeah,
for a
because
caught
his
and bowled.
wicket.
Yep.
So
he has the incentive.
Yeah, so
more
if
than
you drop
anyone.
your own catch,
Yep.
bad luck. Yeah, if I call it and they go no mine, I'm like, all right.
I've always been with the theory that the loudest voice should win.
Can I tell you
most
about
occasions
one of my keeping bloopers that I still remember?
after this lovely little leg
So
spinner.
I'm playing at the Wacker and it's the first grade final, and luckily it didn't matter too much, but there was probably the highest ball I've ever seen, went right up into the middle of the Wacker. Jason Berndorf was the bowler, and I called mine straight away. I had time to get there, and we're literally talking the middle of the pitch, and I'm watching it come down. I'm standing in the middle of the pitch. Out. Fantastic keeping this time from Babu. And so that was going to make Burno feel a little bit worse. It's actually a wide, but you can be stumped off a wide. Let's have a look at the replay.
There's a fair bit of side spin on this ball. Vinny Khan's given it a real rip. Well taken by the keeper, Babu, and clearly out. It's a nice piece of work with the gloves. Love to see, after we confirm this dismissal, he's taking it behind the stumps. I think we're all good there. Hopefully we can get the replay that shows just how much side spin that Khan put on that delivery.
So yeah, Babu with a brilliant catch. But you're right, it does absolutely rip, doesn't it? Matab kind of charges wildly. Probably a build-up of pressure as well. It's the rare wicket off a wide, and Sajid breaks through. Burno in all sorts of problems now. It's 42 for 5.
Babu's even doing a little dance. He's so happy with his work. Look at that. It's a good half foot of spin and
Near it.
big swing in the first place.
It's kind of just charging down without a real plan about where you're going to hit the ball, and yeah, didn't get close.
Another nicely flighted leg spinner. It's bowled.
2 here.
Good over here, Khan.
Oh, maybe not. Didn't run the first one particularly hard. Naveed has come out number 7. So yeah, just to finish my story. As it was coming, so I'd called mine. He's left it to me. He's probably 3-4 meters in front of me. I can sense him, Jason Berndorf, his bowler. As it came down, it just drifted away from me and towards him a little bit, just a couple of meters. That's up in the air, and that's going to be 6. Maximo. Fight back, perhaps, on the cards here for Burno. Need more of this. And Banadeka, he puts it up and over the top. Yeah, so just quickly to finish before we get back to it. I remember just silently sensing that maybe he will know now it's his. He did it. It bounced between us, and I've never seen, you know how hard the Wacker pitch is? I've never seen a ball bounce so high. It bounced up, actually ran another run while the ball was in the air. It bounced up about 3 or 4 stories. So yeah, mind reading doesn't often happen on the cricket field. 49 for 5 after 5. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Andrew Ryan with me. Hopefully you are enjoying this contest as much as we are. And in Group D, it is very unpredictable. We've got Pakakare coming up in the next game against the Blinders, who could go 0 for 2 in the day if they lose again. You've got Burno here. They were on fire at the start. Now they're struggling to beat the Assassins.
Yeah, I think the Assassins are on top here. The bowling attack's doing a good job. I like what I saw from Khan. Last over, popped up opportunity.
Nigel.
Go Nigel! Nigel's taken it! What a piece of magic from Lou Vincent's brother, and he's mobbed by the Zagreb Assassins. That is a huge moment in this game, Vinny.
What a hanger by Nigel Vincent. It was behind him. He had to hurl himself back with no regard for his own safety. I think the spectacles came off. I'm not sure if it was before, during, or after the catch. But what a classic from Nigel Vincent and Burno. They are really up the creek now. It's 49 for 6.
Come up with some of the best fielding moments of this tournament today. We'll have a look at this. Ball just got a little big on him. High ball, and Vincent's taken an absolute screamer.
Oh, right in the fingertips. What's the glasses? Where's the glasses? There they go. Nigel Vincent. What a catch. Oh, Burno, that sign of 2 facial expressions there. The bespectacled Nigel Vincent loses its specs, holds onto the ball.
And a wicket for Razmilic, first delivery. His little floaty out swing, he's got time!
Oh, no!
Should have been 2 in 2.
Oh no, Vedran, what have you done? He took one earlier. Would have been on a hat trick. Razmilic is still winning the game, but Vedran in out. I don't think the hand ever touches the ball.
Might have a nice bit of bruising on the
Dear
Zanko
me.
chest.
Oh, what a game. Surely they can't come up back from here, could they, Bruno? Or could they?
Tell you what, that bonus point, 77. A little floaty outswingers from Razmalic. They're grenades.
Boy. Seen an absolute hanger of a catch, and then a Class A, a AAA rated goober from Standard & Poor has been put down by the captain. And that's actually Nigel's normal position, because I don't know why, but I've always seen Nigel fielding there. Maybe it's because it's closest to the car park at the Lados ground.
Nigel's made covers his own. He's in the game again. Unfortunately, can't make an impact on that occasion, but Magdalenic comes back and keeps it to 1. It's all happening in this contest, man. It's a cracking T10 game. Doesn't your man, Aniket Badadeka, hold the key here for Bruno?
If you're smart here, I assume they are smart, you've got to make sure you don't get swept. You've got to make sure you get 77. You're 6 down, you still need 25. That should keep you in good stead for the finals.
Drop short, Badadeka. Not good contact, but unfortunately for him in a way.
Whoa!
Had a fielder go down like he's just been shot. I think that's Wadaka.
Well, the Assassins probably occasionally have the red laser dot on themselves as well. Watch out, interstage left. He's all right.
Razmalic drops a little bit short. Well taken by the Boo.
Chaos game. This is what the ECL is all about. In this game, we've got two teams. They can each beat each other in any given game. Seems it's the Assassins game, but you're just seeing a bit of chaos as well. Unbelievable catch taken, where I don't think Nigel was even looking, and then he lost his glasses, and we've seen a goober dropped. We've seen an absolute wipeout on the boundary.
Swung across the line, but dragged down to long on again. And that's the end of the 6th over. Pretty good one from Razmalic. And Bruno, 54 for 6.
Yeah, fantastic over from Razmalic. He's been working hard in his cricket. And I know that the Assassins, I know they didn't exactly come home with a wet sail with the bat, but you can see how all those runs were precious. That they were able to scramble towards the end.
There's a bit of flat Pavel Florin about the Razmalic delivery, isn't there?
Yeah, I can hear what you're saying. Yeah, he's good sportsman. Fields well. We've seen him take some good catches. But, all right, 4 overs left. They're only halfway to the score. It's always tough to double your score in 4 overs, especially against a guy who's bowling very well. Leggy gets chopped away from Ratul. So you need 14 and over. You basically need 2 boundaries and over.
Bowling an excellent little spell here, Sajid Khan. Got good control of his leg spin. Got a couple of bounce high off the pitch, giving it some air. Big swing across the line, huge appeal. Oh, the Bruno boys would have had their heart in their mouth for a moment.
I reckon this is really close. It doesn't spin down the line enough. Hemel's getting a real working over in his first game. Let's have a look. Pitches on line. Oh, it does it.
Just outside the line of leg stump, I think.
Very good decision, I think, in the end. There's certainly enough doubt there
Beautifully
to give it not out.
By Khan, though.
Good decision.
It's shorter, flatter, and it's spanked. Dragged across the leg side for a desperately needed Maximo. And the boys from Czechia, 62 for 6.
That's the thing. This game could get interesting very, very quickly. They are able to hit sixes. We know that about them. But you need a whole bunch of them here. I think Badadeka is he the man to step up in this spot.
He's an absolute tank, isn't he, Vinny? Ball rockets off his bat. Gets a chance to rock onto that back foot. That mid-wicket boundary is going to be peppered. Khan, 1 for 17. Still 3 balls of his second over to go. I'd love to see the back of this man. Lot of off stump. Not timed quite as well. Fielder coming round. It's an excellent grab, Alan Magdalenic. We've talked about his abilities in the field before. And Badadeka has, unfortunately for the Czechia boys, picked him out. Excellent catch and the 6th wicket down.
Running away with it now. Great catch by Magdalenic. Done a lot of baseball outfielding in his time, I think. And he just the way he judged the flight of that ball, took it with excellent technique. And this is what we love about European cricket. It's the diverse backgrounds within a team. And Magdalenic takes a really important one that's probably going for 6, I'm guessing, if he hadn't have grabbed it. And it's 7 down now. Bruno struggling still below that 70% mark as well, 62 for 7.
Oh, that bonus point is still in the equation for the Zagreb Assassins. Excellent judgment from Magdalenic, and wasn't the bowler happy? Gave him a big flying hug on the way through. How that guy goes for 20 off 10, 62 for 7. The leg spinner getting to bowl at a fresh batter, Suresh Ramarao.
Well, Magdalenic, nice work by him. Watches on.
Gives it no shortage of air. Dragged across the leg side for 1. And it is called a no ball too, so bad error from the leg spinner, particularly to a new bowler, new batter. And so Rahed Ali will get the benefit of the free hit here. Will have the opportunity to change his field, which he is looking towards the skipper. In terms of chasing down that bonus point, big ball. Ali strikes it down the ground, so it won't be any more damage than the 1. Magdalenic pounces it comfortably, so that's the end of a pretty useful spell from Sajid Khan. Sorry, he has got 1 ball to go, thanks to the no ball. Ramarao back on strike. Another one, big flighted leg spinner. Spins wide. Every run taking Bruno closer and closer to this bonus point. Short ball, wide again.
Yes, I wonder if they still think they can win it. I mean, they don't need 13.5 and over. Be a memorable one.
First things first. Oh, big flighted leggy, almost gets underneath the bat of Ramarao, but keeps it out. And another man with figures of 2 for 22 off 2. Richie Beno would be loving some of the outcomes from the bowling analysis today. It's a good pair from Khan, and at the end of the over, Bruno still short that bonus point total, Vinny, and that could be an important one for them when we get into the later stages of this group.
Yeah, I agree. It's down to 7, 67 for 7. And does this game have one last twist? I guess time will tell.
So 10 runs needed for that bonus point target. 43 required in 3 overs, which is still very doable for actually winning the game, full stop. Ali there on 5, Ramarao faced his 2 balls. Another wide. Magdalenic coming on. Just needs to bowl stump to stump here. We've got the lower order on strike. Need to make them do the work, but there's been a few too many gifts from the Assassins in recent deliveries. Ooh, stripped down the leg side. I thought Babu might have had a chance for a stumping, but fumbles the ball.
I don't think it was actually a chance and got his foot back, but certainly was interesting.
Bruno slowly making their way to this target thanks to some extras. Best chance, certainly for the Zagreb Assassins for that bonus point, is wickets, wickets, wickets. Bruno 7 down. Another one just pulled towards the offside. Magdalenic losing his line, bowled very well last night. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to recapture some of that magic.
Magdalenic took a good catch. It's a wicket here.
It's a good ball up in the block hole, but just driven out to the covers, and Nigel cannot keep him out of the game.
We saw Bruno bring up their first win in the ECL yesterday. That was after going winless in their first tournament. And looks like if things pan out the way it seems at the moment, we could see Zagreb Assassins do the same thing. So these two have a bit in common.
It's a tough over for Magdalenic.
Magdalenic, by the way, probably not a great time to bring this up, but he did hold the record for a while. The equal longest over, 16 balls, playing for Zagreb Warriors in October 2023. Luckily for him,
Got his money's worth from playing that game.
Since then, we've had a 17 ball and an 18 ball over. Having said that, what are we up to here? Let's see if Alan can get it right.
Well, Bruno might actually make their way to this bonus point total through extras.
Yeah, it's a tough one given the tournament situation because a 4-pointer would be so handy. Bruno, the likely team, I think, that they could edge out for 4th, Assassins.
Oh, nice delivery. Just nibbled back a touch and that pad pretty close together. Right, Ali, but not a bad shout.
I wonder if there's any bad in this, actually. Yeah, took maybe something on the way through. Maybe slight inside edge, but bowling.
Well stopped from Baboon. You can see Magdalena's just frustrated. He's not missing by much. Just a couple of balls just slightly drifting down the leg side. Must be frustrating for the young man.
He's only got 2 balls in this over, legal balls.
Big cut shot effort, manages to squeeze through one. So despite the extras, he's only gone for 8 off his 3 legal deliveries so far.
I'll get another look at that clock. That one is okay.
Nice piece of bowling from Zagreb Paceman. And carefully watched. Ali's playing this very sensibly.
Clever keeping, tries to frame the pitch, as we'd say. Basically ends up outside leg stump there, Babu, but umpire gets a good look at it. See if he can get this right now. That's one thing that's different about baseball compared to cricket. In cricket, once you start over, you've got to finish unless there's an injury.
Oh, he's hit him directly in front, and the finger goes up. There is still a chance of the bonus point, Vinny, and Magdalenic has hypnotised Rahat Ali with a succession of wide balls. Finally gets a Yorker on target. Ali tries to swing it to leg, and he's plumb LBW.
Oh, dear me. Hitting leg stump. The last thing you'd be expecting after that, it might be the cleverest over we've ever seen. The last thing you're expecting is a ball that could actually hit the wicket. There's a full toss, and it just plays all around. Magdalenic, he likes to do his work slowly. And I've lost count of how many balls are in this over, but Rahat is going to have to go. He's 8th to fall, 76 for 8.
Oh, the bonus point, Vinny, it's still in play. Can Magdalenic fire out 2 batters in his last 2 balls? As Niraj Mishra comes out. Oh, little edge, and the skipper does well, but he can't prevent the single.
It's just good net run rate boost if they were to knock him over in early 80s. I think now you see they have made it to 77, Bruno, so they will take a point out of the game. Assassins will have to settle for 3, assuming they do still win the game. Imagine a big 6 out of the ground could be interesting.
Nibble out for the offside, and I'll tell you what, in the scorebook, an over of 1 for 11. Doesn't look too bad in the overall scheme of things. Bruno, 78 for 8, and Magdalenic, well, it picks up a wicket in this game. Well bowled.
Our computer's actually packed up, so I'll try and let you know how many balls are in that over.
Broken
I don't think he's close to his record or the record, but you can see now, we know.
Did you say it's an equally held record?
It was. There's been 3 16-ball overs. He's bowled one of them, but since then we've had a 17 and an 18. 3 overs in 1.
Ouch. That's a good ball.
Have you ever had the yips when you're bowling and just cannot?
For a good 3.5 years, I think.
Really?
Yeah. The later stages in the UK when I was there, just somehow I couldn't stop bowling beamers at batters' heads. It's not great when you've only got a couple that you can legitimately do. As that's a lovely strike.
There you go.
From Mishra.
Maybe the dream's still alive here. 31 off 11. A couple more of those. I came back from Indoor Cricket Nationals once and went back to my home court, and the run-up was a bit shorter. And I never bowl wide, I think I bowled an 11-ball over.
Oh.
And it's in the last over where they all have to be re-bowled. It was a bit of a tough one.
The ball's floated up. Should be a catch. Well taken, Magdalenic. You can't keep him out of it. The Assassin's Archer brought out for the 2nd time today. And that's a nice little wicket for Razmilic, and Bruno, 85 for 9.
Well, I mean, he shoots for the stars there, Magdalenic. If you look at his last over, Wasn't exactly Lee Harvey Oswald, was he? But that time he's on target. He judges it perfectly. And they're down to their last man, Bruno, 85 for 9.
It's probably a good thing to have an arrow in the hand rather than a shotgun. But this is one step away from a very well-deserved victory. The Zagreb Assassins, they fielded well, they bowled solidly, and they've been in control for the majority of this bowling innings, haven't they, Vinny?
Yeah, they have been. Just got a bit too square on there. I think got nothing to lose here. Might as well just go for it.
Big swing out to the leg side. Contact's not so solid as this is Sandeep Tiwari coming out at number 11.
I say that, but what you have got to lose is net run rate against a possible rival for 4th/5th. So maybe you just, maybe you just try and scramble to, 95 to 100 here.
Squeeze out every run possible. Big full toss on the leg side. Must have taken a little tickle of the pat. No, it is called
Got a no ball actually for height. So Rasmulic getting a second over here. Checks one out. Yeah, fair enough. Remember, if it hits him in the hip, standing at the crease, and it's a wide, so umpires aren't sure. That'll be a no ball, I should say, not a wide. Free hit.
That ball has taken an eternity to come down. It's brilliantly bowled by Rasmulic, and Ramarao was missed out on a golden opportunity to keep Bruno in this chase.
Falling away, body weight falling away to leg. This has been a great spell from Rasmulic.
A short ball and a very, very neat little tuck to the leg side from Ramarao. He gets himself back onto strike at the end of the 9th over. Bruno, 88 for 9.
Great stuff from Anthony there. It looks like they're going back to Magdalenic here in the last over. So, score?
Well, for the sake of the Assassins, let's hope he doesn't come out with one of these 16 ball overs. Vinny?
They're backing him in. I like that. Coming up, by the way, Budapest Blinders versus Paco Care. It's been a really good game, I think. Paco Care winning the toss and electing to bowl. And we won't be starting in about a minute. We'll be starting a bit later. I'll let you know exactly when Kajla comes in for the Blinders. He's actually saved a lot of runs there, Babu. So they need 22 off 6. Make that 21. 9 wickets down. A real vote of confidence in Magdalenic to finish this off.
He's not missing by much on a lot of those leg side balls, Vinny.
We have seen this many off a last over to win before.
There we go, that's one of them. Hit straight down the ground, catching opportunity. It's taken. What a moment for the boys from Croatia. Excellent catch from Sajid Khan, and the move to go back to Magdalenic works the treat. A huge, huge victory for the Zagreb Assassins.
Well, tell me you've got that. Oh, that's so good. Oh, Sajid, the chest bump of the ages. But, oh, well, please, I hope we got a slow-mo of that. But what I will say is that Magdalenic will take the final wicket. They trusted some of their Indigenous players to come in and finish the job off. Even you go back to that first innings where they had to kind of graft, kind of last 2-3 overs, 2.5 overs after Babu was dismissed. And so, yeah, they had to do it the hard way. And Assassins, congratulations. 12 months since they first appeared at the Carlton Oval. Finally, they have won a match, and they'll have a real sense of optimism going into their second game of the day, which will be against the Nomads. It's been kind of hot and cold for Bruno. Well, it's a tough pill to swallow for them. They had a golden opportunity to kind of lock down a spot in the 4, but now they're going to have to fight for it. And they play the Blinders under lights tonight, so I guess we'll see if the series is, if the qualification is still alive after that. Well done to the Assassins, though. Thumbs up there from Zanko. One thing's really clear, and both teams this applies to, they really love their cricket. They really love the stage and their chance to go out there and try and perform for their clubs. And it was a very, very entertaining game. In the end, it was the Assassins that shut down Bruno in match number 7.
Yep, couldn't agree more, Vinny.
Just checking.
Plucked out match 7 at the last moment, but nothing more than the Assassins deserve, to be fair. They came up against a good Bruno side, and things didn't go completely their way. A couple of nice shots early from Ratul and Stain, but eventually it was the captain, Zanko, came up with a good catch down there at fine leg, and that was a huge dismissal because it was really, really going to be tough for them to keep the two left-handed openers at bay, but this was maybe a big turning point too. Pradesh Power coming towards the end of his 2-over spell gets a big one off what we think was probably more thigh pad than glove, but the finger goes up, and all round the catching, particularly from that man Sajid Khan, who brought his leg spinners to the pitch with some good overs. He took a couple of good catches. Keen player for the Zagreb Assassins today. That big rip and leg spinner, well taken by Babu. Vinny would have been impressed.
Yeah, it's good. This is one time you do have to kind of stay close enough to stumps to be able to sweep the bails off. That's exactly what Babu did. But, I mean, you mentioned Zanko took a good catch down there, deep third, but he also dropped an absolute goober, didn't he? We'll probably get to that in a moment. But, hey, credit to the Assassins. That was an amazing catch. Oh, our boy, Vincent, went flying through the air, got in the fingertips, lost the spectacles, and...
Well, he couldn't see. The boys from Bruno couldn't watch. And despite the best efforts of Butter Eckhart trying to swing the ball all around the field, it was actually a really good catch in the boundary by Magdalenic, which eventually sent him packing. And from that point on, the Zagreb Assassins probably really only needed to do the basics to close the game. It was a great wicket there from the Croat paceman. The full toss, ramming into the stumps if the big pad of Rad Ali wasn't on the way. Niraj Mishra came up with one nice strike before he was eventually dismissed and was the victim of another good catch. And all in all, the Assassins fielded very well today. They built on what they were able to do against Pakai Care last night. And you'd have to say they're coming in as one of the form teams to the latter stages of day 2 here of Group D. In the end, it was closed by Sajid Khan after the captain bravely went back to Magdalenic for a second over. Brilliant stuff all round, and just a huge moment for Croatian cricket. Well done to the Assassins.
Yeah, they still have to make up a point and some net run rate on Bruno, but, you know, they've still got a shot. I mean, if Assassins can even keep their point against the Nomads and Bruno don't against the Blinders tonight, then we've got a tie for 4th. It'll go to net run rate. So, look, either team can upset. I think probably get them through in the remaining game, but what an historic moment for the Assassins as they will win their first match ever at the European Cricket League. 20 off 10 for Badadeka, but the openers did not quite go the way they wanted, staying with 13. Ratul with 10 up there. Kante, I still think he got a bit of a rough one, given caught behind down the leg side for one. And who knows what might have been. And unfortunately for Bruno, despite the 18 extras as well, they weren't actually able to get too close to that target of 110. And the bowlers, well, it's always nice when you see the wickets split. We had 5 different bowlers take 2 wickets.
Could not split them any more cleanly than that. And British Power doing a pretty good job at the top of the order. I thought Wadaka was pretty impressive, and Sajid Khan a little bit wayward with his leg spinners, but provided some good variety. So in the end, it is a debut victory for the Zagreb Assassins. They have taken down Bruno, the Czechia champions, in a big boil over here, and that keeps Group D very alive, very interesting. We will come back for the 3rd game, I think, Vinny. Quick time check.
Quick time check. So we will be starting in 10 minutes. So it'll only be 5 minutes that we're off the air or so, 5 or 6. And we'll be back. The Blinders versus Pakai Care. When we return, Rhino, you can step out and enjoy your lunch. You've certainly earned it. But Coy Ruckers will be back in with me when we return to the Cardiff Oval in Spain for more European Cricket League. The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. 2 games into day 2 of Group D, and coming up next, a real showdown between Pakai Care Badalona of Spain and the Budapest Blinders of Hungary. Match 8 in Group D coming your way, but first let's get to the coin toss with Ian Ramage and the 2 skippers.
Okay, Blinders, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Pakai Care, the away team, you'll call. Andalucía has been called. Oh, it's come to Andalucía, so you won the toss.
Bowling first.
Okay, toss won by Pakai Care, who will bowl first.
So Pakai Care of Spain, they win the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So we'll probably see Mohamed Kamran unleashed in the first over. I'm really looking forward to this clash between the top order of the Blinders that have had a pretty good 12 months, but taking on Cammy, it's going to be something different. Watch out for Abbas Ghani. He had a bit of an off day yesterday, but maybe he can come back into form. Be a great time to do it. But the Blinders, again, they had a mixed day yesterday, 1-1. Jason van der Merwe, though, I think he's a bit of a barometer for their batting. And here's one guy that probably will feel like he's equipped to deal with that raw pace. For Pakai Care Badalona, though, let's talk about their morning, and they did go down to the Nomads, so it's kind of thrown this group into a bit of chaos. So I think these are 2 teams that have aspirations of making the top 2, not just the top 4, and this game could have a lot to do with that. Pakai Care, don't forget, it's their last chance to get points because it's their 4th game in the group. Corey Rucker's standing by. I know you know these 2 teams very, very well. Corey, welcome. Let's get ready for match 8 with Pakai Care winning the toss, bowling first. I know you're looking forward to this one. Over to you in the dream box.
Thank you very much. Vinny, Sandu, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you're watching from around the globe. Looking forward to this one as the Budapest Blinders take on Pakai Care Badalona. And it does promise to be an interesting encounter. This group's wide open. Everyone's beating everyone, and tough to call who will progress through Group D. We'll find out tomorrow once the finals hit us. But for now, it's moving day, and in a couple of hours, we will have 1 team eliminated from this group. So we're almost set to go. We'll have a look at the lineups and what's in front of us. And it does promise to be a very interesting encounter. Both teams extremely top-heavy with the bat, and then it falls away a bit. For the Blinders, it's Abbas Ghani, van der Merwe, Stefan Gooch, Mars Baji. They really need that top 4 to get firing. But same for Pakai Care Badalona. They are a lot thinner this year. Baba, Yassin and Nakvi in the top 3. But after that, they're sort of missing the bigger names we know on the network. And they've definitely shown some fragilities. They're more a bowling team this year, so they'll need to restrict the runs and chase it down after. For the Blinders, I think if they can score anything in that 125 region, they'll be very happy indeed. There's big van der Merwe making his way out to the middle. From all reports, he's enjoyed his time so far with the Blinders, the Budapest Blinders, that is, the national champs of Hungary, as I welcome all the viewers around the world. Hope you're ready for some exciting cricket action. It does promise to be an enthralling afternoon, a couple of upsets, and I think that's pretty fair when you look at the supercomputer, 55-45. Both teams desperate for another win. Just pushing for that second chance. The second chance means so much in T10 cricket. And I think this contest up front might dictate where this game goes. You've got Ghani and van der Merwe taking on probably Mohamed Kamran, maybe Baba, maybe Mohamed Atif. So the first 3 overs could really show us where this match might be headed. We'll have to wait and see. It's Mohamed Kamran, aka Hitman 2.0. He's got the ball in hand, and it'll be Ghani facing first up. Deep backward square leg and a deep third. Pretty traditional T20 field this, and actually more of a gully as well. So the umpire says play. We're all set to go. Ball 1 of this T10 encounter. Beats the bat Nice pace, and Garney is going to fight fire with fire. If you get any edge on that, I think Cammy's just pulled out a sweep from his pocket. I think he forgot he had a lolly in his pocket there, gave it to the umpire. Well, it is Assad's birthday. So that's a little present from player to umpire. That's a nice shot from Garney. Made a good noise off the bat, and he gets it away for 6. Well, yesterday Garney got out from the cross bat shot twice early in his innings. Not this time. He got every piece of that. 6 runs to the total. Nice shot. Confidence building shot for Abbas Garney, who does have a reputation for hitting some pretty big sixes. If he can get onto a bit of a heater here, he really could set his team up and just sort of feel 120, 125 against this Pakai Care batting lineup. It does play. Oh, that's quicker and shorter. And that really tested him out. And, well, I think Cameron didn't enjoy getting hit that previous delivery. Puts a couple of kilometres quicker on this one. Let's have a closer look. It's a perfect short ball at chest height as I welcome back Vinny Sandu. Vinny, this should be a good game.
There's one game on the calendar, even though we saw the fixtures all at once and there's 120 odd games, but this is one we looked at and thought this is going to be a really interesting one. That one's gone straight through his legs. It's gone straight through the keeper's legs. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's a double tunnel ball, and it'll be 4-leg buys.
Oh, it's the old double nutmeg. It goes through the batsman's legs, and then it goes through the keeper's legs.
How does this happen? Unbelievable.
Let's have a closer look. He gets it to swing late, straight through the legs.
1 set, and then
2 sets.
Yeah. Find me that ever happening in the world before. It's pretty rare. Well, Cameron, I'd be thrilled. It's a genuine Yorker this time, just jabbed out. That was quick though. It's gone wicketless today, Cameron, so far.
Yeah, he's got his Yorker going. That was actually close to a return catch.
Yeah.
Just lobbed it over him. Lucky indeed. Actually not a bad single. I think this is a good for Pakai to have 1 ball at Van der Merwe. 5 versus fire here.
Yeah, Van der Merwe. He's going to face up last ball, the first. Good looking shot. Oh, Garney runs for no reason.
Oh,
would have been,
he's hit him. I reckon.
It could be out then.
Well, Garney could be out.
Well,
the ball's still live. It could go for 4. They're going to run a single.
I reckon he's out.
This is close. They've run a single, just in case it's a not out.
Yeah. But now the umpire's going to call for it.
Can you believe it?
Unless I'm seeing things, I think this is gone.
It's a Mohammed Atif again, and he's done it again. He got a run out from there last night, also same spot. Garney, what have you done?
I knew he was out as well, Garney. It wasn't even close, to be honest. And really, that was all on him. Van der Merwe pushed a point and never took off.
What a throw from Mohammed. He got a run out last night, identical spot, ran Babu out.
Yeah, I know. And Babu wasn't really running. Yeah, Mohammed Atif, what a deadeye in the field. And Garney, he had all the confidence of that 6 that he hit off Cameron, but then he just was too over-eager to take off from the non-striker's end. And Atif has a look, hits him. A little bit of magic from the fizz. Garney walks back for 7. It's 11 for 1.
Garney's tough time at Cardham Roval continues. He went on the hit. There was never a single there. It went straight to the fizz, and well, he affected the run out. This is our 2025 calendar. Vinny, give me 1 spot you're excited to go to.
I will give you, just 1 if I open my eyes now. I'm going to say Jersey, because number 1, we haven't been there, and number 2, you're going to be there with me.
Potentially.
So you.
I can't promise anything.
But I think we worked out there's 11 locations that weren't in the calendar last year.
Valencia, Spain would be fun.
Papa is coming back to bowl a second over. And this is going to be some sort of extras. Stefan Gooch has come out, and it's going to start with 4-leg buys. That's 8-leg buys so far. Here's the Papa. Gets the ball.
Well, leg buys are having a good game. 8-leg buys.
Yeah, so I think 5 are brand new and 6 are places we might have gone to before, but we went at last year, so we've had a bit of a break.
Big partnership this, Vin. These two, obviously, the more senior players in the lineup. They'll be looking for a pretty big partnership.
Gooch. He's happy to respect the ball early in his innings.
Gucci's a more traditional cricketer. He doesn't mind facing a ball or two and building his innings. Bubba, he's been struggling with a shoulder injury for a while, and you can see there he's just grimacing. He hasn't bowled too much of late, so just needs to fight through a little bit of pain.
Cut shot, picks out the fielder though. Well done there. By the way, I know you're a big Muhammad Atif fan. He's approaching a milestone. I think we might have talked about it last night. I think now he's on 197 ECN wickets.
It's crazy, isn't it? He'll be the first to 200 by some distance.
Could do it today.
By some distance, first to 200?
Easily.
Must be.
Easily.
Actually try and think of all the teams he represents. Gooch gets himself off the mark. Paco Care, Spain, Team Europe.
Yeah.
He's played in ECS as ECIs.
Yeah. Having said it, yeah, he's been.
What's his career economy?
His career economy out of the 270 games he's played, he's bowled in 202 of them, and his career economy is 10.88.
Very good.
That's
when
playing
you bowl.
pretty much exclusively at Barcelona and here.
Yeah, Barcelona and here, the ball flies. Here we go, Van der Merwe back on strike here. Love to get one out the middle.
Full toss, not a great ball. That's going to be clipped away for 4. So Jason Van der Merwe off the mark.
Yeah, Van der Merwe holds a lot of keys to the bus here. If he gets going, not many teams rein him back in. Not out the middle of the bat, but he'll get 4 for his trouble.
You know your Babu run out last night where he kind of took it easy. Well, Bubba saw him and raised him this morning. In case it caught looking at the ball in the middle of the pitch and then got run out by Hassan Ahmed. Ran around from keeper.
Nothing better than the club cricket dismissals, Vinny. Sometimes there's a lot of egg on the face.
Takes him on down the ground and gets him. Maximo. 4 and 6 to pick up sticks for Van der Merwe, who's picking up the pace. Launches that one out of the ground. That'll be the end of the over as well. It's 26 for 1.
Yeah, lovely shot, over pitched, and Van der Merwe is not going to miss out on that. Just goes straight down the barrel. Confidence building stroke. 26 for 1.
So this table is a pretty interesting look at the moment, isn't it? Because we had the Assassins catching up almost to Bruno in the last game. But you can see with Paco dropping that game this morning, the Blinders can actually, with a 3-1 win, the Blinders would actually tie Paco here. But the Blinders still have a game in hand tonight. They just need a point maybe to go top. But then you still got the Nomads in the equation as well, who are 2 and 1. Here's Cameron. First one. Past Gooch before he gets the bat down.
I think a Blinders win here would almost confirm a double chance, pretty much, with the way it's looking. But yeah, very interesting group how it's worked out. I think all these teams are quite even. I think they're all top heavy with the bat and a little bit frail in the middle.
Steph has actually umpired Cameron so many times, but this will be the first time he's actually faced him. True.
Different sort of angle to be at.
Scary angle. It's a good shot though. He's able to get bat on it, and if you get bat on the ball to Cameron, it's going to fly. 4 carreras.
If you get any bat on it, it does fly. That almost went for 6. So just goes to show any bat's good bat when the ball's coming at a certain pace.
They missed a trick not having a fielder back there. Or was the fielder just very fine?
They had one.
Yeah.
They do have it. They have it more for the edge, but that was off the middle of the bat.
They got fine leg back. I don't know if that's the line he's bowling. It's hard to imagine.
Yeah, but he'll use a bumper.
Heads.
He'll use a bumper.
But if it hits the bat, will it not go for 6?
Well, he got one caught there yesterday.
Now pitches up, driven through the offside. That's going to be 4. So Gooch winning the battle at the moment, and Cameron running out of bullets in the chamber.
Well, good shot, because you don't. I think when players try and hit Cammy over the top, it's not as effective. You can play traditional cricket against this pace, and that's just a nice drive. He's got more fielders behind the wicket than in front of the wicket, so good positive stroke. Good contest in this match so far.
It's a really good battle.
Paco Care know this is the partnership as well.
Happy to keep it out. I think if you take 16 or so off Cameron's 2 overs, you're generally pretty happy if he goes wicketless.
Probably the most clapped dot ball I've ever seen at Cardimer Oval. They were pumped up about that forward defence.
Everyone knows.
No, but that's because that's the role. It's
Yeah.
okay. They know if you just try and eat these 2 overs for 20, that's pretty much a win.
2 left, says the birthday boy. Nasad Ali.
Just thinking, will he go full or will he fire 1 in short here?
Air of anticipation.
Oh.
Gets up on him. Gooch keeps it down. Wore that one in the glove, I think.
No, that one might have rattled the bottom of the thumb. So, good contest between the two. Gooch with 2 very nice strokes. Cameron beat the bat and then rocked him on the thumb. Nice contest. Good to see bat versus ball at good level.
Good old-fashioned.
Good old-fashioned cricket.
Isn't it?
It is tough cricket. Love tough cricket.
Last chance for Cameron. Hasn't got a wicket in 3.5 overs today. Goes for the Yorker. Gooch pushes, runs, dives, gets there. So none for 16 for Cameron. An enthralling contest so far. The Blinders of Hungary are 35 for 1 after 3.
I think honours even between Gooch and Cameron there, but Cameron didn't pick up the wickets today, but none for 16 sets the team up now because 2 overs in the power play. I think a lot of players are starting to realise if you just get through his 2, that's a better option than trying to take him down.
Yeah, I think so. You can see a couple fly off the bat anyway. 11, 15 and 9.
I think the biggest issue that Pakai Care are finding is that Rabani, Atif and these guys are having good tournament, but Baba with the ball and Jafar Raza with the ball haven't clicked. So there's 4 overs that you really should try and take down.
I wonder if they'll think about maybe trying some other options. I mean, you've got Asad Abbas who bowls leg spin there. You've got Bikramjit Singh we've seen used as a death bowler. I've got a feeling they might go to him just with Jafar Raza struggling a little bit. Anyway, back to Baba for now. First one. Gets a bit close to Gooch, who misses it.
Yeah, missed out on his favoured cut shot there. It's one of his more enjoyable strokes, I suppose. He just kept cramping him with the angle. I think Nakvi thought he was going to hit it because he reacted very late.
They're probably setting up. You still need to set up for a potential outside edge there. I think it was actually a pretty good position.
I can't believe it hasn't rained here again.
It's raining very lightly, but only lightly. It was a loose shot from Gooch that time. Went charging. Almost lost his pole.
A good comeback this from Mohamed Baba. He got hit for a big 6 off his last ball in the previous over, but yeah, that's a loose shot from Gooch. That's a little bit more uncharacteristic. Don't see him come down the crease and play a sort of hoik. I think he's good when he stays deep.
He's kind of got that accuracy back. Baba now just kind of threatening to do a bit with the ball.
I think this is a good single here because Van der Merwe, I think, will enjoy Baba's pace. Not too much zip in it, and he's going to try and tee this up. If Baba gets too full or too straight, this could go a long way.
I think key with Baba here, he doesn't want to get too full to
It's the way he
Van der
bowls,
Merwe.
isn't it?
It'll seem like it's drivable, but it's just not quite. It's not quite full enough. Van der Merwe, built like Popeye. And he's bowled him. Well, big moment in the game there. Van der Merwe tried to feast on the leg side, but it crashes into off stump, and Baba is back with a bang. It's a huge wicket, and the Blinders now 36 for 2.
Well, it was heavyweight versus heavyweight, really, on the ECN network, and it was full. You talked about his length, though. You said that sometimes his length isn't as full as it feels, and that's perfect from Baba. He gets one through. I think Van der Merwe would be disappointed he missed out on that one.
Baba, by the way, he's tried to dye his beard blonde with...
Is this actually true?
That's what he told me.
He's talking.
He hasn't really... Well, it's definitely... It's a weird yellow colour. But anyway...
He's talking a bit of smack.
I'm telling you right now that it's got a yellowish tinge. But have a look, see, yeah. Cross seamer.
Just a decent length, top of the stump sort of length.
Yeah, the odds were play that with straight bat. Van der Merwe will know that. Walks back for 10. 36 for 2. And yesterday when Van der Merwe failed, the Blinders did kind of capitulate a little bit with the bat.
They had a tough time with the bat, but from the reports, they've got some power. Mars Baji had a tough day at the office, but we've seen some from time to time he can whack it. Can he get going today? They need a partnership now.
2 to come in this over. I think they'll go to a teeth in the 5th. Happy to get off the mark with that instant today. Had a strange one yesterday, Marzi. LBW shout, probably in the super slow-mo, you could tell what happened. It kind of went pat, bad, pad. Did I say that?
No.
Pad,
Pad, bat.
pad.
Maybe just pad, bat.
No, it went pad, bat, pad. It was a
I don't think so.
100%.
Pad, bat. It went out to deep square.
That's what happened. Flicked off the pad.
You weren't here, Vinny.
I saw the replay. You were probably talking junk. Last ball, the fourth. Walks at this and he'll get a single. Babar with a pretty successful return to the bowling crease. He takes 1 for 14 and the score is 38 for 2.
So the way Pakai Care are setting up, if they have these 4 overs at the top, now they feel they're in complete control. So you've got 2 slower ball bowlers coming in. But I think they might need to consider using Jaffa Raza a bit earlier and stop maybe using him deep and putting a bit more pressure on him.
Well, actually, they did that this morning. He bowled the 5th this morning.
How'd it go?
Not too great for him.
Okay.
So, I think they had the same line of thinking that you did. But I think maybe you're looking at, like, to be honest, Bikramjit Singh.
You think he golfers a bit with the ball?
I think he had that role in ECS cricket, and he would bowl towards the end. It's part-timer, but maybe it's just been old, a bit more experienced. I still think Jaffa's the guy you want to give overs to. I mean, I still think he gets an over here, and then, you know, depending on how it goes, maybe he gets a second, maybe he doesn't. But
I think the other thing here as well, blinders just have to realise this isn't the Pakai Care evolved. They don't look like a team that can hit 150. So if they can still make 120 here, or maybe even 110, they're definitely in the game.
Here's Ati, the fizz. Thick inside edge from Gooch. He'll get a single and over to Masbaji. So you got 2 kind of ECN personalities at the crease for the blinders, which is, they have actually seen Atif bowl a lot, but don't think they would have faced him before.
Yeah, there's always a different sort of feeling when you then got to go out to the middle. Masbaji, he loves that sort of pick up. It's like a standing sweep almost. He'll try and get around court, but Atif's not an easy player to play that against.
Marzi has been overusing that shot or trying that to almost every line. Let's see how he goes here. Let's see him accessing the offside. Now they're going to get a run. Goes under Asad Abbas.
It's terrible fielding. It should have been a dot ball. It was rolling at 1 kilometre an hour. I don't know how he missed
hard
it.
Enough for it to hurt his nail, and I don't quite know where that's hit him, Asad.
It's a big single to give away. Could you get the left-hander back on strike? Ati wants to bowl to right-handed, so a bit of a mistake there. I think Gooch is, he's seen 15 now. I think Gooch is going to try line one up.
Don't have charging to play there against Atif. Gets a lot of bounce. Misses out. Blinders just hitting a bit of a flat spot.
Yeah, just struggling at the moment with the tall left-handers with the ball. That one cramping him for room, just followed him.
Yeah, you get inside it, it's a wide, you get bat on it, you get runs, but that's kind of worst case scenario. We haven't had a boundary now for 12 deliveries.
I think how many boundaries off the bat?
There's been 3 4s and 2 6s. I should say in those last 12 deliveries, there's only been 6 runs. Takes this on though, mid-off's up, not that it would have mattered. Maximal, 6 carreras.
Well, that's a confidence-building shot. They needed something just to get going, and look, 46 for 2 doesn't look like much, but we've seen the fragilities in the Pakai Care batting lineup. 115 plays here. Nice shot from Gooch, just finding maybe a little bit of rhythm now.
Yeah, nicely played. Knew he had a bit of an insurance policy, just had to get it over the infielder there. It's amazing when you concentrate on that, how far the ball can fly. Edged, and that's going to run away for 4, even with the third pretty fine. As Gooch rides his luck, gets 4 more.
Well, you got to take your chance, your arm sometimes, and fortune favours the brave. Tiff adjusts his length, Gooch throws the hands, but a thick edge flies over Nakvi, the keeper. 4 more runs. Good contest, Vin. Enjoying this game so far?
Yeah, looking forward to it for a while, like we said.
I still think 110 plays. The partnership here is important.
Gooch, as he approach this.
I think he might nudge this one, maybe try and get on strike for the next over, or do you think he takes it on?
Depends. Liked it, mishit it. He gets the best of both worlds. That'll be a single. Gooch moves to 24, and the blinders at the end of 5 are 51 for 2. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us. I know we're going around the world on many, many international broadcast partners. This is the European Cricket League. I'm Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. I've got Corey Ruckers with me. How was your morning? What did you get up to?
Actually, preparation.
Okay, I'm worried, but tell me
the
more.
The better half gets here tomorrow, so stock the fridges. Got a couple of days off next week and plan some good activities. So
I'm sure that's there's plenty to do here on the Costa del Sol. Big thank you also to La Junta de Andalucía.
I'm doing the Caminito del Rey.
Are you doing the Caminito del Rey?
That's what it's called, right? Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
a
great.
beautiful hike
Very
in the mountains.
Look that up. Yeah, and
Went and bought my hiking boots.
So many things to do. No, you won't need it. It's pretty easy. You'll be able to handle it with your fitness. Anyway, good small talk. Let's get back to the game. It's going to be Rabani who's going to bowl, and he's going to get drilled for a single first ball.
Yeah, one down the ground. 52 for 2.
Caminito del Rey is something that it solved what I imagine if you'd lived there in the 1920s or so, if you had to go to school, you had to hike about 90 minutes through the mountains.
Yeah.
But they built part of it is the bridge that you just don't have to do that anymore.
Okay.
So you can relate to it, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to it. There's some beautiful activity. Might go to Ronda again. There's a beautiful town not too far away.
Pace on from Rabani.
That's one that I think Bargy would be disappointed. Short ball. Would love to have got that away. Just needs that boundary, you feel, Bargy, just to get that confidence going.
Interesting they did bat him at number 4 again. I mean, after yesterday, would you have done that?
I think that you don't ride someone off on the first innings of a tournament. I think that would be a bit too much. If you see another innings like that, then you might have to make a change.
They had a few down the order that came in and did hit the ball a bit better, so I suppose you're right.
That's super well bowled. He's basically taken the air out the ball.
He's still got that fast arm action over, so it's a difficult one to pick. 111 expected, seems a bit light on.
Well, if these two can get through this over, get them to 60, then they've still got 2 overs from the 5th bowler.
Yeah, well, see, earlier with Bubba, not really factoring as a bowler, they kind of had 4 overs to target, I suppose. Well, that time he picks it and he hits it high into the sky. That one really does fly. Maximo 6 carreras.
Well, half volley's a half volley, and that takes him into the 30. So 31 now for Gooch. Starting to get going, 31 off 22. If he can be there till the end, they'll get to a score that's defendable.
That's the thing with that over-spinning slower ball, is it does kind of suit driving on the up. Just gives you a bit more height to work with. I'll knock this one into the gap. There'll only be a single there.
Yeah. One more run to Gooch.
Second down in the over, though, they haven't really been able to.
Just haven't had that big over that they'd love.
Over so far, 11, 15, 9, 3, 13. We've had 9 off this one with the ball to go.
I think they must be thinking also that there's 12 balls still that will come from the 5th bowler who hasn't had a good tournament for Pakai Care yet. So if they can target that player, whoever it might be, 120 is still possible.
Slow ball. Pickett hits him square in the back. End of the 6th. And the score is 60 for 2.
So 60 for 2.
4 overs to go, 8 wickets in hand. Are you considering making a switch here, Corey?
For Bargy?
Yeah, it's too early. He's faced
Is it
4 balls for 3.
Am I in coach mode or friendship mode?
Well, you're a better coach than you are a friend, so let's say coach.
Zing. Not bad from you, Vincenzo. No, 8 extras so far, Vin. All leg buys, no wides, no balls. Pretty disciplined so far.
True.
Here is where they won't go to the 5th bowler. They threw it to Jaffa, but then they changed their mind because they know this is an important partnership, so they're going to go back to the Fizz. Not sure on that. I think I would have gone Jaffa here.
Yeah, well, Baji, if he does get on, I think for me he's got about 2 balls to make something happen. Unless he's burning another over. Clipped away, fielder comes around and holds it. So there will be a switch. It's the 198th ECN wicket for Mohamed Atif as Gooch holds out for 32. And the score is 60 for 3.
Well, they went to the more senior bowler besides Jaffa Rise. They went to Mohamed Atif, and this time he cramps him for a bit of room and a good length. Gooch goes for a 32 off 23. Not a bad innings, but he'll be disappointed to get out now because he was just building a good platform.
Need some of the hitters to come in and click into gear straight away. I think it's Rabani that took the catch out there at deep mid wicket. Check it out in the replay.
It's that cutter again, just cramped him for a little bit of room. He got a fair piece of it.
Yeah, probably got too much of it. Otherwise it would have been safe. It would have gone on the bounce, but nice super slow-mo shot. That dismissal, Gooch. Battles for 32, does hit 2 6s, 3 4s in there, 60 for 3.
Yeah, it's not a bad innings. Usually we'd say that's a bit slow, but with the team they've got, it might not be the worst. They do need that cameo from someone here, though. Just someone to step up and do a job. But maybe Farasat's that player.
Farasat, he's had an interesting innings in the second game yesterday. At times looked all at sea. I think you picked it. When the ball's in his zone, he absolutely nails it. But these balls that aren't quite in his zone, he can look a little bit ungainly at the crease. And he's going to go straight away, but it's skied. Bubba wants it, but it's going to be held. Oh, what a catch. And then that's Yassine, he's gone back. I thought Bubba called him off it, but Yassine was committed to the cause. Atif's on a hat-trick. There's wicket number 199. Imagine bringing up a hat-trick with your 200th ECN wicket.
Well, what a catch from Yassine, who's had plenty of knee injuries in his past. He made good ground. He turned and went. He had an ACL a couple of years ago. That's a seriously good catch. And you're right, the Fizz is on a hat-trick. 199 wickets. Well, is it in the stars, Vinny, to get your 200th wicket on the network, the first player to cross the barrier? He couldn't do it with a hat-trick, could he?
Oh, it would be theatre. It'd be right up there with Shane Warne's 700th wicket at the MCG. In ECN terms, at least.
What a catch.
What an amazing catch. I was worried he was still going to end up over the boundary. I was wondering how long it would take him to stop. But Yassine, what a grab.
Well, here we go. We're on 200.
All right.
Watch. Oh, and the Fizz is going to come around the wicket out of nowhere. He's feeling. That means he's stump hunting.
All right. Well, Jacob Mulder is the new batter for
Slips
the Blinders. Hat-trick ball. And Atif on 199 wickets.
Oh, he's wasted it.
Hit something, I think.
Yeah, it's hit his leg. Oh, it's a wasted ball. And look at that cheeky smile. When he comes around the wicket, he's got one thing in mind. He wants to hit the stumps. Just got it wrong. Kisses the pad.
Kisses off the pad. Bang into the boot of Naqvi as well. So he's only got 3 more chances to do this today, Mohamed Atif. Otherwise left to wait for the
Pretty amazing when we started this network. Did we ever think one bowler would get 200
even when
wickets?
we met hundreds of players at once, there was something special about Atif back in 2020. Oh, that's in the air. Could this be number 200? Oh, just gets away. And it goes to the boundary. We have to check. Is it 4 or 6? To be fair, it was a long, long chase. And I think general feeling is it's 4 runs, but we'll take a closer look.
Well, that could have been the moment. The fielder came screaming around. It's that big off cutter. He sort of hit it well, sort of didn't. It's sort of in between. And the fielder just couldn't get around to it. Might be 6, you know.
It is 6. It is 6. There you go. Maximo time.
There you go. Hit it a little bit better than I thought.
All right, Mulder.
Will he do it, Vin?
I'll be happy for him if he does. I'll do it with that. So he has to scramble back. A little bit of Twister. You mentioned Twister last night in the movie. What about Twister, the board game?
Well, yeah, I'm not allowed to play anymore. It's banned in 9 countries. But yeah, let's not talk about that. 66-4, a little bit of byplay. Mars and Atif know each other very well. Bit of fun there for the boys.
All right, last chance today. Otherwise, he's leaving it for Peacock Finals Friday.
Oh, nice.
Atif.
Tomorrow.
As always, tomorrow. We'll get through for one here. But what a good spell. As Pakai Care certainly have the ascendancy at the moment. Atif 2 for 20. And after 7, the Budapest Blinders are 67 for 4.
Well, they've gone with their usual setup. Cammy's bowled 2, Bubba's bowled 2, Tiff's bowled 2, Rabane's bowled 1, but now you get into Jaffa Raza. I think the Blinders have to take a chance. Let's have a look at the group stages, Vin. We've got 3 more exciting groups to come.
What if I told you we're only 4 days away, or maybe 5 days away, from meeting the Wolfendanger Optimists?
Not me.
From Luxembourg.
I'm off for a few days, Vin, but I hope you enjoy them.
Yeah.
I can't pronounce the name.
What a team. What a team name.
Wolfendanger
Wolfendanger is
Optimists.
a place in Luxembourg where the ground is, actually. but not the optometrists, the optimists.
There you go.
That's a double jersey group as well, and also you've got Turkey and Slovenia in there. Anyway, here's Jaffa. He gets crunched first up. Luckily for him, it's only going to be one. And to be fair to Jaffa, he hasn't had too much support in the field in the overs he's bowled, really. That was a good piece of work out there.
This is the moment. The blinders need to target the young bowler because he's probably going to bowl 11 of the remaining 17 balls. So if they can get a hold of him, take him for 30 odd, you can still get that score in 110 region.
It's that pretty hard. It's a long chase from Ocham. That's going to be 4. Nice shot. And there is an offside. I think Mars, he's a pretty clever operator. He would have gone back, would have seen where he went wrong yesterday. I think he overdid the slap sweep. That's a very, very good cricket shot.
Yeah, it's a good shot. This is the matchup Marzi maybe needed as well. Thinking that, get on top of this over, turn it into a potential magical one. A lot of pressure on young Raza.
That is hooked up in the air. Does it clear the fielder? It does not. Nice catch taken down there by Rabani. Jaffa Raza picks up his first wicket of this contest in the blinders, 72 for 5.
It's an opportunity missed, isn't it? Bargy goes for 7 off 6, just couldn't get going again. He hit that nice drive and thought, well, potentially he's starting to find his groove, but it's high up on the bat and a very safe catch out there from that man on your screen, Rabani.
Like this from Wayne, equally applies there. Coreyism number 56. Quote, he sort of hit it, he sort of didn't. That probably equally applied there.
Yeah, he sort of did, he sort of did.
Yeah.
The old 51 metre 6, I'm not convinced it's a good shot always.
Mars does the right thing, looks down at his bat, and that will be the end of him for 7 at 72 for 5.
He'll be disappointed because I think that ball there, he'll feel like he should have got that in the trees.
All right, the old swivel hook, but this could be out as well.
Oh.
He dropped it. Well, would have been another hat-trick opportunity. What's Jaffa Raza done to his teammates? There's big crumb down there.
Oh.
To be honest, he did actually stumble 3 steps before the ball arrived. He never really recovered his composure.
That's a sitter. I don't care about the stumble. That doesn't get much easier. And the 17-year-old got the double teapot out. And when a 17-year-old's getting the double teapot, you know you're in trouble.
He's earned it, actually, poor Jaffa.
You're right, though. The fielders haven't been great off him.
Mulder gets the strike. Just get funky.
Well bowled.
Wasn't really there for it.
Well, if they can unlock the best of this young fella in the next day or two, they do have a complete 10 overs.
Mulder, probably if he just kind of stood at the crease, could have cracked that for a cover for 4, but you can understand he's trying to get a bit creative. Last ball of the over. Does take this one on, up and over the top. Maximo for Mulder. He'll be hoping to make an important contribution to keep this competitive. End of the 8th over. Jaffa Raza goes for 12. Does pick up a wicket. It's 79 for 5.
Yeah, just every now and then he bowls that big half volley, and Mulder's not going to miss out on that. Lovely shot from Mulder. So that takes them to 79. They're going to be likely under par, but we've seen some fragilities in that Paco Care batting lineup.
Yeah, they have to bowl and field really well. How about the blinders? This is one of those never say die teams. In the ECS final against Royal Tigers, I think they were 92 for 9 with an over to go. And then Ibra, the number 11, took 33 off the last over. They got in the 130s, they defended it. So can you imagine number 11 hitting a supersonic over? Swing and a miss. Rabani's back.
I think one thing about the blinders in the previous game was that they did look, what did you say before, ungainly? And every now and then they just sort of play shots where they lose their shape. That's just trying to overhit it.
Yeah. It's not a percentage shot. You're already having to deal with a guy trying to trick you with speed. If you're trying to go across the line, you have to get a pinpoint. Puts the pace on, dug out. Umar Zahid. I think 2, it's not really. I think Mulder kind of taken the senior role now. Batting maybe a spot or 2 higher than he was listed earlier.
Yeah, I think when he came across, he didn't realise he'd be so effective with the bat, but has proven to be pretty handy at number 6.
This one cut away, but
It's good fielding,
Yeah,
that.
well fielded by Assad, who let one go through him before.
More run to the total. Rabani bowling another good spell.
Look at this table.
It's a good table. The group's open, Vin.
So let's say Blinders didn't get it. This is in theory, but if the Blinders didn't get a point out of this, theoretically Burno and the Assassins could leapfrog them. They could miss out altogether. Slow ball, ill-directed that time from Rabani. Blinders do have a game in hand compared to everybody else at this stage, and they will play tonight against Burno. Burno are a bit of a dangerous team.
Yeah, tough to read Burno so far.
Big
They've played some good
nomads.
cricket, they've played some poor cricket, but
Yeah.
don't count them out just yet.
Bowled him. And Zahid steps away again. Shot probably was quite low percentage. Rabani, well, he's a bit of a master of the change of pace, isn't he? That one crashes into the off stump, 82 for 6.
Well, you get some reward for that back of the hand slower ball. It's one of the better ones going around on the ECN network. It keeps it straight, gets himself a wicket, and another one goes.
And disappointment for Zahid. Wasn't too effective there. But, yeah, Rabani, once again, he's showing what he can do. The ECL, he's been absolutely brilliant. Let's have a look there. See, back of the hand, bit of overspin. Look at where that left foot ends up. This will show you exactly what he does.
Almost ends up off the pitch. That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, so I mean, that's how you learn though. You watch that dismissal. Just need to hold your body weight in the shot a little bit more. Even if you hit that, it's not going to go too far because all your body weight has gone away from the ball. Ibra, he was the number 11 that came out, hit 33 off and over in the ECS final. They end up getting the win. Right now, he comes in and he French cuts the ball first up for 4.
Yeah, 4 more runs to the total. 86 for 6. People asking about DDC. DDC's in Melbourne playing grade cricket, playing first grade
He
out
was
there.
able to come here for the World 11. Of course, he was used as a wild card by Pakai Care
He's
last couple of years.
he won't be here this trip. He's enjoying himself in Australia. DDC.
What's your Spain program looking like this year?
We've got 50 over cricket coming up, so we're going to break a few bodies, Vinny. We get busy again.
What's your
April.
Baba gym program for 50 over cricket?
He ain't in that program, my friend.
Just hand him a 100-page list. Get back to you and go, well, I wish you luck.
Over complete, 86 for 6.
Yeah, Rabani finishes 1 for 16. This is the last ball. Again, just look at that left foot and of both feet. And that's why it's very hard to access that kind of delivery. So it's something the Blinders, there's a bit of commonality, I think, with some of their slight technical issues here, combating such good bowling attack. So Raza is going to get this last over. Okay, so you got some 50 over cricket coming up.
Yeah,
Where are you touring around? Has it been set yet, or is it
Off
still
to Denmark, actually. Off to Copenhagen for a few days. We've got an internal camp.
finally get to play them?
Yeah, finally got an internal camp in April. We've got another tour potentially in August against a very big fish. So a lot of good things coming
Tell
up.
me.
No. First bouncer for the over. I can't give you all the secrets. We've got some tea.
Is it in Europe?
No.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that's the one for the over.
Yeah, don't think it's above his head if he was standing up.
No, when he's standing, it's probably head height. Good work. We've got some T20s at the end of the busy year. T10s as well, of course. We always
Tell me
squeeze a few.
You're going to Vanuatu. Bowled him straight through, and Jafar Raza finally getting a bit of reward. He's worked hard through this series. As Mulder again tries to go across the line here. Cross seamer from Jaffa. He leaves the stumps exposed, and off gets pegged back. That'll be 86 for 7.
Yeah, Jaffa may be getting some reward now for dropped opportunities in the previous games. It seems like he's found his length a bit more on this occasion. And top of off stump as Mulder goes for a couple of sixes. Look out for him with the ball. They might use him very early in the run chase.
Yeah, Mulder 15, including 2 Maximos, 86 for 7. Now, what's their best case scenario? You've got 4 balls to go, maybe you can get 100.
2 boundaries in the 4 balls. An edge for 4, something.
I just feel like they're going to have to work pretty hard to keep their point here. Blinders.
I'm not so sold on
Really?
that. Not the way Pakai Care's batting. They're not the Pakai Care of old, Vinny.
It's not a bad shot. And he might have to settle for one. New batter coming in as Ahmed Khan.
I think in the past when they had a top 7 or 8 that all banged it, 87 they do in 5 overs, but we saw last night they struggled to chase 66, or 68, sorry, and this morning they never really got going. If you pick up 2 wickets, they're very frail.
Yipra come up with a bit of magic here. He hits the ball well, and he's going to get 4. I just think he's got to bat higher. He's one guy that's come in and I know he's not a recognised batter, but I think the time is now for the Blinders to make some hard calls about who they're batting and when.
It might not be the worst thing just to throw him up there in a future game and say, can you go at every ball?
He's bat exactly the same as he's batting now.
Yeah.
He's 8 off 3.
That's fair enough.
Left-hander as well, so.
It's always good to have a lefty in the middle, isn't it?
Gooch at 3, but
Yeah, have another.
crisscross pads for Ibra. Jaffa seemed to just have a couple of landing issues. I noticed the first ball of the over, which was a bounce up. I don't think it was that intentional.
Is it because the shoes are too big on those young feet, or?
I am not a podiatrist, so I won't answer. I'll let someone more qualified answer. 2 to come. Right off the end of the bat. Won't get through the infield, so just a single. So 92 now with the ball to go.
Yeah, last ball, it's been pretty disciplined from Pakai Care. I think all 5 bowlers, they've only gone to the 5 bowlers, have put it in pretty decent areas. The fielding's been okay. They've shared the wickets around, but everyone's economy's been impressive, and that's why they're going to chase something under 100, it looks like.
Actually, just the second time in the series, in this group, I should say, that we haven't seen 100 put on the board. Blinders put exactly 100 on the board yesterday. That wasn't enough. Last ball, and miss, and doesn't throw. So that'll be the end of the 10 overs. 93 for 7. They do say things come in 3, so maybe it's good that Jaffa Raza didn't throw. He'll finish with a pretty tidy 2 for 18, but I think the heavy lifting was done before him with some of those key wickets. Obviously, Van der Merwe going for just 10. Baba got him. Gooch for 32. Gunnas looked good while he was there. Whacked to 6, but ended up getting run out after over-committing at the non-strikers end. So the Blinders, again, well under par, but they'll fight for every run. They'll be hoping to, at minimum, pick up a point, but they'll be hoping even more that they can knock over this Pakai Care lineup for less.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to pick up some early poles, and you never know in this format. The Blinders still really haven't found their batting boots in this tournament thus far, but don't count them out just yet. Looking forward to the second half inning. Let's roll the highlights.
Yeah, so as the players walk off for a quick break, we will get ready and get set and then show you what was one of the most anticipated matches on the calendar, with Pakai Care Badalona taking on the Budapest Blinders of Hungary. Now, Ghani started with a bang. That was a really, really good shot up and over the top. Then we had the rare double tunnel ball through the batter's legs, through the keeper's legs. Atif's having a really good series with the ball, and even in the field, another direct hit run out.
Yeah, and it's a big wicket. He ran out an opening batter yesterday. He ran out an opening batter here. And it's a huge moment for that top 3, because we know they have a lot of heavy lifting to do on this side. Van der Merwe got that one out the clutches of that bat and went a big way for 6. Gooch came out and played a couple of nice shots off Cammy. Also got tested out with some pretty pacey deliveries. It was a good contest to watch, Vinny, but this moment where Bumba runs through Van der Merwe, that's when it started to slip away from them.
Yeah, and again, went across it. We talked about the technical issues, some of the other players. It's just kind of a poor choice, I think, for Van der Merwe to try and hit that to the leg side. He's good enough to hit that straight, I think. And Gooch came out, took his time, as he likes to do. Kind of tried to establish himself. Masbaji again. He's been certainly down struggle street so far in this tournament, but he was just hoping he could make something happen here. But, you know, Pakai Care, they just kept coming at the Blinders, didn't they? I think they caught pretty well. I know that maybe the odd goober dropped, but for the most part, they took them when they mattered.
Yeah, there's some really good catching. That catch from ECN, who had an ACL injury a couple of years ago, will build his confidence. The Fizz came into the attack. He picked up a couple more wickets to add to his tally, which is now up to an astonishing 199 wickets on the network.
Going to bed with 199 ECN wickets. No one would know what it feels like, and Atil will know what Atif will feel in tonight. Forgetting how to talk for a second. But, look, I'll give you the tail of the tape. 7 sixes, 7 fours and 6 sixes in this inning. So if you're only hitting 6 sixes in innings, you're not winning too many ball games. That's why they find themselves stuck in the 90s. Mulder got done here. Cross seamer by Jaffaraza. Knocks over the off stump. So when it's all said and done, 93 on the board, it's something I still think if Pakai Care come out, they attack, they'll be hoping, treat it like a normal game. And normally you'd be hoping to go around that 13 and over or something like that. 13 and over is essentially what they need to get the 4 points.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They're going to need to take some early wickets though, aren't they? Let's have a look at the the scorecard. Sorry, firstly, the batting scorecard. 10 extras, 8 leg byes always help. 32 off 24 for Gooch. He tried to play the holding role, never really got to capitalise late in the innings. There was some pretty impressive bowling. 15 off 10 there for Mulder. They kept him in check, did Pakai Care Budapest Blinders. Just couldn't get the cameo from any of those batters in the middle order that they were so dearly looking for. Let's have a look at the bowling scorecard, shall we? And yeah, just the 5 bowlers again for Pakai Care Badalona. They've only brought the 5 bowlers this trip. Might be good if they get an injury. But they all did a job in this one. The wickets were shared around. I thought Atif bowled well, 2 for 20. Rabani slow ball again, 1 for 16. But great to see young Jaffaraza, 17 years young, picking up 2 for 18. He has a bright future ahead of him. So that's the halfway stage. 93 for 7, 94 to win for Pakai Care Badalona. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everybody, welcome back. We're at the halfway stage between Budapest Blinders of Hungary taking on Pack Barcelona of Spain in this T10 encounter. It was an interesting start. It was a couple of heavyweight opening batters taking on a very dangerous opening bowling pair, and the bowlers have done the heavy lifting so far. They've done the job, you'd have to think. 93 for 7 on the board in the first innings. That means our bonus point equation is if Pack chase it down inside 7 overs, they will get all 4 points. If they're restricted to 65 or less, they wouldn't get any points. That would be something crazy. 93 in the past, when you played a Pack team, you'd probably know that you're going to lose, and you're going to lose quickly. But this team has been struggling with the bat and haven't really been able to get going. So we'll find out now how they go in this run chase. They'll be desperate to get off to a bit of a flyer. Mohamed Baba is one of those players they'd like to find some form. He's been a little bit below his lofty standards, but don't count out Budapest Blinders. If they can take a wicket or two early, especially that man on your screen, Mulder, you never know. And it looks like a little bit of a change to the Pack Barcelona top order. Looks like they're going to go Nakvi to open, and it might be Yassine at 3. So that's an interesting change, not to have the left-hander out there first up. But obviously, Pack probably feeling that they haven't had the best of flow with the bat, and they want to change something up. So the players make their way out to the middle. Gives me a good opportunity. Welcome back everyone in the chat and all our network partners around the world. Hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from. Hope you're ready for these 10 overs. I think an early wicket, and this game could definitely be on. The big man, Mohamed Baba, been below his best with the bat so far in this tournament. He'll be looking to find some form, and Nakvi also shown glimpses but hasn't made the big score he would have liked. There's Mars Barji, the keeper. As we're almost set to go. So it looks like it's going to be the left-arm seamer, Ibra Ahmed, will open proceedings here. Bowled right the other day. Credit to all the players, has been a bit slippery and difficult with the bowling run-ups. We've had a lot of misty sort of rain the last day and a half. Quite incredibly, it hasn't rained at Cartermore Oval to cancel any games. All the rain is in the Andalusia region and Sunset Beach Club, but this beautiful little ground has been blessed, and we've been very lucky to get all the games in of late. So we're all set to go. Looks like deep mid-on and deep third are the two boundary riders. Ahmed at the top of his mark. Bubba on strike. Here we go. Umpire says play. Ball number 1 of the run chase. Full in swinging delivery. It's missed in the field, but well backed up by Van der Merwe, and it'll be a dot ball to start. Good start from Ahmed, a little bit of shape. He's got a good slower ball as well. That's that short ball in. It's going to be signalled wide from square leg, probably a little bit too short. That means he uses the bounce for the over. Let's have a closer look. Baba is a tall man. That was pretty high in his standing position. It's a tight call. Doesn't go the way of the Blinders. I think Bubba finding form might determine how far Pakai Care go in this tournament. If he's not in form and not flying with the bat, I'm not so certain they get through this group. Oh, there's a top edge. It's a loose stroke. It's got some top spin on it, and it's going to go away for 4. Well, when you're not in touch and you're not at the full flight of your batting, you need a little bit of luck. And that might be Bubba's. Top edge flew away. Goes for 4. First boundary in the chase. So 5 on the board of the first 2. Good start from Ahmed. Showed the bouncer. Showing he's got a bit of zip about him. That's a nice shot from Bubba. Well, that's a little bit more like the Bubba we know. Not the worst ball you'll ever see. Just plays the cut shot, accesses the offside, and he'll get his second boundary, a bit more traditional this time. Really wasn't the worst ball you'll see. It's a heavy length on about 5th stump, but a lovely cricket stroke from the big man. If Budapest Blinders are to win this game, they'll know 2 wickets in the power play, at least. It's down the leg side this time. A little bit of shape, just losing his line. And a very interesting Group D so far. All these teams have registered a victory. I think it's the only group where we've had all 5 teams have a win, so they're all extremely confident. Skews that away through the leg side. That's sort of that bottom hand clip shot he likes to play. Still don't think it was out the middle of the bat, but it goes for 4. This is a decent start already for Pakai Care Badalona. We've talked about their troubles with the bat so far, but if their top 4 does find their mojo going into finals day tomorrow, with the mix of bowlers they have, they'll be pretty confident. Not a bad over this from Ahmed though. Oh, he gets that one all wrong. It's the slow ball, and that's probably the most authoritative stroke Mohamed Babar's played in his first couple of digs back at Cardimer Oval. This over now, which didn't feel too bad, has now gone for 20. Top edge early, and a couple of wides have helped the cause, but 20 off the first 5 balls.
Thank you.
Just goes to show if you miss your margins, the ball does travel. It's a well bowled. Gets out the over with no more damage, but it is going to be a magical over to start. A little bit of frustration there for Ahmed. Mohamed Babar's got a piece of him a couple of times. The score at the end of one is 20 for none. 46 games since our last golden ball. I'm going to welcome back Vinny Sandu.
Nice to be back.
When do we get our next one?
I mean, you never know, but you have roughly 1 in 92 matches being a golden ball, which is slightly over 1%.
So we're halfway.
Could say that.
Perfect.
But we've had all sorts of gaps, but from just 1 non-golden ball match in between to 405.
Yeah, well, I think we'll get another one during the ECL.
ECL is thrown up more than the ECC, which maybe is a little bit surprising because you would think ECC, especially now it's in divisions, 2 divisions. But I mean, it's one thing for teams to be closely matched, but it still needs to be a bit of a freak of nature for them to have the exact same score. Okay, Mulder's coming on to bowl now, the flipologist. He's deal with a slightly greasy ball, I'm sure. Well done, Nakvi. Did see him rolling out a couple of leggies as well yesterday, just to create a bit of variation.
Well, he spins his leggy. He does get it to go. Interesting to see no Yassine, no left-hander at the top. Thoughts on that?
I just think they want to give Nakvi more time at the crease. I think it's to do with that. And right now, he will step up to the plate and he's going to put it for 4. So thanks for coming. 4 carreras.
Yeah, 4 to the total. Nice shot. That one just going down the leg side. All he had to do was catch up with it, and that's what he did.
Yeah, so that's my instinct. It's just because Yassine has had a go. They'd like to have some certainty that Nakvi's going to get a decent chance to have a knock here. Still think you probably still see Yassine at 3.
I think there's always a value in having the left-hander at that top order.
Potentially they could go come run at 3. They might dabble with that. It's a very good bit of keeping, actually. That one slid on. Baji did well down the leg side to make the block.
Holder just get that flipper to skid on there and put it down the wrong line.
There it is again.
Well, this is the one that it skids on and it's clicked out the front of the hand. Nakvi's not picked that at all. It's not a leg spinner.
See, just kind of flicks out the front of the hand.
And it keeps coming in. He's very lucky to get away with that.
Very good piece of bowling. I'll have a closer look at it. See, it's an amazing ball to be able to bowl. Anyway, no justice for him here because Nakvi's going to nick a 4. Pakai Care continue on their merry way.
Yeah, a little bit of luck again, the edge, but they had 2 backward points who were both square. Just as a team, I'd always feel frustrated if the edge goes through that spot. Just always feel like that's a stoppable ball. You're not there so much for the cut.
For a full-blooded cut.
Yeah, you're there for the edge.
And if an edge was to fly in the air, the catchable height there, you'd be really frustrated as well.
A little bit of luck there for Nakvi.
Flippers are something that kind of puzzle me.
Very, very rare.
Because I've played around with cricket balls my whole life and tried to do things. It's the one delivery I don't really get how they do it, but it's such a unique skill. He's employing it very well.
Now, players go back to it and then they get hurried up. So once again, another good example. Clicks it out. It's coming in. It's quicker than you think. It skids on and he's super late on that.
Yeah. Excellent bowling. Oh, and again, and this is going to do everybody.
He's not reading the hand at all. Your best bet to play it is get forward almost like it's medium pace coming in.
Yeah.
So
And Baba is just asking, how do I play him? Or he might be saying, hey, what are you doing? Because you've just retained the strike. Baji got a piece of it, but it bounced off for a bye. And so that is the end of the second over. It's 30 without loss after 2. Talk us through the table.
Well, it's a big game. If Pakai get this win, they'll guarantee a double chance. If Budapest Blinders get the win, they pretty much put themselves in the driving position. All the other teams are fighting it out. Zurich Nomads are playing good cricket. Brno and Zagreb Assassins, you just can't count them out either.
Assassins Nomads coming up, and then we've got Brno versus the Blinders to finish off this group.
It's probably the most even group we've had. Everyone's got a
win. It's been a really interesting group.
Yeah, everyone's
had a loss as well.
Yeah. Well, we haven't had any other group with every team getting 1 W. So when you win a game, you start to believe. Interesting to see they go to Ghani for the 3rd. Thought they might have gone to Gooch here. They're going to go with Ghani. Nakvi on strike.
Well, straight pull and hit very, very well by Nakvi. Maximo! 6 carreras.
Lovely shot, back of a length, and it sat up. And Nakvi, when he does hit it, it stays hit right in his wheelhouse. He gets that one away for 6.
Good point you make about this being the first group where we've seen every team win a game. Starry Grab went 0-4 in Group A. Group B, Byron 0-2. They did have 2 washouts. Got a feel for them. Same with Grange of Scotland, 0-2 with 2 washouts.
Yeah, it's the most even group we've had. All teams are going into the second day late and still believe they're getting into finals.
So as of right now, who's your favourite in the group? There's a tough question.
Really tough question.
It's well bowled. It's going to go straight over the tram line.
Tough question. I think all round, like the most rounded team so far look like the Swiss. But if Paco Care's top 4 find form, they're pretty hard to stop because their bowling's so good. True. It's a funny one. I think it's still very open. Don't think we've seen the best of the blinders yet.
I think we're just conditioned to expect Pakai Care to go through.
This is the thing. I think where most people, when you see Pakai Care's name, you think 150, 166s, but it's just not that team this year. They're bowling stronger than they're batting, which is very, very rare.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, most teams have tricky bowlers as well to take on. Edged or not edged.
Oh.
Did you hear that? I heard it. He must have hit the ground. I think everyone was happy that he missed it. Let's have a look.
Yeah, full and wide. Who we disappointed with? Everyone up in the ring on the offside. Just got to get some battle.
What if I was the only person that was right there? Me and the bat, no. That it was a little nick. Anyway, Garney coming back well. And now that's in the air. Does it carry? Not quite. Great effort down there from Mulder. But he couldn't quite make the ground.
Man, Nakvi's still not in his full flight either, is he? 15 off 10. And well, there is a deep mid on in place trying to take it over him, and I think he's lucky that he didn't time it so well. Babar back on strike.
He's lost his run there, Garney. He had such a good series in Malta. He played so well, but he's had a rough start to this group, and yeah, goes up must come down, as they say. Again, now sprays this. Even the way he ran himself out, played a brilliant shot off Mohamed Kamran to get off the mark. Pulled a very good 6, but then ran himself out. He's getting good movement here, but not quite getting the line right.
Yeah, just losing his line a couple of times. Charging in is Garney. 2 balls left in the power play.
Another one.
Yeah, this hurts. All these little runs, these extras, just keep ticking it over.
Yeah, Garney. He's a really exciting cricketer, though. Even the way he played in Malta, opening the batting in T20 cricket and having that same approach, that kind of all-out attack approach, put that pressure back on the bowling side. Well, that would have been a wide as well, actually, but instead it's going to be 6. Popped over the top by Baba Maximo.
Yeah, lovely shot. And Baba looks like he's starting to access the offside a little bit more than the previous games, where I think he was just trying to hit everything to the leg side. I spoke to him as I rocked up before and said, when was the last time you had a hit, Baba? You're looking a bit rusty. And he said, oh, Belgium, when he drove 13 hours. So it's been a while.
Yeah, in the ECC. And it does go bottom-handedly here over long on. That's that unnatural power. Maximo, the over goes magical. It's a pretty long one too. Pakai Care, 52 without loss after 3. 50 partnership up as well.
Well, that's the shot of someone that's starting to find their touch. And danger signs for the group and the division if he gets going. You look at the first innings, it just could not get that big over, Vinny. 3 overs in the 7s, 2 overs in the 9s, an over that went for 3. And in the second innings, we've already seen 2 magical overs.
I still think they're looking at this. Now they've got it down to run a ball. 4 over win here. You put yourself in a really good position. Got to make up for that loss this morning, Pakai Care.
Yeah, well, they've got a chance here at 4 points, actually. They've still got a chance to do that. So about 10 and over.
10 and a half.
Still got to get through Mulder, who bowled a very good last over. I wonder if Nakvi's figured it out yet. He knows to maybe get a bit more forward.
Thing is, if you just assume everything's a flipper, then when he bowls a leggy, you won't be able to pick that.
That's okay. You can go forward and press back, though. If you start back, you can't adjust. He ain't picking it.
It's easy to say that, but that's assuming that you pick it's a leggy before it arrives. And I just don't think you do.
You set up for a flipper. You set up like it's medium pace and coming inwards.
It's great to watch, though.
It's very talented bowling.
Another one. If you can't handle him.
Nakvi can't handle him. He's actually getting a bit of egg on his face here. That's about 5 cut shots in a row missed.
I'd love to see Papa take him on. We just can't be able to see it. Just take your medicine. Just try and get any bat on it here. Oh, it's mis-stumping. Yeah, he charges. And he just tried something different, but Paiti couldn't hold on behind the stumps. Between the bat and the pad, so it's not that easy. It was close to stump, but
it's a shot of a player that doesn't really know what he's facing here. And Baji, Yeah, he'd be disappointed. That should have been stumped.
It should have been, but a lot of distractions there.
This isn't a bad option. So he's starting to set up outside off and might be thinking of a slog sweep.
Yeah, let's see if Mulderbot goes to the stumps. Nope, still didn't work. Amazing. Amazing what we're watching here.
Yeah.
Nakvi's no mug with the bat either.
He's being made to look like a bit of a mug right now.
It's a really tough opponent.
Mulder's just bowling all these deliveries, and I don't think he knows what he's facing.
Well, he's not alone. I've seen Mulder plenty of times. I've still got no idea how I'd play him either. 2 to come in the over. Oh, now he just slog sweeps him and puts him out of the ground. Maximo! And if he does get that one away, had to change tack, but it works out well for Pakai Care.
It's not a bad option because then if you're seeing it anywhere outside off stump, you pull out a slog sweep and you just hope you can get bat on it and it flies. I just think the cut shot's a very low percentage option shot.
Yeah, you're
I think
right
the
there.
charge down the ground's a low percentage shot, but that's a bit more high. Good, clever batting from Nakvi. Good response.
You can set yourself up outside off stump
Correct.
to make pretty much everything leg sideable.
Or to nullify maybe getting bowled or LBW. I think Mulder here, if he gets another chance, he'll make sure this one's a bit more stuff to
I'm just
start.
wondering if maybe Mulder would have gone at the stumps with him. He hasn't hit the ball, and you put one full one at the stumps. Fair chance to fall over and be LBW or bowled, but Mulder kind of keeps dragging it outside off and trying to force Nakvi to cut again. Last ball of the over. It does go a bit more at the stumps this time, but a nice recovery. So Nakvi, still not a terrible over for Pakai Care. 4 dots, 6-4, 10 off it. And it's 62 without loss after 4.
It's almost like he went to cricket school there and he had 8 hard lessons. And then the last 2 lessons, he figured out the recipe because that's not a bad option. Clever from him to figure it out on his feet during the innings.
So now, 32 off 18 balls to take all 4 points here. Pakai Care. So Blinders again, they've got a bit of a wrestle on their hands for the point, and that could matter. Because right now, the table shows that Budapest have 5 points, Brno have 5, and the Assassins have 4. And so, if the Blinders can even keep their point here, at least it puts them a point clear. And
Did you see? You just missed that.
what happened?
So Bubba was asking for middle from Assad, the umpire, and Gucci went and stood in front of the stumps and gave him middle like he was the umpire. That was quite good. Well, Gucci and Bubba have known each other for many years, so that's actually quite good.
That is funny. Where was the umpire?
The umpire was behind Gucci. Watch this.
Yeah.
Giving him middle, just making sure he's doing both roles
now
still.
showing you where it is. Now I want to knock it out of the ground.
Well, Gucci is one of our umpires on the network, so just having a little bit of fun there.
Still a very good cricketer. 40 years old.
Jeez.
Good genes. Baba hits, doesn't really collect it. Hello to Shauna. I know that she's normally watching these games.
Yeah.
Always great when she can get on the tour as well.
What do we got here for the bonus point? 31 off 17? Maybe.
Fitty.
Fitty, because if they lose a wicket, I don't think they have the power to come.
Takes this on and wins. Does Nakvi Maximo. Fielder was hovering out there, but Nakvi got enough of it to send it over the ropes.
So very important signs for this Spanish side that some of their batters are looking at getting into their touch now and into their swing. Nice shot flare from Nakvi, inside out over cover. Tough shot to play.
Up and Fielder can't get it. It's going to be 6 more. Maximo back to back for Nakvi.
Well, Nakvi ticking along now in that dressing room, seeing pretty calm at the moment. 19 off 15 for all the chocolates.
Nakvi, he's had a fair few trials and tribulations out there. He's still striking better than 200. Now high. Someone's going to have to reach this. I'm glad I'm not under it. It's very high, and it's dropped. Got 2 hands to it in the end. Ahmed Khan. And so Nakvi gets dropped on 37, walks away with a single.
Pretty high catch, and just, I always feel like when you get those high ones, a lot of players are still falling to catch it. He should have just got himself under it, set his feet.
I think it's a little bit of a misjudgment as well. I don't think he planned to catch that so far in front of him. And now this is in the air. Can anyone reach this? Stefan's called it. Oh, it's almost a team catch. He slides in, and it bounces off his hands. Almost bounced to his teammate. Watch this. Kind of goes in slightly feet first. I think it's to protect himself against a potential collision. And in the end, that's consecutive drop catches to the blinders.
I think if Gooch had his time back, he might have left that one to cover and point her and running into the ball instead of him going way after his bowling action. But
I think he just knew he could reach and made an early call and then was committed to that. 17 off 13 now for all the points.
oh, well, here we go.
Yeah, we're on a hat trick. Marzi! He's got it. Well, there you go. Well, we had one put down. We had two put down, but third time lucky, and Mars Baiji will take the catch. And so, end of a pretty interesting innings from Nakvi. The opening partnership is broken. It's 77 for 1 after 5. And that means they'll need 17 off the next 2 overs, Pakake, if they want to take all the points.
Well, better late than never. Once tried, 2 tries, and 3 times more.
I quite liked your expressions last night. The fact that you...
I was tired, Vinny.
Mother time? Was it?
Mother time.
Mother.
Hey, that's a confidence builder for Baji.
Yeah. And you can see Blinders obviously set pretty high standards for themselves. And Nakvi walks away with 38 off 20 at 77 for 1. Hey, welcome into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me once again is Koi Rutgers. And there you are. Now you're on the camera. What do you got to say for yourself? I'm leaving you with Rhino for the last 2 games again tonight. I'll be lurking again.
The Rhino
I
and
enjoyed the
Rutger.
lurk yesterday. Got to admit, I watched it from Sunset Beach. I tucked myself in with I think I had a few peanuts and a nice bottle of soft drink, and life doesn't get better than that. Let's get back to the action. Good chat. Ibra comes back, nails York first up. Do you think after, how many games have you done now? About 1,500?
I actually think I'm up to 1,800.
Do you think that one day we'll run out of things to talk about in the 5-over mini break?
Yes. Sometimes the
Well, you would have been interested that I just kind of settled up under the blankets at Sunset Beach last night. And
What's your optimum peanut?
well, Optimum Nut. I've got a thing for cashews, although I'm really... Macadamias have come into the equation lately. Do love a pistachio, but it's the having to get them out of the shell all the time. Let us know in the comment section, what's your
Macadamia.
what's your go-to nut?
I think cashew.
Cashew salted?
Very salted.
I'm with you. What about when there's mixes, or do you just like to know what you're getting?
I like a sultana in my mix.
Ooh, controversial. All right, 15 off 10 for the BP. Oh, make that 14 off 10.
Yeah, they've tried hard here, Budapest Blinders, just haven't found their rhythm. There you go, there's Cammy, a left-arm seamer, helping the bowler there, just understanding that it's a little bit slippery.
I think he's whispering, you think you're fast? You're not fast.
Cammy's a nice guy.
No, he's a
I think all the fast bowlers have been helping each other a little
fast
bit.
bowlers cartel like that. Hitman 2.0.
Yeah.
Did like Far Lap, if you could give that one another run in the night game tonight.
Fun Lap's quite good, isn't it?
Known for being big-hearted Far Lap. Slow ball, pretty well bowled actually. Just be able to get a single, so you just kind of hang it in there.
Yeah, they still want that 1-6, but not easy as a new bat to come out and bang it straight away. It has been a pretty comprehensive performance from Pakai Care in this game. They'll go on to definitely confirm their double chance with this win here, even if they only get the 3 points. Pretty sure that confirms it with 3 wins.
But they'll make it a bit tougher for the Blinders. Kind of have a straight shootout with Bruno in match 10. They'll be tied on points if Budapest can't take a point out of this one. Tries hard.
Wouldn't Zagreb still have to go find points in their next one?
Yeah, but just if they can even keep 1 point, then it'll be 5-5. If Zagreb take 1 point out of the next game, it'll be 5-5-5.
Oh, wow. But then they've got a game in hand tonight. I think Zagreb still probably need to pull off something amazing.
Need to get a result, but I mean, imagine if Bapu just gets on a heater.
Yeah.
They're relying on him for 73% of their runs.
He's a good player.
not an official statistic.
Shot.
Hit really well by Cameron. Just opens the face, timed it to perfection. Cuatro carreras.
That's a little bit more like it. That's a lovely shot. Goes to show you don't always have to go aerial. Good batting there. Short outside off stump and drives it on the up into the windmills.
Oh, windmills.
Oh, replay of the windmills.
Yeah.
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
Jeez, I worry about all the birds over there then. The windmills. Dangerous, eh?
Unbelievable. The dark clouds have missed us again.
The Cardamom Oval umbrella. The halo, I've been calling it.
Ah, that's
the
good.
Halo. 8 off 8 then for the bonus point. Ibra hasn't really got it right, has he? It's going to be another wide. A few self-inflicted blows, I think, for the Blinders as well this game.
Yeah, self-inflicted for sure, but they'll look back at the batting innings and they'll know a score of 93 was never going to be enough. Left a couple of runs out there, that's for sure.
That's just on the pitch. Stefan Gooch. Of course, still a game tonight, the Blinders. Love their logo as well. One of my favourite logos in European cricket, out of the hundreds I've seen. Ibrahim's just not getting his run up right. He's Johnny Little steps as he's getting into the crease. It just doesn't seem in rhythm right now. And I think it's partly why he's spraying him a little bit. Last ball for him coming up. Tomorrow, we got the early shift, right? So maybe you could be here to call Mohamed Atif's 200th wicket. Pack, I care, assuming
Yeah, that'd be a nice moment.
be a part of finals day one way or another.
Well, one hit away now, Vinny. Oh, Baba's getting funky.
Well, gets a big full toss, no ball called. Well, that's one way to shorten the pitch. Just had a chest high full toss at pace.
Well, he's walked out his crease, set up 1.5 meters, and then I think Ibra has said, you know what, have some of that.
Some are dipping. I don't think this is in the dipping category. Oof.
I'll tell you, when there's about 4 or 5 runs to win, that's when Baba starts to get a little bit more loco. You don't know what's going to happen.
I actually had a weird feeling we might be seeing the one-hander there.
Don't.
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 It's like it's all set up for it. 4 off 7 for the bonus point. Hit and free hit. We're going to run out maybe. We won't. Someone said free hit. And yeah, Baba acts confused. It's actually very clever by Baba because this way he does get to face again. So Baba this took all his experience. You see that? So it was a free hit and Baba pretended that he didn't know and just stood at his end. That's over. He'll face now. And with 4 to go, it's 90 for 1. 4 runs required off this over for the bonus point.
You don't have to tell me, Vinny. I'm pretty sure that I understand the conversations between Bubba and Cammy out there. It's a bit more like...
Zagreb Assassins coming up against the Zurich Nomads. Battle of the Z teams. Can you remember a Z derby outside Croatia where every team's called Zagreb?
Yep.
Go on.
Zimbabwe versus Zambia has happened.
You made that up.
There you go. Look it up.
Not in ECN. Anyway, 4 to win, up in the air, and game over. So they do chase it down within the 7 overs. Pack Eye Care. They get the win with 23 balls to spare.
Yeah, they've done it. That is game, set, match. They take all 4 points, and congratulations to them. They've been able to put in a pretty strong sort of showing there after not being at their best earlier today. Pretty sure that confirms the double chance. And good to see the sportsmanship between the two sides.
Yeah, they had to battle, didn't they? A little bit, but I also think Blinders didn't quite get it right with the ball, did they? Probably with the exception of Mulder, who I thought put on a bit of a show, but Ibra just not really in rhythm. And Pack Eye Care, okay, they bounce back. They bounce back well. That's what good teams do. We saw them go down to the Nomads earlier on in the day, but they do recover. And for Pack Eye Care, of course, they're the first team that finish their 4 matches. And they will finish with 11 points. So for the Nomads to knock them out of top spot, Nomads would have to take 4 points the next game, and then it'll go down to net run rate. If the Nomads were to win next game, I think we know our 1 versus 2, and then really it's up to the rest of the teams. Brno, Budapest Blinders, and the Assassins potentially to find out for those other other spots. Assassins versus Nomads. And the news from the toss, by the way, is that the Nomads have won the toss, elected to bowl. We should be back on schedule as well. So we're back in around about 45 minutes for that one. Taranitaran Tanabalasingham comes in for Zurich Nomads, and I look forward to pronouncing that one perfectly when we return. It will be Corey and Rhino take you through the rest of the day. Let's have a look at the highlights. And well, Blinders, they would have felt that they could do this. You got to believe, but they didn't really have the rub of the green. They didn't really help themselves either. A couple of drop chances. A little bit of erratic bowling at times as well. Baba muscled that full toss out of here. Pakai Care has been here before, they've done it. And so they must have that kind of confidence that they can play the type of cricket required to get through the group and go a long way in Championship Week. As Atif enjoying his batters going about their work. We saw Pakai Care and kind of closing in and potentially looking at that 4-pointer. Mulder I thought bowled really, really well, but and when it came down to it, it was Nakvi that won the final exchange there with a couple of boundaries, and then really wasn't too much to cheer about for the Blinders. They were kind of two drop catches, and third time it was lucky because Marsbaji took the catch. But really didn't stop the momentum so much as Pakai Care run away with a win with almost 4 overs to spare. So still time for the Blinders to pick up a point. I know that they've certainly set themselves high hopes here. It does seem after that loss that they're probably looking at trying to pick up 3rd or 4th. It's a bit of a fall, though, for the Blinders, who took 4 points out of their first game. They took a single point out of their second, and they walk away without any points from this match. 39 of 14 for Mohammad Babar. He was undefeated at the end. Nakvi with 38. They decided to open the batting with him. I think just giving Yassine a bit of a rest, giving Nakvi a guaranteed hit. And also, as I thought, they did bat Kamran at 3. He was there to finish things off. Gooch, the only wicket taker there. Mulder, I think you would say, is the best of the bowlers with 2 overs, none for 19. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 40 minutes' time to take you into the twilight, then the evening session when we return. The Battle of the Zeds with the Zagreb Assassins to take on Zurich Nomads before the Blinders return to take on Brno in a Battle of the Bees. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, take you through all the Z's and the B's. And have that chat that maybe your parents never had with you. It'll be Corey Ruckers and Andrew Ryan when we return to the Kartama Oval for more European Cricket League.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox. Hello and welcome back. Some more enthralling contests on the way as we get ready for Group D, Match 9 here in the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. Coming up now, Zagreb Assassins to take on Zurich Nomads. So we have the champions of Croatia and Switzerland going head to head. Of course, just 2 more matches as well until we have to make the cut. Only 4 teams will make it to final stage. A little bit earlier, we had Ian Ramage with the giant coin and the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Good luck. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Good luck.
Assassins, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Nomads, away team, you'll call.
Dream 11.
It's been called Dream 11, it's come down Dream 11. You won the toss.
We'll ball first.
Okay, toss won by Nomads, who will bowl first.
Nomads winning the toss there and electing to bowl. So I don't think the Assassins mind that too much. They just brought up their first ever ECL win. That's 12 months after first coming to the ECL in 2024. So really happy for the Croatian side. Great to see some of the native Croatian talent in there having some key roles to play. And look, they might not play perfect cricket or even close to it, but they love what they're doing. And I love that passion. I love the makeup of their team. But the Assassins, they'll certainly be feeling like they need to do more if they're going to make it into 4th. So they'd be big underdogs in this one. I think Naushad Babu has been very, very good in this series with the bat. So he's got a real big role to play. Naushad also will do the keeping for the Assassins. For the Nomads, well, obviously they had a really confidence-boosting win over Pakai Care, the former champions, earlier on today. So they had a little bit of a dodgy start, but they've come back. They're on a bit of a roll. Let's see if they can keep it. With the weather out here, it's kind of coming and going. Occasionally we get some of this rain. Hopefully it doesn't hold things up at all. But I can tell you that I will be having a little bit of an early night as well, leaving you with the R&R crew. It will be Rhino in the Rut, Andrew Ryan and Corey Ruckers take you through this one. Match 9 on the way, guys. Nomads, they are bowling first after winning the toss. I'll see you a bit later.
To right, you are Maximo. It's the Rhino here on commentary with Corey Rutgers as my colour commentator. Let's see if it's colour or beige, depending on what sort of mood he's in. Certainly from a fashion perspective, it's a little bit drained of pizzazz, but we have got Peacock Friday coming up tomorrow. All completely unnecessary information for our viewers, but it keeps us happy in the comms box, as does this contest. The Zagreb Assassins up against the Zurich Nomads. Zagreb Assassins have really played above themselves in this tournament, and no greater striker than Naushad Babu at the top of the order. He has been belligerent, he has been consistent, and he is a huge threat to the Zurich Nomads in this contest, but they have been gradually getting better and better. Fairly poor first up effort against Bruno yesterday morning, but they have probably been the form team over the last couple of games and took down Pakai Care Badalona, the former ECL champs, in game 1 this morning. And they'll be looking to finish off their group stage with a victory and keeping themselves in the top 2 to get the double chance tomorrow for finals day. A man who we know will be here on finals day for sure. Right next to me in the comms box, great chance to segue to Corey the Rutgers.
Yeah, I like to put the F in finals, and I'm really excited for that day tomorrow. But for now, we're in the group stage. It's go time for these teams, Rhino. Well, in a couple of hours, we'll be saying goodbye to our first team in Group D. Look, the group's been wide open. We haven't had, in any other group, all teams registering 1 win. We have in Group D. D for delicious, and I'm really excited for this encounter.
Yeah, I know you are, Corey. I know you are. It's the battle of the Zeds. Zurich Nomads and Zagreb Assassins.
Vinny asked me a question before. I'll put you on the spot. Is this the first time in world cricket that two teams starting with Z have come up against each other?
It's a pretty fair question. Where would you most likely go? I'm going to say Afghanistani Premier League is probably the most likely.
I had one straight away.
Which was?
The old local derby between Zambia and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, but that's international. That's not
Still
real.
counts.
No. Go club competition.
If you go club competition, this is the first Z versus Z.
There was a Z team, at least one Z team from the Zimbabwean Premier League, I'm sure.
We'll have to get
Mashonaland Eagles and someone Tuskers. Anyway, that's a good one for the YouTube chat. If anyone has got an idea of and you keep on saying Z versus Z matchup.
Depends where you're brought up. Ball number 1, it's going to be Sawari to Babu.
The line from Sawari.
Oh, no!
Well, Sawari was caught watching. Thorny Thurin, who's been included in the side for the first time since he was annihilated in game 1, has a chance. Tell you what, he's come off cold and he's in the action already.
I think Pawa thought he was in the 100-metre dash at the non-strikers end, because as soon as the ball was bowled, he just started going. That's the nervous energy that you expect at Karma.
Assassins have been guilty of some tragic running. That's a good seed from Sawari. A little bit of nibble off the pitch, and the big paceman, he's come good for the Nomads.
He's bowled very well, Sawari. I think he might even be bowler of the group so far. He might be bowling to one of the batters of the group. Babu's been in electric form, and to be honest, he's hit 75% of his team's runs.
That's quite an astounding figure. Short ball, not timed, hit straight down the throat of Wakas Khawaja at mid-on. The big wicket for the Zagreb Assassins goes. Sawari's got one on the board before the Assassins can score. Huge moment in this game, Corey.
Well, they've got the man that has 75% of the team runs out for a duck. So let's say they're averaging on 100, then they're on track for about 25 right now, and that's a worrying sign. This Swiss team, I know you know quite a lot of them, Rhino, from your time out there in Switzerland playing the local grind domestic comp. They just have true belief right now.
Local grind, it's one of the elite competitions within continental Europe. Thank you very much, Corey Rutgers. And that man's been around for a few of them. Wakas Khawaja, we haven't seen him with the opportunity to start with the bat, but he is one of the heart and soul members of this Nomads group, and they are very, very pleased with that start. Babu, his first failure of the tournament.
He's got some good support in the fan zone, Babu, just to help him get over that one. So an early wicket here. You told me a little bit about Sawari, and after the first game, he has responded extremely well. I love the way he goes about it. He hits the deck hard, and he is bursting through the lineups of these opposing teams.
Being able to dominate the power play overs with the ball. That one's lifted off the deck quite clearly, not going outside the wide line, but Balagate just shoulders arms.
Tell you what, we could be on for the elusive maiden in T10 cricket.
Wicket maiden.
It could be. He's got 2 balls here.
Always good to confirm. Sawari, full outside off stump.
It's
Once
on.
again, some movement away.
They say the planet alignment only comes every 27 years. A maiden also only comes every 27 years, it feels like, at Cardamar Oval. We do not get many. At the Western Shield, we had 1 maiden.
Who bowled that?
Hamza Salim Dar. I think we've had maybe 2 or 3 this ECL. We could be on for 1, Rhino.
Oh, wow. I thought I was going for a wide, but Balagay has copped it in the shoulder. He's given us exactly what we want. That is what brings the fans to T10 cricket. A maiden first up. The Assassins, none for 1.
I'm glad the Assassins also trying to stick to the percentage they make per innings when Babu's out. So, great start for the Swiss team. This is our upcoming events, Rhino. I know that you won't be here because they ain't big enough for you, but we're off to Portugal, Spain, Madrid, Italy in Bologna, France, and the Malta Spring Series. All fantastic events. I think I'm on potentially Portugal and Madrid.
Oh, what a treat for the fans. I mean,
Yeah, looking forward to it.
It's almost a
Not confirmed yet.
complete month of Rutgers chat.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And plenty of ECS, ECI, T20, the women's ECSW, lots of different formats congested in there. So looking forward to hitting the road and bringing more great cricket to the viewers.
Sort of variety that we've seen at the Sunset Beach Hotel breakfast buffet. coming up on the European Cricket Network in the next few months. Man who didn't actually deliver too much variety, but plenty of consistency this morning. Darwood's Eye coming on for the second. Short of a length, pulled, not brilliantly timed. So fielder will come around from backward square. Keep that to 1.
I've been looking at this group quite closely, Rhino.
Sorry, can we just celebrate? The Assassins have scored their first run.
They've got going. Don't write them off just yet after that famous win a few hours ago. But this group for me is wide open. Really hard to see who the front runners are, but the Swiss team are impressing me more and more.
Nice ball from Darwood's Eye.
I just think they've got, out of all the teams I've seen, maybe the right balance. They've got quicks, they've got a spinner, they've got power at the top, they've got left-handers, right-handers, they field pretty well, the energy's good. This could be tomorrow night. I'd be surprised if they're not at least in the final.
Yeah, it's a good observation from you, Corey Rutgers. Slightly short of a length ball from Darwood's Eye, but Relive just playing conservatively. They've lost their big gun at the top of the innings.
Yeah, caught in between two minds, you feel. Does he want to get on with it, or does he want to give himself a couple of deliveries to get in? He's now at the stage 0 off 5. I think you've got to go deep in the box and try and get one away.
Outside edge, and it evades. Hassan diving to his right. Well, you've got to get the runs from somewhere. Corey Rutgers says swing the bat. That's exactly what he's done. It's not the most elegant outcome, but 4 runs in the books.
No, it's not the most conventional way to score the runs, but any bat's good bat, I usually say, and the ball does fly at Carter Oval. So the first boundary in this encounter.
Like what Darwood's Eye's brought to this Nomads attack. Corey was injected into the side this morning, given the responsibility of bowling the second over, delivered for his captain, and unlike a few of the other young fast bowling tyros, it's all about control for him.
They've definitely got pace as well. Genuine
Zippy,
quicks, a very zippy, skiddy sort of pace.
Well, the fact that he's about 5'3" tall probably helps with that skiddiness. Lovely ball again, shape away, but it's like Niazi had the ice skates coming in from from point on the circle. So 6 off the over, 1 ball to go. The Assassins probably not reaching the nosebleed limits that one needs from a 3-over power play.
Yeah, Babu was such a big wicket in the context of how this game sort of goes.
It's lofted, and it's actually really well timed. So Pawar, it's only the second ball he's faced in what's been a fairly difficult first few overs for the Assassins, but that's a nice way to finish the second. They sit at 10 for 1.
Well, Pawar, who won the hearts of us last night out with those 2 fantastic catches, just plays a gorgeous drive over cover. Check drive, Mark Waugh style. And he gets his first boundary. So 10 for 1 after 2.
I mean, it takes something for us to get onto the European Cricket Instagram stories, doesn't it? And the fact that that catch last night managed to get us a starring role was, we were very thankful for it. And speaking of thankful, the Zurich Nomads would love to get a 4-point win here and potentially give a big boost to their run rate to just have the glory of finishing first.
Well, if you do finish first, you get to select the dugout, I believe. But if they do
even
get
more practically, if there is some rain tomorrow.
Oh, well, I'm not thinking about that. We don't rain here anymore. It seems like the rain just avoids this beautiful ground as Sawari comes in again. He's going to continue his dot balls. But no, I think a win here obviously sews up the 1v2. It does make the rest of the afternoon a little bit interesting, because if Zagreb Assassins can somehow get a point, that does force the other 2 teams to at least get 1 point later today.
Interesting clash coming up between the Blinders and Bruno, the Czechia representatives. Sawari continues his outstanding tournament. Short ball, jags back. It's not the first time one of his short balls has hit the seam and come back.
Well, this is, Sawari right now is on for the 310-pin bowling game. He's on the 7th frame, I'd say, or the 8th frame. He's got his 8 strikes so far. We actually already have had a double maiden power play from one bowler. Wahid Abdul for Drub went 1 for none off his 2.
No, Mr. Shoephone himself. That's inside the wide line. So
that's his 9th strike. He's a couple of strikes away from the perfect 10-pin bowling 300 game.
That reminds me, it was the anniversary of the world's greatest sports meme a couple of days ago. Have you seen this one with the US 10-pin bowler who screams for about 60 seconds and says, "Who do you think you are? I am"?
Well, you can't dispute his passion. And Sawari's got a fair bit of passion as well.
I'd love to see him in an ECN game. Bowling underarm, a little bit of tail away to off stump. Just dug out, so he's four balls into it.
Now he's just got the 10th strike, and now he's got the 2 extra free balls. So here we go. It's on. We don't often have it, but it could be one of the greatest opening spells you'll ever get on the network.
Which would be a fair thing to add to what has already been a very good tournament for him.
You don't get these opportunities often in life.
Oh, that's a good ball too.
Well, he's got one more perfect delivery. This is up there within baseball. They call it a perfect game for the pitcher when he doesn't get any hits. This is like bowling a 300 in 10-pin bowling.
I mean, you look around this ground, Corey, the crowd is on their feet.
I'm on my feet. Could he do it? It's very rare. Very, very rare.
Let's clap him as he hits the crease. Oh. Pushed out. He's done it. He's done it. Sawari has completed a perfect pair of overs.
Perfect game.
2 maidens, 1 wicket, and much deserved high and low fives from the Zurich Nomads.
Well, this is one thing we had a couple of weeks ago, remarkably. Me and Vinny talked about, he's already got man of the match. It's the earliest man of the match any player could get. Unless someone takes a fifer, I don't think you beat that. Look at that. You'll never see it. The double bagel.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel sometimes bowlers don't get the respect for man of the match in T10 cricket that they deserve.
That should be man of the match already. You've bowled your 12 balls without conceding a run. You can't do better.
I'm not disputing that.
Oh,
well, you can do better. I mean, he could have taken more wickets, but ultimately that's a bit of the trade-off, isn't it? That he's beating the bat outside off stumps so often.
I'll tell you one thing I've never personally seen. I've never seen an innings with 3 or 4 maidens. We could be on track for it as Dawood will come bowl his second. Fair play to Sawari.
Oh, absolutely. No let up from the Nomads. Dawood coming on for his second. That's a lovely shape, but well played as well by Bawa. Down there to Kawadra, long off.
Obviously losing their big player early, Babu. Does make it hard for the Assassins, but they'll keep fighting. We've seen their spirit throughout the tournament.
Big swing across the line. Could have been an opportunity for Dawood, who athletically spins, throws. Can't hit the stumps, but had to check his run for a moment as Power came through.
What other sport could you... So we've got the 10-pin bowling 300. It's the perfect game from a pitcher in baseball. What else?
Archery.
Archery.
Just hitting the bullseye continuously.
Yeah, they do that at times.
Shooting.
Yeah, clay shooting, yep.
It's nicely clipped over the leg side. Well timed, and it will find the boundary. Power, that is his favourite part of the ground. We've seen his strength on the leg side in a couple of games already. Lovely shot.
Yeah, nice shot. Just timed that through the gap for 4 and a much-needed boundary. Oh, yeah, good batting there. They actually only had 3 on the leg side, and he found the gap with ease. Yeah, almost like in snooker, the old perfect frame. Yep, 148 is it?
Did you watch much snooker when you were a kid?
Played it every now and then, the old snooker halls.
Always surprises me when you talk about the change in sports interest. Just watch Dawood fire down this next ball. Driven along the ground for a single. If you go back to the 80s, snooker was one of the most watched sports in the entirety of the UK. And along with one of my favourite stats, that I think in 1981, there were as many words written about cricket in UK newspapers as there was football.
There you go.
Things have changed a little bit in that part of the world. Good Yorker from Dawood's eye. Pushed away for a 1.
I like snooker because it's one of the very few sports you see them playing in a suit. Can you name me any other sports where people are in a suit? I can think of one.
I guess theoretically chess you could. No, not as part of the traditional.
Not as part of the tradition. I've got one in my head.
What the athletes will actually wear
old school sort of suit. Equestrian.
That's a good call. Oh,
I heard that on a trivia question night, actually. What's 2 sports are in a suit?
It's not bad. Goes down the leg side. They won't try for the one. That's not a bad shout. Do they actually call it a suit, the riding outfit?
I'll have to check my equestrian book that's at home, but I don't know. So 8 start in this one. Credit to the Swiss team who
I ask you this very seriously.
on a bit of a heater.
As a diminutive young man, did you ever do a bit of jockey work or work with horses back in the day?
I wasn't betting on them on the track, not too often, as after 4 overs, the score's 20-1.
Oh, absolutely serious. I mean, it's a potential athletic career for a man of smaller size.
Well, in some countries, you could be the horses. It's 20-1 after 4.
Given Cammy's transplant, you've got a stallion
Well,
there.
it won't be too long till we'll cut off the air. Vinny Sandu might be turning that car around as he's stolen the commentary car again. But all credit to this Swiss team, Rhino. They are just on song. Since the first morning upset loss to Bruno, it felt like, they haven't put a foot wrong.
Genuinely hard to believe that they lost that.
Yeah.
And quite comprehensively. They were clearly outplayed.
Well, you mentioned nerves, and you felt like some of the guys were playing in front of the cameras for the first time. Seems like that's finished, as you're going to pronounce this last name for me.
I don't. I go for his first name, Thoroughly Duran. This man, bowling his left arm orthodox, is an absolute bane of the Cossonay cricket existence. And yet, here at Malaga, he has been smoked for a boundary almost every single ball that he's bowled.
Yeah, it's a funny one. Bowling at Carter Oval spin is not an easy thing, and that's a lovely shot first ball from Power. A little bit short, a little bit wide, and he gets that one through the gap for 4.
Yeah, I think Thoroughly quite enjoys bowling on the slower, grippier tracks that you find in a lot of the pitches in Switzerland. This deck is just batting paradise against this type of bowling. And that ball has been hit in the air. If he's grabbed it, that's an unbelievable catch. The ball hung up there for an eternity. And young Tassel Cumwell coming out from the wide cover position. Corey, that's a great grab.
Yeah, I think there was slight hesitation at first, and then he realised he had to catch up a couple of yards forward, dives forward. You and I have seen some fantastic catches in the last 24 hours, and that's right up there with them. A big wicket goes. We'll have a closer look in the replay. It's 24 for 2 now. Fly to delivery, outside off. He cloths it. Brilliant work. That's a perfect technique as well.
I'll give you a fact. So this is young Tassel Cumwell last night, who when I referred to him as being quote-unquote young, you turned around to me and said, look at his facial hair. How on earth are you calling him young? Have a guess what his age is.
30.
That's actually a guess.
Yeah.
You're a touch off.
What is it then?
What do you think? He's older or younger than that?
Young, just slightly younger, 28.
Keep going.
No, come on.
It's an even number. I can give you some help with that.
Oh, he's been pretty effective at deep cover. New man to the crease.
And he gets a dot ball. He's 16. I mean,
Wow.
leaving aside
So he's 16.
respect for his facial hair at that age,
It's a serious catch for a 16-year-old.
he's playing pretty well for a teenager.
Here he is again, right on cue. Does the mopping up. Doesn't move like a 16-year-old, that's for sure. Look forward to watching him have a bowl now.
Did a good job with the older ball back in the first game, and old mate Dorani Tyrant, he is pretty pleased that he's regained some control. Smack down the ground, but Wakas gets his frame in front of it. Good long barrier.
Hey, look, the Zagreb Assassins, Rhino, even though they've lost Babu, you've got to love how they've played the game and the spirit of the game in the last sort of 24 hours. They pushed Pack I Care. They had that famous win a few hours ago. It's not easy to maintain that level.
Lanabala Singham finishes the over, a 1 for 6. Tidy one from him after going for a boundary first ball. And the Zagreb Assassins 26 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, we'll welcome you up to the Dream Box where it's all happening. And, well, let's talk about the Zagreb Assassins a little bit. They came into this group as the rank underdogs. They really did, but they pushed Pack I Care last night. And how good was that win earlier? I was watching it on my phone while you and Vinny were commentating. How good was it?
Oh, it was absolutely fantastic. Huge moment for Croatian cricket. To be in fairness, they've got was it 3, as Vinny describes them, Indigenous players in this team. They've actually got those guys really involved. Zanko, the captain's done a great job, but they've come together as a group and really fought hard those last couple of games, and much deserved win for them this afternoon. It was no fluke whatsoever.
Oh, it's something that they'll cherish for many years, and that's a big appeal, and that's going to be out as Balage's torrid time at the crease comes to an end. It was short, it was straight, and he's going to be back in the sheds.
Well, Niazi, that ball probably should have been dispatched over the leg side, but unfortunately for Balage, he just hasn't been able to find his rhythm in this contest, and he's got a slow trudge back to the pavilion, and the Assassin's in big trouble now. 3 wickets down. Nice piece of bowling from Niazi. He actually gripped, turned quite a bit, would have clipped leg stump. Good decision from the umpire, and lovely appeal as well. How can you turn a young man down who's asking so politely?
Right, good appeal always goes a long way. Another wicket goes, and Zagreb Assassins, who had that famous win before, it's really hard to come back and pull it off again. This new batsman comes out, and not too sure he's ready here. Looks like the shoelace. And, well, this is an interesting one. Does this go into the time barrier where they get 5 penalty runs because he's technically run out and he's not ready?
It's a big call, Corey.
Well, they do get 60 seconds, but a shoelace, does a shoelace give you a little bit more than 60 seconds?
I guess he could argue that he was standing ready to face. He's got his gloves on. It was a magnificent moment when we saw last night Pakai Care, the batter, coming in, fumbling his gloves, getting all hot and bothered at need to dress himself quickly. So Niazi drifts one down the leg side, slightly loose delivery.
Yeah, Niazi's been effective so far as well as one of the front line spinners for them. Gets that one a little bit wrong.
Hassan Ahmed getting the body behind it with the wicket-keeping gloves. Leg spinner from Niazi. Poor piece of fielding. That's Zabiola there. Point. Carmwell's had to scoot around and back up his teammate.
Yeah, 2 bonus runs. Should have been a dot ball. Well, nice shot on the carpet, but yeah, just that on the second bounce, it can always spin that little bit more. And good backing up though. Sort of.
Tidy enough.
Tidy enough.
Another leg spinner from Niazi. It's cut, but this time straight to the skipper, Azim Nazir. It is unusual, isn't it, Corey? You tend to see spinners trying to disguise their variation. Niazi just flits between traditional orthodox off spin and a proper leg spinner.
Yeah, he's got some variations, but he doesn't try to disguise them at all. That might be a genuine 2-leg buys. It's a tight second, and they'll get there. So 2-leg buys to the totals. They break into the 30s.
Yeah, good bit of work there in the field from Thana Ethirin, Thana Balasingham. It's a fair few syllables to utter in a short space of time. Sure, we'll see his left arm orthodox back at the bowling crease a bit later. Flight from Niazi challenges the batter. Batter responds with a mistime drive down to long on.
Yeah, this Swiss team just feel like they're going to be hitting finals time tomorrow out of all 5 teams with the best momentum. The shoelace is blown out due to the running between wickets. Good to see the umpires always offering a little bit of help. The umpires have been fantastic, haven't they, Rhino?
Always tremendous, to be honest. Looks like that. It sounds like this game's being played in good spirits. Bit of chat between the teams. Yeah, good young talent on display here at Cartermore Oval. Dragged across to deep mid-wicket, and they'll move through for a single.
That'll be the over-complete. So 33 for 3 after 6. And yeah, I guess it was to be expected a little bit after the emotions of that famous win before. They haven't been able to really find that sort of mojo. The Zagreb Assassins. And that's part and parcel with the sport. We look at that scorecard so far. Big wicket of Babu really held a lot of keys to this game, to their success. But unfortunately, he got dismissed early, and it feels like that sort of closed the game off straight away.
It's struck reasonably well. It's not going to make the boundary, and Carmwell again using his athleticism to choose the right angle, cut the ball off and fire it in. Keep it to 1.
Yeah, just one more to the total. 6-man offside here. 3 backward points in play, basically televising he's going to keep it outside the off stump. Make that 4 points. They've gone the old 4 points, a deep cover and a deep mid off. Amazing field.
Interesting to see if Wicket tries to step outside off and negate that angle. That ball's actually horrendous delivery, but it stayed within the wide line.
Yeah, look at that field there. I don't think I've ever seen this at Carlton Road. You've got 4 players basically from point and behind point. One a little bit tighter than the others.
He does cut.
Oh, he got it through.
That's one way to get it through the gap. Hit it to a fielder with sloppy hands. You'd have to be, if you're Thunderbolt Singham there, you'd have to be pretty irritated. You've done exactly what the captain wants, exactly what the field is set for, and just a pedestrian piece of fielding allows the change of strike.
Yeah, pretty good shot if you can honestly break it through that 4 without a misfield.
Swung across to the leg side, so still that line from Thunderbolt Singham, forcing the batters to choose to play through the off or drag it to leg. Still 3 fielders on the leg side on the boundary though, so boundary protection is on leg. Strides down the ground, good contact. I guess that's the downside, isn't it, Corey, when you telegraph exactly where you're going to bowl when there's no variety whatsoever. Ultimately, it's down to the batter to show some guts, take you on, and Decker's done a pretty good job.
Very good shot. Came down the ground and turned it into a half volley. So good batting from Watercart. Can he go again? Get that score near 50.
Nudged it up reasonably well in the last few overs, the Assassins. Goes down the pitch again. Flighted ball. Not well timed, but enough to take the 1. And it's the end of the 7th over. 3 to go, and the Zagreb Assassins 43 for 3.
Racing through the overs as well. Spin working in tandem. A little bit of the tail of the tape so far. Obviously, Darmstadt, Hornchurch and Skanderborg have made it through. Great story that was for the Danes. Their first finals week, and also Darmstadt CC, who had a bit of heartbreak a couple of years ago, make it through. Looking forward to Group E, F and G just around the corner.
How could one not be? Some great teams coming up in a few days. Big Scandinavian bent to the next group. We've got the boys from Lisbon coming in from Ireland.
It'll be good to see the new teams come out here, who've been patiently waiting their turn.
So Arbab Khan getting his opportunity at the bowling crease. Similar diminutive stature to Dawodzai.
Yeah,
a little bit more bustling in his approach, but
tell you what, no fine leg in 45 there. He's very, very lucky there was no glove or even thigh pad on that.
Short ball, that should be pulled. And, that really should have been taken, to be honest. Fielder coming in from backward square. The ball hung in the air for a long time. It's Khalid Niazi who's fumbled what probably should have taken, made good ground.
Yeah, definitely should have been caught. These are little things. Tomorrow, you can make the mistakes now, but tomorrow, Rhino, you can't be dropping that on finals day.
Pushes down the leg side. Hassan scoots after it, but he can't prevent the single.
It's just going to be one more leg by into the total. Just losing his line a bit here. Needs to take it back outside the off stump.
Good opportunity, though, for the Nomads to get a few players who have had less involvement in the tournament. An opportunity at the bowling crease. Manipulated around to the leg side. Pretty well placed in the end, but Niazi with a few dramatics, but no shortage of power on that throwing arm. Now, speaking of the composition of this side, Corey, I think it's a great thing from the Nomads that they have come here. No wild cards, relying completely on the players who took them to Swiss T10 domestic glory last year.
Yeah, you can understand that. If they've got enough bodies that are ready to go, you don't really have to use it. And it's good. I can understand them wanting to reward their local players. I think some teams that obviously have some visa issues and or injuries always want to try and use the wild cards, which makes a lot of sense as well. Some teams call themselves a club, but that club's actually only 15 people. So if you have a couple of injuries, it's very difficult to get everybody out here.
Strikes the batter. midsection. The Nomads done a very good job in establishing second teams, under-19 teams and the like in the last few years. They've got plenty of committed folks, whether it's the Nazir brothers or Asfar Lakaraju, who are sort of standing behind, doing a lot of the background work. And both those men, Azim and Asfar, have taken the reins with the second team over the last few years. As Arbab gets the stumping, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Handy bit of work from Hassan, and the arms go up in celebration.
Yeah, it was an easy decision for the umpire. Didn't even have to use the technology at all. Just a plain miss outside off. Pretty loose batting, to be fair. He shuffled forward, an easy stumping. As long as he took it behind the stumps, which it looks like he did, that's out.
Maximo would love the high hands from the keeper. He's been good with the gloves in the tournament. Hassan Ahmed, a nice reward for Arbab Khan after a fairly neat over. And the Assassins, unfortunately, falling deeper and deeper into the quicksand. They're 47 for 4 now, and Corey, it's hard to see them sort of getting even up to the 70-75 range.
Yeah, it's not likely that they go on to win this game, and that bubble sort of burst from that famous win a few hours ago, but that's T10 cricket for you. It can be a bit like a yo-yo sometimes, just got to ride the wave, but if we don't get to see them in finals day tomorrow, they've won a lot of hearts.
Yep. That's a bowl from Niazi. Can you explain to me, what has a yo-yo got to do with riding a wave?
Well, the same thing, you know, sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, top of the wave, bottom of the wave. I know you wouldn't understand because you didn't hit the surf as a youngster, but yeah, bit of a yo-yo.
Philosophical commentary from Corey Rutgers as the big charge sends it wide. And unfortunately, Awadika is waved goodbye from Carter Oval. Possibly for the last time with the bat. I'd say probably now, given where the Assassins are sitting in this game. They get the wide, but another wicket down, 48 for 5.
The old WW wide wicket. Don't see it too often, but good hands from the keeper as long as he kept him behind, which he did. And out by a long way. So Niazi's he's a wily fox. I like that he's got 1 or 2 deliveries, and he watches what the batter does before he puts it in the right zone.
Yep, talented young player. It's good to see some of these youngsters still developing their skills, getting a good opportunity. There's a nice mix of experience and youth within this Nomads team, and they are hitting their straps at the right time.
I think what you said's quite correct. If I'm the Nomads here, you maybe try and put your number 5, 6 at the top and see if you can get more batters in form.
Those middle order players, they might be needed in the coming days as Authority's almost headbutted the ball and he's taken evasive action at the last moment. Zabiula's chased it down and kept it in the boundary. There's going to be a run out. My goodness, how much can happen in the one delivery, Corey Rutgers?
Well, I don't know what's happened, but someone's got a diamond duck. I don't know who, but it's a cut shot. It would have been the easiest of catches. It got left, but they have to check the boundary here just to make sure that it is run out.
Yeah, this could be the fly in the ointment here, Corey.
Well, it's either 4 or 2 in run out. So they leave the catch. A little bit comical there. Have a look here. Does he save it? He does. Well done. So that means this is going to be run out. And then they might need to have a look at the running between the wickets, just to make sure they know who had crossed. But can you believe it?
Well, what I can't believe, I'm not sure what happened to poor Thorny Theron. Thanabalasiam there down at the third man position. Looked like he was going for the catch, and then I'm not sure whether he was concerned that the fielder immediately to his right was also going for it. But there was a point where he looked like Mo Salah going into the box and trying to header a winner for Liverpool rather than trying to execute a catch. But either way, it's provided a little bit of comic relief for us, and poor Anthony Razmilic goes for a diamond duck, 50 for 6.
Arguably the worst of all the ducks. A diamond, walked out there, didn't get to face the ball, but just shows why you chase the ball all the way to the boundary and save every run, because you might be able to make something happen. Vincent, a crowd favourite, comes to the crease.
Nice little leg spinner. Nigel just lofts it to the leg side. They were contemplating the second, but after a run-out previous ball, playing with fire.
Just feel like obviously the 50-metre dimensions of this ground, very hard to get a genuine 2 or 3.
taking Sing on to strike. Haven't had anyone who's really established themselves during this innings, the Assassins. Yazi with figures of 2 for 9. Slow off spinner. It's just dragged straight down the ground. And Sawari having to engage himself in the game for the first time since his pair of maiden overs. He really has brought the crowd to life here, Nigel Vincent, hasn't he?
Fantastic catch earlier today.
Cult hero.
It's about the stories. That's what ECL's about. It's about the club players. It's about where their journeys have come from. Rhino winning their local domestic comps. Not about the wild cards or the stars. It's about the little Nigel Vincent and his story and his progression to coming out to Cardamom and taking that amazing catch earlier.
It's probably the nicest thing I've ever heard you say.
Feeling emotional today, Rhino.
Yazi gets the leading edge, and that's an easy catch. And unfortunately, a man who has brought us plenty of entertainment during the course of these 2 days goes pretty quickly. Nice bit of flight from Yazi, and he ends up with his 3rd wicket, and the Zagreb Assassins 52 for 7 after 9.
Well, it's about the stories, but this one's not so strong for Nigel Vincent. Unfortunately, comes down the ground, skews it away straight to the fielder. So his tournament with the bat comes to an end, but hopefully we see him again in the future on the ECN network. Pretty loose-looking stroke.
Well, this is on the basis that that things don't go the Assassins' way in the coming second half of this game, and we saw what they did to Pakai Care last night. They're not going to be that far off that total, provided they can score a few runs in coming over.
Good to see the sportsmanship there in the dugout, still giving them confidence as he walked off. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see this score defended, Rhino. I know last night sort of felt like it could have happened, but they still lost pretty comfortably in the end. We have a look at the bowling figures. Strong all round, but Sawari, the double maiden start, unbelievable.
Surprised our scorecard could even keep up with the ridiculousness of so many zeros. As that ball is just struck pretty nicely down the ground by Anupam Singh. Take the 1, and he's joined at the crease by Sajid Khan, who I'm quite looking forward to seeing him rip a few more leggies. Earlier, he bowled very well. The victory over Bruno. Took a good couple of catches as well. Tries to heave Arbab over the leg side unsuccessfully.
They'll be better for the run Zagreb Assassins to have come to this competition as well. If they'll go back to their domestic competitions, and if they win it again, they'll know what to expect if they come to Cardamom in the future.
Slow ball from Arbab, nicely bowled, pouched by Hassani. They've had the inclination of a stumping at one stage.
Cutter has kept well, hasn't he, up to the stumps?
Save the umpires walking through to fix the bails. Another change of pace. Might have dragged his foot on that occasion. The arms have gone up from point, and most importantly, the finger has gone up from the square leg umpire. A nice change of pace from Arbab. He's done a pretty good job for his skipper in this game, and Hassan Ahmed continues to rack up an absurd amount of fantasy points in the wicket-keeping position.
He really has. Another stumping, and well, umpire Shub didn't use technology. He said that's just out, so we'll have a closer look, but unfortunately, Zagreb Assassins this innings, nothing's gone right really. Yeah, easy decision for the umpire. Never tried to get it back, just lost his balance, and a bit of a mismatch here, Rhino.
Well, you say that, Corey Rutgers, but we know better after the Pakai Care tension from last night. Zagreb Assassins, Pradesh Power gets on one of his heaters with the ball and in the field. Who knows what could happen as Magdalenic comes out to join Singh in the middle. 2 balls left. Khan gets swung and swung healthily over the leg side. It's a Maximo for the Assassins. And a few questions of where has Magdalenic been? Get him up the order.
Well, he might be saying to his teammates, you've put me at 10, but surely next time I'm in the top 5. What a shot first ball. Personal highlight for him. Well done.
Well, to be honest, with that one shot, he's now the 4th highest scorer of the innings.
Bombs if he hits another 6.
was a big swing, and they have managed to scamper through for a bye, so they've sullied Hassan's clean keeping record, but he won't be too fussed about that. Zagreb have managed to reach the colossal 60 figure with the one off that last ball off their 10 overs, and that was quite a battle, Corey.
Yeah, it was a battle. Well, a little bit one-sided, but the Assassins never gave up. They're going to end up on 60 for 8. Credit to the Swiss team, though. They're going to go into finals day tomorrow, the more informed side out of the 4 that make it. They've got a little job to do here. It wouldn't surprise me if they change the batting order up, though, just a little bit to get some more guys some time at the crease.
Yep, no doubt, and it's probably not a bad thing. So they've relied on their top order quite a bit, but getting a few of those guys in the middle, whether in particular a guy like Wickets, who hasn't faced too many balls here so far, a few of those younger guys who haven't necessarily got their time in the middle, like Cromwell and even Sawari, to try and get out there and hit a few big bombs, but they are a confident mob at the moment, the Zurich Nomads, and they started very, very well. Unfortunately for the Assassins, Babu was knocked out of the game early, pumped up Wickets there at mid-off taking a catch, and probably don't have any more highlights from Sawari's bowling overs because he managed to get through them with 2 overs, no runs, 1 wicket. Extraordinary stuff, Corey.
Yeah, it was extraordinary stuff. We don't often get the double mated. Credit to the Swiss. They just put the ball in the right areas, Rhino. They didn't overcomplicate it. It was tough going for the Assassins. They did find the odd boundary, but just couldn't get on a run in the middle overs. And it was spin. When the spin came on, the wicket started to fall. That was a nice cut shot, however. But yeah, I like the dual spinners, the left arm off spinner, and you've also got a right arm off your right arm leggy. They've got it all.
Yeah, this was an excellent catch. Tassel Cromwell moving in quickly from the deep position. Yeah, didn't get in his eyes. Fortunately, he's taken a clean grab, and then the spinner, Niazi, picked up an LBW with a lovely piece of bowling. He's managed to get a bit of purchase on this Kardama deck. Nigel, he was putting the helmet on early, clearly foreseeing that there was going to be a rush of wickets. And Hassan Ahmed continues his rampaging form with the gloves. Yet another stumping. And he followed it up with a second one. And Niazi was all hugs for his wicket-keeping partner. That was even probably an easier piece of work, as unfortunately Raz Milic went without facing a ball. Nigel tried his best, as he has all tournament, but providing Fahim Nazir with one of the easier catches he will have in his career. And then Hassan continued to just rack up the fantasy points as he got his 3rd stumping the game, this time off the bowling of Abab Khan. That man, Magdalenic, came out with 2 balls to go and he yanked a Maximo over to the leg side. Brought a few smiles to at least part of the bench, but that last ball, they managed to pick up a single to take it to an even 60, but it is probably not going to be enough to stop this Zurich Nomads batting lineup from pulling in this target relatively comfortably. We'll have a look at the batting card, and British Power, the best of the batters up the top, 16 off 8 before he was a victim to an excellent catch, as we saw from Cromwell off the bowling, Tharani Thiran, Thunabala Singham. And down the order a bit, Suraj Wadaka, 13 off 11 before he was one of the Hassan Ahmed stumpings, and a couple of pretty good overs from the spinner. Khalid Niazi showed himself to be a bit of a wicket taker today. He got 3 for 10 off his 2 overs. Good to see Abab Khan getting 2 overs at the bowling crease. He was pretty tidy, 2 for 11, but the man of the moment, Shiraz Sawari, he had 1 wicket, but most importantly, 2 maidens. They could not score a single run off him. Have a look at the mid-match summary. Zagreb Assassins putting 60 for 8 off their 10 overs. So very, very good bowling and fielding performance from the Zurich Nomads. They will be looking to polish off this 61-run chase and take a bonus point and have themselves at the top of the table as we go into finals day tomorrow. So Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network. Please join myself and Corey Rutgers back in a few moments for the chase.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European cricket fans, welcome back to Carter Oval here in the gorgeous Andalucía region of Spain. We are heading into the evening slot for Game 4 here on the second day of Group D action. European Cricket League 2025. Quick look at the bonus point equation. The first innings total, rather paltry, 60 from the Zagreb Assassins. They didn't deal too well with the power and guile of the Nomads bowling attack, and the Nomads would be looking to pull in this target within 7 overs. Look at the Hall of Fame, the lowest scores ever defended, and the Zagreb Assassins were actually involved in the lowest score defended of all time. Fortunately for them, they were on the wrong side of that equation after they failed to chase 56 put on by Ljubljana back in 2023 at ECS Croatia. But tell you what, if they can, I'm not sure what Corey Rutgers will do if they are able to defend 61, but I can assure you that it won't be pretty, and I'm not sure what will happen to his lovely light grey jacket that he's pulled out for today. So the team's re-entering the field, and it doesn't seem that there's a huge amount of let-up as far as the Zagreb Assassins are concerned. It seems to be Fahim Nazir coming out in his usual opening spot. But in a turn-up for the family connections, it's Azim Nazir, the non-striker's end. So good to see him getting a hit. He's one of those middle-order players that they'd love to get a little bit of strike during the coming overs. Just see if they can get him into some form, because when it comes to winning some of those key matchups tomorrow, when we get to the business end of this group stage, I'd love to have him in some form, because as things get tight, that's when the depth of your squad becomes very important indeed. So the Assassins just getting themselves into position. Babu taking the gloves, as he had throughout this tournament. Unfortunately, didn't get to see the best of him earlier today. He's been so consistent throughout the group stage, and unfortunately, the pace and bounce of Sawari was too much for him. Spoon to catch to mid off very early, and things didn't really go that much better for the Assassins after that. So Nazir facing ball one from Pawa. Might have tickled the thigh pad on the way through, so I'm not sure there was really much value in screaming for a catch, but nonetheless, it's at least saved Pawa the wide. A little bit of late movement, as he's done throughout the tournament. He's been very impressive. Power in. Babu have been head and shoulders the key guys for Zagreb Assassins. Plenty of contributions from their teammates, but key guys. Nazir, long way out of his crease, and Power sent him a message. Short ball, might have even hit him on the elbow, which if it is, that's a really painful spot to get struck. It is the point of the elbow.
Well, take some of that. I'm going to jump back in here. If you're batting 1.5 meters outside your crease, you've got to be able to bring it. And that's not going to help just getting the warm rub and the grabbing from everyone. Everyone just wants to touch it because it looks fun. But I tell you what, that hurts. But if you bat 2 meters outside your crease, Pawa's going to pin you.
Pawa hasn't enjoyed being stood up like that. Tell you what, Cora, I remember getting in the batting in something like under 12s or under 13s to get whacked on the elbow. It is not fun.
Sorry to interrupt you here, Rhino, but it's magic spray. You might have to use the whole can here. This could be a whole can job. Oh, that is great magic spraying.
It's lucky the ozone layer has repaired itself over the last 20 years, because
he's gone. He might be gone here. I reckon he's gone. Oh, yeah, retired, hurt potentially. Well, can you believe it? Pawa has blown his elbow apart, and if the Assassins aren't in finals day tomorrow, they've already done a job for the other teams.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? In a game that Fahim probably didn't need to come out and bat in. I mean, he's smiling, so hopefully it's okay, but that's his top hand, and
well, he's bending his elbow there, he must be, but he's batting 2 metres outside his crease, and he just goes crunch.
This is a grizzly ball as well, too. I mean,
for people that don't know, none of us have ever been able to cut it open because it is that hard. Inside it is just something that comes from a different planet. And even Magic Spray won't repair him. He's gone.
Yeah, well, it's probably lucky that there's a good sort of, what's it going to be until their games tomorrow? Good 16 hours before he has to bat again.
He could be out for the tournament. Who knows? He is moving his arm pretty freely. Maybe just a more precautionary retired hurt.
Well, you'd think so.
It's not
an area you can amputate and still continue, is it?
I'm going to go out on a limb. That's the first ever player Pawa's injured in cricket. So he's not the quickest, but he's done his job.
Well, he's done something that not many bowlers in Swiss cricket have managed to do over the years, and that is both send Fahim back to the sheds early and blunt his batting power. So congratulations to Pritesh. Lovely little ball to open things up with Hassan Ahmed, who's out there in the middle, probably early. I'm a little bit surprised about this. I thought the Nomads would rejig the batting order a touch.
And there's 13 cameras on and millions of viewers around the order. If I'm a top order batter, I ain't giving anyone a go. I think they've just stuck to their mantra.
So
said,
why you're one of the ultimate team men, Corey Rutgers.
Good to see he's smiling at least, but a bit of ice on that and probably just sit down and relax for the afternoon and hope the other players sort of get these runs.
Let's get a little bit of late movement. To be fair to Power, he's quicker than he looks, and we saw him give a lot of trouble to the top order of Pakai Care last night, both with a bit of swing, the odd ball jagging off the seam.
I dare say, if he was batting 2 metres back inside his crease, he might have pulled it for 6. So anyway, Power, he's got some nice rhythm going.
How would you be if you were Fahim? You've managed to blunt Mohammad Kamran across 2 overs this morning, and then all of a sudden Pritesh Power from the Zagreb Assassins comes and causes you to retire hurt.
Cricket's a funny game at the best of times.
Pretty good over from Power so far though, 9 for 1 off 4. I tell you what, that's an awkward looking shot from Hassan. That ball shot through much lower than he expected. It was short of a length.
Yeah, Pawa's been the find for Zagreb Assassins. Just tied him up for a little bit of room there. He's got a lovely presentation of the seam.
Really does. Talented cricketer. As we've said a few times, took a tremendous pair of catches last night. Big swing across the line for Azim. Just looking short of a run at the moment. The Zurich Nomad skipper. That's the end of the first over. 1 for none. Corey Rutgers basically gave the Assassins absolutely no chance. Now you've effectively got Fahim back in the sheds. 1 over and only a single run off it. What's going through the Rutgers head now?
Well, right now there's genuine panic because I would have to go and shoot the intro for next game again because I already said who's in the final state tomorrow. So there might be a retake if the Assassins pull this off. 47 matches since a golden ball.
You're a gambling man,
That's why you don't leave me to do the intros, Rhino. Anything can happen.
It's completely irresponsible.
Take 2.
It'd just be so funny if that didn't work out well for you.
I'll give you some ground breaking news right now.
Please do.
If they chase it inside 5.3 overs, they take top spot.
Oh. Well, tell you what, 1 run off the first over probably doesn't help that. But Hassan Ahmed stand and deliver. Thrashed wide of mid-off. And he's timed the pants off that ball.
Lovely shot on the up. Really nice shot. He's a talented player and a powerful player. If he gets going, they'll do it well inside 5.3. And I do wonder, do you think the psychological barrier, it helps a little bit just to say we finished top of our group that involved Pakai Care, or it doesn't matter so much?
Yeah, I don't know. Very relevant for the weather.
Fuller delivery, big appeal. Did it hold its line enough? I don't think so. Probably sliding down the leg side.
Probably missing leg stump by about 2 inches, but nonetheless, decent ball.
Yeah, they've had this happy knack, Zagreb says. They bowl this awkward sort of pace. It's that doesn't come onto the bat, and they get it to go in the air a little bit.
He's been useful at the top of the bowling order, Radaka. Drag down the leg side with a bit of late swing, but touches Hassan's pad, and he'll scoot through for 1. Babu not particularly happy with something on that occasion. Throwing the Grizzly into the turf. Hope the turf's okay.
A little bit of frustration that they got through for the leg bye. So Nazir back on strike. Nazir just needs to get one out the middle to get him going with the bat.
Very good batter, Azim. Probably a couple of years past his swashbuckling best, but plays shots all around the ground and trying to swing it over leg side. That was coming back a little bit towards off stump. Might have pitched outside leg, but there's a national final, 40 overs, going back probably maybe about 5 years ago, Corey, in which Azim and Fahim put on, must have been something like a 250-run partnership in the grand final, opening the batting, and it was some of the most devastating shot making you could want to see.
Yeah, there's a lot of power in Swiss cricket, that's for sure. That one.
Big heave across the line. Fielder's scooting around, and unfortunately got a good piece of it, but not enough to prevent the boundary. Nice diving effort from Anupam Singh. But Hassan will happy to see one go through the boundary. Not the most elegant shot he's played today, but enough bat on it.
Just that power again though, isn't it? Not off the meat of the bat, but it shot away over the Cardamom turf, so he's raced to 9. I think they'd like to get that top spot. Just to say, look what we've already achieved. Tomorrow's a big day. Oh! Blown his hand apart. What fielding. It's the greatest stop I've ever seen. He smoked that. Magic spray's coming. He's already called for it. Bring 2 bottles.
Is there any
Bring
left?
3 bottles. Oh, my word. His hand almost went further than the ball. Holding it like that ain't going to help. He seems okay, but he smoked that. Oh, well,
maybe holding hands does work. So the magic spray's coming out. Hopefully there's some left after Fahim's elbow treatment. Oh, geez, I think that's hit that really awkward part.
That could honestly disintegrate fingers. This ball is arguably, I'm going to bring up a contentious thing. I think this ball's too hard for cricket. I don't think we should be using it. It is so hard. It is rock hard. How often do you see magic spray in a 10-over match? We see it every 3 overs. It's rock hard, Rhino.
Can assure our viewers that it fits normal cricket ball specifications, irrespective of what Corey has said. Great segue into looking at the standings for Group D. See the Nomads. They'll need to do this in a pretty quick time. Right outside off stump, Azim just hits the sky. Nigel's involved, and somehow that has stayed in the hands of Suraj Wadekar, despite the best efforts of the 2 of them to raffle it off. But Azim Nazir, unfortunately, doesn't do any damage to the scorebook. He goes for none off 4, and well-deserved wicket for the Assassins. Zurich Nomads, 11 for 1.
They're just showing it. The hand still works, and that's important. Another wicket will go after the retired Hurt. Effectively, it could be 11 for 2 here. Such credit to this plucky little Zagreb Assassins team who just don't know when to die. Nigel catches his head, but he catches the ball.
It's good support. We saw the wicket keeper Zayn Nakvi from Pakai Kerala this morning just barrel into his fine leg fielder to spoil a catch. On that occasion, Nigel was just providing some good backup. Great teamwork.
Once again, another early wicket.
I bring Zabiola to the crease, so the Nomads are clearly keen to continue to pursue this target within at least bonus point range, if not within, what was it, 5.5 overs you said that they needed? I know you've calculated this yourself.
I was just doing some calculations out back.
Did you get your abacus out to help?
5.3 or less. 5.3 or less. So
About three overs and 1 ball to do it, so it's a long way away.
well, you want to choose your dugout. I always felt like that when you went to a game. You want to choose where you sit.
Oh, well, that is going to help them. We haven't seen too many balls end up in the hospitality area during Group D. Dropped catch from Bruno, but it's a Maximo in the scorebook.
Well, Bruno have had a pretty tough day earlier, have now put a catch down in the fan zone. It was a one-handed attempt. Lovely shot from Ahmed as he pulled that away for 6. But as crowd catches go, that one should have been held.
Well, the camera person didn't even want to look at it.
There he is. Went with the one hand. Never wise.
Full ball, and it's drilled, and an excellent catch. Magdalenic brings out the archer and celebrates heartily, and so he should. That was drilled by Hassan. Really good snare.
What a catch, because he's hit that so hard, and he held his own. He takes it. Will there be magic spray call for? Maybe. That was laced. Zagreb Assassins just have a happy knack of keeping teams under the ropes.
Well, you may as well have that as 18 for 3, because with the injury to Fahim Nazir, they've been outstanding bowling to the top order, the Zagreb Assassins. And it's going to take a lot more than this for an upset, but you've already got a couple of big guns already back in the sheds. Some of them not in the team tonight, so you haven't got quite the same depth in the batting lineup. I get Corey Rutgers is sensing the potential for an upset here.
Oh, I have to go reshoot an intro if it is, so let's see. They're on the right path. I just love their spirit.
Well, tell you what, Phoenix rising from the ashes.
Lazarus.
Fahim's back out there.
Well, you would have thought he would have rested for finals day, but he's back with a swollen elbow.
A big swing. That's given. Well, Fahim's only out there for 1 ball. He was a long, long way down the track. He's already probably a little bit filthy about one of the LBW decisions he had earlier in the tournament. Have a look at this one on replay, but they continue to bowl a good full length, bring swing into the equation, and now the Nomads are legitimately 18 for 3.
Well, Lazarus came back. He walked to the crease, and then he gets pinned. This man, Power, there's Jimmy Anderson in disguise. He brings one back down the line, hits him in front of off the middle. The thing is, he's a mile out of his crease. It has a long way to travel, but Shub says, I don't care. That's getting some stumps. Go back to the sheds and put some ice on that elbow, young man. What a game. Don't tell me the Assassins. You got to love it, Rhino.
Well, I do love the plucky Assassins. I'm not convinced by that decision, and I'm not sure Fahim Nazir is either. He goes for none off 3. And the Nomads now a few question marks over this chase.
There's no way. There's no way.
The more you say there's no way, the more that the Assassins say yes way. And there's now a few nerves in that dressing room. Cumwell comes to the crease.
Parler's got 3 for 8.
What a spell.
Oh.
As Cumwell almost sends him a return catch. It's all happening here at Cardamar. It's the end of one of the most amazing power plays you could want to see. The Zurich Nomads are 18 for 3, chasing 61.
Well, remarkable cricket here. Last night, they only made 68 versus Paco Care. They got them 6 down. Right now, they've only hit 60, and they've got Zurich Nomads, the other top team. They've got them 3 down. This is the Manhattan so far. There was a double maiden to start, a couple overs in the 10s. They never flew with the bat. But Pawa with the ball is arguably the bowler of the group.
Mate, he's been sensational. Could you imagine if the Assassins pull this off? Nomads staring down the barrel here. 43 off 42 needed.
They aren't staring down the barrel. They've got this still under control. But I tell you what, 2 more wickets before 30, maybe.
Zabiola holds the key. He's not going to hold back either. He only knows one way how to play this young gentleman. He is going to be looking for the boundary.
It's like it. I just love the heart of this team. They've been pushing teams that were more fancied above them.
I will give you a wild card too. Sajid Khan, the leg spinner, is still to bowl his 2 overs. You get the leggy in against that middle and lower order, this could be tasty.
Oh, I get more magic spray here. I think another elbow's been pinned. Zagreb Assassins are assassins at the moment, taking some body parts with them. Back of the bicep.
Just missed. Zabiola, he's not really found the boundary. He's hit over it pretty regularly.
They're getting actual genuine zip off this pitch.
Big swing across the line. Good contact. Just dives over the top of it. British, you cannot keep that man out of the game. They've even switched him sides from last night, and the ball just finds him.
Yeah, he'll be slightly disappointed he didn't rein that one back in, but a steadying boundary there for the Swiss team. It's the greatest format on earth, Rhino. For club cricket, to bring these club cricketers out here, it is the greatest format we have.
Full ball. It's in the slot, and Zabiola continues his tremendous tournament. Smokes a Zach over long off. And that has eased a little bit of the pressure for the Nomads, 28 for 3.
Yeah, nice shot from the man that starts with Z, Zabiola. And two boundaries, Rhino, sort of just breaks that tension a little bit, doesn't it? They need another wicket right now.
Change of pace, just outside the wide line. Hasn't bowled a bad spell here at all, Whittaker. For 19, it's probably been better than that. Supported Power, who's come up with another tremendous performance. 3 for 8 off his first 2 overs. Oh, Zabiola goes huge over the leg side. This man is a blaster with the best of them. That has carried the boundary by a good 25 metres.
Yeah, you could say he's even a master blaster. That was out the middle. That was big. You knew it as soon as you heard the noise off the bat. That went a long way. And that dressing room, who maybe felt slightly twitchy 4 minutes ago, I think are a lot more relaxed.
Certainly are. Zabiola still looking to do this within the 5.5 overs if he can. Drops a little bit short, not as well timed, but still carries the boundary. So another Maximo for Zabiola, and Whittaker's been pumped in that over. The Nomads somewhat safer now, 41 for 3 after 4.
Yeah, a lot safer. Those boundaries sort of killed the game a bit. It's now only 20 off 36, but they are still on the hunt to get the top spot, meaning when they rock up to the ground tomorrow, they can choose their dressing room.
See if there's any engagement on the dressing room chat from the YouTube group, Corey.
It's important to choose your dressing room. You might feel more comfortable sitting somewhere. You never know.
Well, to be honest, in fairness, given the amount of mud and fluid that is around that place at the moment, there probably is one dressing room that is slightly more comfortable than the other. As the leg spinner Khan comes on, and Kamwell just neatly plays him to the leg for 1.
So it was 5.3 or less, around that mark. I'll have a double check of my analytics sheet in a moment. But while Zabiola's there, he might finish it this over.
Oh, that's another bomb. What a strike. This young man's probably hit the big ball more consistently than anyone in this group, and he races along to 29 off 8.
He's the X factor tomorrow for this batting lineup, isn't he? After the left-handers near the top of the order, he just comes out swashbuckling style and bombs it. Oh, this game's taken a turn pretty quickly.
Oh, lovely piece of bowling from the leg spinner, the extra flight, and isn't he pumped? Zabiola goes down, trying to launch another one. And the Nomads 48 for 4.
Oh, Khan's just fed it to him. He knows the cameras are about to close on the Zagreb Assassins tournament. He takes every opportunity to let Zabiola know, you got me once, but I got you the very next ball.
Yeah.
Good leg spin
Lovely
bowling.
piece of bowling. He does not mind giving it a bit of air, this young man.
It's one of the dark arts, Rhino. Look at that.
Little bit of drift and just enough spin to take the leg
Look at the
stump.
celly. Look at this. Yeah, have some of that. Have some of that. See you later, Zabiola. Well bowled.
Well, That's wonderful piece of bowling. And fortunately, Gen Z on his way back to the pavilion, albeit after doing a fair bit of damage. 29 off 9.
Gotta love the
for
passion of these
Maximos.
club teams. Just gotta love the passion. Little club from Croatia just loving it. Oh, catch it, Nigel.
Nigel's
Nigel!
under it.
Nigel! Oh.
He was under it at some stage, but unfortunately, circling back, ended up about 2 metres short.
Gotta love Nigel though. He crowded that ball like a, I don't know, like a clown with the bulls.
Corey Rutgers wordsmith. Oh, that's smacked. Wide of mid-on, and Cromwell, they rate his batting, the Zurich Nomads, and he's shown us some glimpses this tournament when he gets to free his arms. Certainly a good striker.
Well, if they do in the next 4 balls, Rhino, they finish on top spot. And I tell you what, they deserve it, this Swiss team. They've been good to watch and plenty of good energy.
Guard drops short again. I thought Cromwell was going to launch another Maximo, so that takes us to the end of the 5th over. The Zurich Nomads 56 for 4. So, as Corey's mentioned, if they get that target within a couple of balls here, halfway through the 6th, then they will finish top.
This is what's coming up next. It's Budapest Blinders versing Brno, and a little bit of a dead rubber, but these two teams will likely play each other in the Eliminator on finals day. So they might be able to get one up on each other here in this one.
Quick correction too, Corey. It's 5.4 overs if they score an even 62. Or if they end up with 64, they can go to 5.5, but they won't need it as Cromwell has annihilated the first ball of that over for a Maximo. They complete victory in 5.1 overs, and the Nomads take top spot in Group D. What a win and what a comeback over the last 3 games for the Swiss champions.
Yeah, good on them. They've been really, really good in the last couple of games. They're enjoying themselves. As you mentioned, they didn't bring any wild cards. They've earned their way here. And they've brought the same players. They've done what they needed to do. And good luck to them tomorrow. They get to choose the home dressing room because they finish top of the table. And I think out of all the teams we've seen, they're one of the better, more rounded teams in Group D.
Yep. Certainly agree, Corey. I think they've probably got that depth in the batting lineup might contest it.
Well, not sure about that.
Big Haas dragging one of his teammates out to the centre wicket celebrations, but as you said, a well-deserved reaching the precipice of Group D.
Now let's talk a little bit about Zagreb Assassins. It's goodbye for them, but they have won the hearts. The little team from Croatia with a famous upset win this morning. They've got so many players that we've been impressed about. Pawa, Vedran, Vincent, Nigel. Just a good bunch of humans, and we wish them all the best.
Yeah, it's the irony that a team named the Assassins has been the feel-good story of Group D, but nonetheless, they have won over the hearts and minds and made a few believers of Croatian cricket. From the folks who have been watching their exploits over the last couple of days, they can be very, very proud indeed.
Nice to see them get a really warm round of applause from the Budapest Blinders and from Brno, who are both here giving the Assassins a warm clap and saying thank you, because they have been the best sporting team in this group. And yeah, they've won a lot of hearts at Cardimer Oval.
Certainly have, but a team that's looking to win a little bit more than that, the Zurich Nomads, things didn't start particularly well for them with Rahim Nazir, their star left-hand bat, having to leave the field after copping a whack on the elbow from the searing pace of Pritesh Power. But his left-handed partner, Hassan Ahmed, took up the slack. A few lusty swings to the leg side, but he made pretty good contact throughout his innings, 15 off 9. Before he was eventually gone. Azim Nazir would have loved to see him get a few away, but they caught by committee and eventually was safely taken. And Nigel there with an excellent piece of teamwork, backing up the potential drop. Hassan whipped one off his hip, as he loves to do, before he drilled the ball straight down the ground into the incredibly safe hands of Magdalenic, who has been exceptional in the outfield, Corey.
Yeah, that ball back, Lazarus, who went the very next ball, pinned on the back pad. Shub said, I don't care how far you stand out of your crease. You're going back to the sheds to look after that elbow. Pawa couldn't rein that one back in. In the end, it was your man, Zabiola, It's a good name, to be fair. He came out, bombed some sixes, and he killed this contest.
Yep, Gen Z Zabiola. He's been a star of Group D so far. He hits a big, big ball, and he could be a key weapon for the Nomads when it comes to finals day tomorrow. Look at that slap over the boundary. He's a powerful striker, and you can see why he's become such an important part of their T10 makeout. And also, good to see Tesla Cumwell launch a few towards the back end of the innings. He scored 14 off 5, including hitting the winning runs. But before that, what a gorgeous piece of leg spin bowling from Sajid Khan.
Oh, those are the moments, and he fed it to him and absolutely loved it. Why not? That was the 6 that ended it. Some raw emotion showing, because that confirmed their top spot. They deserve that top spot, I think, Rhino. They have played, since that shock loss maybe on the first morning, they've played the best cricket overall. And there's the team camaraderie you love, just dragging your teammate out to shake hands. That's what it's all about.
Certainly is, and great sportsmanship from both teams here. Plenty of smiles on faces, which is excellent to see. Another good win, though, for the Nomads, and as we said, they've done it in quick enough time that will take them to the top of the Group D table, irrespective of what happens in the final game tonight. So look at that batting card. A few dramas up. Not too often that the Nazir brothers wouldn't contribute a single run between them to a Nomads scorecard, but funny things happen in T10 cricket, backed up by Hassan Ahmad, and in particular, Katil Zabiola continues his tremendous tournament, 29 for 9, the standout innings.
Yeah, pretty comprehensive in the end. Let's have a quick look at the bowling scorecard before we wrap this one up. 3 wickets for Parwa. Let's talk about him once more. What a player.
He's been an absolute star of this
group.
He's
bowled out, he's in, he's fielding brilliantly. I hope we see him again. Parwa, you've led the flag really well.
Yep, certainly has. 3 for 8, and he's been exceptional with both ball and in the field, and has really been a shining light for the Zagreb Assassins, who finished their tournament with a gutsy effort here. 60 for 8, but unfortunately, once again, problem for them, not enough runs on the board, particularly with Babu going early in that game. The rest of the lineup just couldn't back him up, unfortunately, and the Zurich Nomads have chased it down 5.1 overs after a bit of a rocky start, but they finish Group D, top of the table, which will give them some confidence going into the games tomorrow. But it means we have one game left, Corey, and so they won finishing a little bit early. We've got a 40-minute break till we are back on air for the final contest in Group D. It is Bruno up against the Budapest Blinders from Hungary. So, Corey Rutgers, centre right for the European Cricket Network. This is ECL 2025. Please come and join us in 40 minutes' time for the final game tonight.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the ECN network. It's our final Group D group game. We've got the two captains at the coin toss with Ian Ramage. It's Bruno taking on the Budapest Blinders. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, Bruno, you're the home team. You will toss the coin. Okay, Blinders, the away team, you call.
Rado.
It's been called Rado. It's come down European cricket, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bat first, please.
Okay, toss on by Bruno, who will bat first.
News from the toss is Bruno have won the toss. They're going to have a bat first, and this is an interesting game. It is a little bit of a dead rubber. We had to say goodbye to Zagreb Assassins a little bit earlier, but these two teams are going to play each other tomorrow in the Eliminator. So momentum. They want to put one above each other tonight and then make sure they go into tomorrow morning's fixture where it's the Eliminator and try and take that confidence into that game. Bruno had a pretty disappointing match earlier today. They had an upset loss to the Zagreb Assassins. They're really reliant on Dylan Stain to make a lot of runs, and I'm looking forward to see how he bats under lights. For the Blinders, their bowling attack's been pretty sensational so far. I like the look of Mulder. They've got a lot of talent in there. Stefan Gooch with his outswing as well, but they're going to need some support from the batting unit. Can Mars Barji or Ghani get himself going? If those two can click with the bat, I still think Budapest Blinders could create some shocks in Group D. It's our final group game for Group D, finals day tomorrow. I'm super excited, and also there's a man excited waiting for me in the commentary box. It's Andrew Ryan.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive opening, Corey Rutgers. And tell you what, between your jacket, between your hair and the background of the clouds, there's a fair bit of grey in that presentation opening, but either way, there's plenty of Technicolor fireworks about to explode here at the Cardimer Oval between a match where probably not too much pressure on either of these two sides. They're locked into the spots of 3 and 4, so they'll play the first game tomorrow morning. But it does see the return of Riaz Afridi to the Bruno lineup, so an injection of pace, an injection of hostility. Daniel Akbar and Rahul Gael coming into the Budapest Blinders. Once again, be relying on that top order of Ghani, Vandermeer and Gooch. Majority of their runs. It'd be good to see Mars Barji find a bit of form. He's been a touch scratchy with the bat, talented player, but they need a little bit more of him in that middle overs, particularly when the top order goes early. But either way, it should be a very interesting matchup. I know it's one that Corey makes his way back to the commentary box. He's very excited about tonight as we see the Blinders make their way out to the centre of the field.
Well, thank you, Rhino, and I'm glad I've come in right now because this match has no importance whatsoever on the competition. It is what you call a dead rubber. However, ChatGPT, I've just gone, what are the best dead rubbers ever? Spain, Nigeria, 1998 World Cup. Spain were already eliminated. They lost 3-2 to Nigeria. Cricket, South Africa, Australia. Australia had already won the ODI series, and then South Africa chased 4-3-4 in the dead rubber.
Didn't realise that was a dead rubber.
Formula One, Brazilian Grand Prix. Sebastian Vettel had already won the championship, but it produced one of the greatest safety cars and races ever. There's no such thing as a dead rubber, Rhino. Bring me the action. Bring me the supercomputer. I'm fizzed up.
I told you Corey Rutgers was excited, and reasonably even matchup according to the supercomputer. The Budapest Blinders 64%. Bruno 36. And before we lock horns on the field, quick hello to everyone in our YouTube chat, particularly Thomas Martinez and Paul Kempen, who have said hello to me, completely ignoring the presence of Corey Rutgers in the commentary box. So massive props to you guys.
Who missed me there?
Don't worry, just two good blokes, okay. Thomas and Paul.
Just a quick one on this chat GPT thing. It's actually solving all my life problems. Do you think it could commentate for us one day? Just an automatic dead rubber game?
Virtual rut.
Just put your best phrases in there. Oh, shot.
Dog.
We're all set to go. So these two teams will play.
Nothing could replicate your occasional misstatement of words and your unique philosophy.
Thanks, Rhino. These two teams will play tomorrow morning in the Eliminator. They want to get one above each other for now. Hey, look, it's practice under lights that you don't often get, because if one of these teams get on a heater tomorrow, they will have to win it under lights. Let's get underway. Ball number 1 in this pretty important non-encounter.
I'm going to make a suggestion for you in a sec. I want to see what you think. That's a lovely piece of outswing from Ahandas. Haven't seen him with the new ball in the tournament. One thing we have a common debate about within the sports industry is whether or not objective commentary or biased commentary is a better thing. I've got a proposition for you here. Why don't we pick one each of these sides and go for completely biased commentary over the next hour and a half? What do you think?
Oh, I'm all keen for it.
All right. Who do you want to go? Who do you want to back?
Blinders.
So you're going for the blinders. Lovely shot from the Bruno opener. Lucky not to penetrate the field, but Staines looking good so far.
Mahandas, he's actually from the school of Stuart Broad. He's learned his cricket in the UK. He was in the academy for many years, and he just takes it around corners under lights. Pretty sure Vinny Sand will be sending a message in soon.
Just way down the leg side. Desperate appeal, but not really sure what the blinders are going on about.
Yeah, there was a noise, but I'm pretty sure that was all pad. Let's have a closer look. Dylan Stain, no relation to Dale. Gets all pad on that one. He's a good player. This is the first time I've actually commentated on Bruno live. I'm looking forward to seeing him bat. Hopefully he gets himself in.
Oh, beautiful strike. Stain, he's played some nifty innings in Group D so far. And if Bruno are going to go a bit further in this tournament, I get the feeling that this opening partnership of Ratul and Stain, they need to be the backbone of their batting innings.
It's a pretty loopy swing, isn't it? Not too much pace on it, but he does get it to go a little bit.
Carved out to cover. A loopy ball from Ahandas, just driven calmly to Van der Merwe, who swoops in and keeps it to 1.
Some serious biceps does Van der Merwe. So these are our stats guns so far. We've cracked over 9,000 runs now and total wickets over 400. Exciting times as the run rates have been going up and down all over the place.
The outswinger from Ahandas beats the outside edge of Ratul. That's the end of a relatively subdued first over, 6 for none.
Yeah, a little bit of fishing there outside the off stump. Yeah, just a quick look at those stats, but interesting to see how the run rates fluctuate from group to group. Obviously the 14.7, there was a big gale that was helping the batters hit straight, and also it was very wet conditions. But overall, the average around 12.9, so 129 is the par first innings.
Been a significant drop in the run rate here, hasn't it?
Well, really looking forward to seeing a bit of Group E, F and G.
Let's skip to Group F. I mean, the Jersey teams coming in, I suspect we'll have a fair few fans making their way out to Kardama during the Group F period.
Yeah, you'd think so. Look out for Istanbul KSK. Heard they've got a very good team in Ljubljana. Unfortunately, I'll be away that group. I'm having a break, so it'll be up to yourself, Rico Full, who will be back. Vinny Sandhu to bring all the action from the commentary box.
Tell you what, one thing I'm pretty glad about is not having to pronounce Afyon Karahisar every time that we have a Turkish team step onto the field. Istanbul slightly easier on the tongue.
Here comes a man that's definitely got some skills about him. Ahmed now, left arm seamer. His first ball under lights.
Lovely Yorker, pretty well dealt with actually by Stain. Tried to open the face, but beat the infield, and there's no run.
Do you buy into the chat that a win here helps them tomorrow versus the exact same opposition, or do you just think it's more like a practice run?
Not sure it helps. I'd much rather go into tomorrow morning with a win rather than a loss. It also depends on how you approach. I think some value in this game, potentially, of giving some of your middle order batters who may not have had so much time at the crease a bit of a chance. Popped up just short of Vandermeer. Throws the ball straight into the turf, so not quite the pace needed, and Malsbargi no chance with the run out.
I'll pose you another question. They've both gone with their traditional openers and traditional opening bowlers. Would you have not shown the opening bowlers to the opening bats so that they don't get a match up for tomorrow and get an early sider?
It's an interesting call, Corey. It depends on how much confidence you've got in your bowler, because if he works him over, then they might actually go out tomorrow with a few nerves. Oh, it's a lovely shot. Swung away to the leg side, and despite the best efforts of Mohandas, has gone for a flying grab. Does carry for a Maximo.
Yeah, beautiful batting. I just feel like maybe Mr. Trick here. If this was in my old coach's book, I don't think I'd be showing them a little bit of what Ahmed is, because Dane knows what he's facing tomorrow now, and that's a beautiful shot, little pick-me-up. And how good does it look to have a left-hander using a Gray Nichols?
Oh, the aesthetics.
It's beautiful. Left-hander and Gray Nichols, just perfect. Andrew Strouth, Matthew Hayden, just to name a few.
Too much for a young man to take. Full ball, just whipped across. Pretty ordinary shot from Stain. And while Ahmad, he's now got the wood over the left-handed opener from Bruno. He picks up a wicket with his 4th ball, and the Czechia team 12 for 1.
Sort of as if he checked the shot, just didn't go through with the full bunger, excuse the pun. Yeah, Ghani ain't going to miss that. He needed a confidence builder, probably Ghani as well.
To be fair, given how he's caught in the tournament, Ghani could have very easily missed that.
Be disappointed not to have just smacked that away. It was a low full toss, and not the greatest of deliveries, but it produces the result.
Tell you what, the low full toss, underrated ball. Not sure that quite got into the low category, but either way, it surprised Stain enough and flicks the ball to mid-wicket, and it's the last we'll see of him with the bat today.
Notice that they've actually got their first names on the back of their shirt and not the last names to Bruno. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I'll tell you a story of our old Redcliffe City indoor cricket team who decided to go even a little bit more random and put the surname on the back of the shirt and then our first name on the back of our trousers. We had one chap in our team, brilliant left-arm bowler, Sean Vandermeer, spelled S-H-A-U-N, who had what was only considered as a bit of a large backside, and the U from his name, so the A from his name used to disappear, which caused a lot of amusement at the back of indoor cricket courts around the tournament, including one mum who actually asked, "Is his name Shut?"
Oh, poor Shut. Well, that sounds like an interesting team you played for, Rhino.
It's probably a good story to tell, given that just about everyone in Australia should be asleep in the middle of the night now, so not likely to get any Facebook messages from the SVDM, but if he's watching, I hope you're enjoying the cricket from Cartama Oval here in Spain.
You'd be surprised. I think a lot of viewers stay up through the night, wherever they're watching from, to get in Game 5 of the day.
Or even wake up early.
Correct.
It's a nice line and length from Ahmad, just jammed into the pitch, and Kande, who copped a pretty rough decision in the last game, I think it's fair to say.
And that brings us to the end of another over. Good over there for the Blinders, 13 for 1.
Glad we got a replay of that ball. It's looking like a pretty clean night sky in comparison to what we've had the last couple of days, but a good chance, Corey.
Yeah,
this is Group D.
This is why it has turned out to be a little bit of a dead rubber under lights, because these two teams are confirmed to play the Eliminator tomorrow. Zagreb Assassins will be slightly disappointed that it's the end of their tournament, and credit to Zurich, who have claimed top spot. They will play Pakai Care in the qualifying final with the double chance tomorrow. Be interesting to see those two teams come up against each other again.
Indeed. Hunter's coming in for his second. Big loopy in-swinger, just drilled out of the leg side, and can't say it was the most invigorating chase of a cricket ball that I've seen.
Yeah, Vandermeer is not known for his running, or there for his power. 2 to the total. Bruno have had a tough old day with the bat. Obviously, Zagreb Assassins shocked them earlier, but Just need to get a couple of boundaries here.
We'll turn around very quickly in this T10 format. Ratool's still out there. Got one of their top batters around, and Kande, he knows what he's doing with the stick. Swung away, square on the leg side. Van der Merwe once again scooting around to keep it to a single. Cut the tension with a knife here tonight, Corey.
You can. With these two teams, obviously, plenty to play for. 13 camera stream, and not often that you come out to Cardamom Oval, Rhino, and get that opportunity to play in front of friends and family.
Well, 16 for 1. 2 balls into the third over. Got good control of his swing, Mohandas. I've seen him a lot around the Hungarian cricket scene. He's a talented player. Haven't really seen his all-round abilities so far, but Ratool is a good bat. Hasn't really reacted particularly well to the sideways movement.
Interesting looking shot there from Ratool.
Good Yorker, just slapped away, and it comes around from mid-wicket. That man Abasghani picked up a couple cleanly tonight, which will do his confidence a world of good.
Yeah, they need him to start to click with the bat. If they can get the best out of him, they're definitely still in this competition.
He could be a genuine X-factor if he gets going. Another good ball from Mohandas. Late swing, the loop. It's an underrated element to put into the opening overs. I think, Corey, new ball, some players are not so keen to develop some extravagant swing, but I'll tell you what, it's a great way of drawing some false shots.
Very sedate start this.
Oh, Ratool. He's heard the call for the attentometer and come from the Corey Rutgers microphone, and he is absolutely unleashed over to the leg side for a boundary 4. It's a good finish to the power play for Bruno. They are 20 for 1 after 3.
A good finish to the power play, but it's a very slow power play. 20 is not the sort of pace you want to be on after 18 legal deliveries, and now it's going to get harder because you got the flipologist coming into the attack, and he's proved it to be pretty difficult. 6-7-7. Wow.
It's going up.
I'm glad it's not 7-7-7 because
Rahat Ali's jersey number.
There you go, actually. What's the highest jersey number you've ever seen?
I have seen someone wear a 900 something. I can't remember what it was.
I've seen a six digit. 6 sixes.
Is it like a date of birth? As Mulder comes in. That's just dragged out to the leg side for a single.
I think the player might have been in Switzerland, actually. It was 666, 666 on the back of the shirt. Surely there's a limit to how high you let a player select a number.
It is a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
I don't think there should ever be more than nothing more than 99. I think 2 digits. You?
Yeah, I think. Well, I say 3 digits is ridiculous, but Chris Gale pulled it off quite well.
Yeah, but that's the universe boss, isn't it?
There's nothing he can't do. Ratool, it's really not that far away. Himself into an awkward position to try to pull a ball that just wasn't there.
And they're just struggling to get anything going at the moment. That one is probably just missing the off stump. Pretty close. Mars Baji looking into the sky to see where that had gone.
Mars had done the full turnaround. It's like watching me defend on FIFA 99. One's cut backward a point, and poor Mars is having a tough time of it. It's just cracked into his leg.
Good defensive display of bowling from the Budapest Blinders, who have had a pretty tough couple of days. They've shown glimpses, but I don't think we've seen the best of them yet. Maybe this is their match.
I think for me, they're the unpredictable unit of tomorrow. They've got the I think they've got a higher ceiling out of themselves than Bruno, as Ratool just decides to make a mockery of what I've just said by swinging the ball around for a much-needed Maximo, I think it's fair to say. But
much needed.
the blinders, if they put things together, particularly if that top 3 can get going, there's no stopping Van der Merwe when he gets into full flight. They've got enough with the ball, and in particular, if Mulder can keep on just building on what he's done the last couple of days, I wouldn't write the blinders off just yet. Oh, that's strike in front, and the umpire's finger goes up. The nodding head of Muller gives the batsman a little alpha pat on the back as he goes past. Sends him on his way. It's nice pitch bowling from the leg spin guru.
Yeah, he picks one up finally. He hasn't had much luck with the ball. We've had a lot of inside edges have been going past the stumps and whatnot in other games, but this time he gets it right. 3 reds, you're out. Let's have a closer look at the decision. From the very first look we had up here in the commentary box, Rhino, looked pretty adjacent, didn't it?
Gee, we umpire well from the commentary box.
It's pretty easy when you've got a 23 camera stream. Mulder just got that one right. Let's have a closer look. Did it pitch in line? If it pitched in line, it's out. That's the only question mark, but fair enough.
I'm not even going to analyse this. It was plumb the first time that I watched it.
Yeah, fair enough. Sometimes it's always the one look that you always just know. Ratul goes for 11 off 9, 29 for 2.
So Ratul, he'll be disappointed with that. He's fits and spurts for him.
What's happened to their batting today, Bruno? They've really struggled to get the ball away, Rhino. That impressive win against Switzerland on the first morning feels like an age ago.
It does. Feels so long ago for the Czechia reps. But a little bit of drift, a little bit of misdirection. Bargy does well to smother the ball.
Yeah, Mars. Might have felt like there was half a chance here. You see the feet swapped over.
Lovely delivery, just shoots off the deck, and Khan plays and misses. It's the end of another scintillating over. Bruno 30 for 2, 4 overs gone.
And 30 for 2. Very good start from the Hungarian champions who got here in a bit of a peculiar way. There was matches were taken to the courts. There was pitches dug up, ice put on the pitches. It went to the legal proceedings, but in the end they got their way here, and that's why you should always have a good lawyer at whatever club team you play for.
Is that a true story?
It's a true story. If you want to have a good
I
laugh.
knew there was some controversy at the
Pretty
back end of the Hungarian system. I did not. Could you imagine being a judge in the Budapest Supreme Court?
You'd be surprised how many little stories over Europe where teams end up taking them to court and whatnot. Well, you can see the boys pretty happy with their work so far. 30 for 2, bit of man love.
I'll tell you what, there's a few slender bodies there. I reckon a hearty pat on the back from big Stefan Gooch could end up cracking some internal organs of Paul Mohandas. Just a slight delay in proceedings here. Bit of a fuel stop for a few of the players.
There's that time of day again where they're giving the players a little bit of a minute to break their fast for the day.
Can I take 30 seconds to take a drink and you just keep the viewers entertained for a moment?
You may. So 30 for 2. Yes, the Budapest Blinders are in control, and a win here would confirm 3rd place in the group. And, well, you never know, could be handy if there is wild weather in the morning. There is always forecast rain out here. We haven't had any in the last 2 days that have made us miss some cricket. So over number 5 begins. Back Rhino. So scamper through for a single. Yeah, it just looks like Bruno have just lost that batting mojo they had on the first day.
Yeah, certainly. It wasn't just the openers did the damage there, but they put a pretty hefty total on the board, which the Nomads didn't really ever feel like they were in the hunt for. But all of a sudden, whether teams have just worked them out tactically or they've just lost a bit of that energy over the 4 games, feels like they're a bit flat. Khan plays and misses outside off stump once again. Khan versus Khan at the moment.
They're battling for the first initial. Yeah, sometimes as a batting group you have a poor game and you can fall down the mountain pretty quickly. Just need someone to have a good over.
It's neatly defended to the offside and fielded by the skipper, Ali Farasat, and they'll keep it to 1. Finally, Mars Bargy gets a throw to his chest.
Kunde's seen 7, full 7. time to go. The run rate 7. Cooch he'll be happy with his team so far, delivering a pretty impressive display with the ball.
Kande gets it off the bottom of the bat. His partner was desperate to get back down to the striker's end. Perhaps Kande giving it a second thought, given that Khan is currently 1 off 3. Bruno, 32 for 2. Big swing across the line, straight to the fielder. At backward square, but Daniel Akbar, slight fumble, and they get through for the much-needed single.
Lights are in full effect, and the bowling team is doing what they need to do, Rhino. Sometimes you ask for things in life, and it's just not going to happen.
Oh, big strike down the ground. Well, finally we've seen some action after what felt like an eternity between boundaries. Big Khan's taken the front foot down and slapped Khan straight down the ground. Into the 5th over, Bruno, they accelerate to 37 for 2.
Yeah, finally a boundary. That's an umpire killer. Thankfully, it didn't collect our fantastic officials. I'll bring you up into the commentary box for tonight. Myself and Andrew Ryan bring you all the live action. We've seen a few of those, Rhino, where the ball gets laced back at the umpire. How long is it going to be until we see umpires, honestly most of them, umpiring with a helmet on or something? I've seen it in the Big Bash. These balls are hard, as we've talked about. Do you think it's something we should incorporate?
I guess it's up to the individual umpires, isn't it? As you say, we've seen a couple of versions in the Big Bash of the helmet being worn, the protector barrier being used, and to be fair, if I was an umpire playing in top-level cricket, I'd give it some serious thought. Some of those balls are coming back like absolute bullets at you.
It's more this time of night as well with the low-lying lights. You talk to some of the players, if it gets hit in one of those low lights, you don't have much of a chance to see it.
Yeah, we're really scratching at topics at the moment, but we'll get back to the action here at Bruno.
Oh, it's a dead rubber and a half, Rhino. I'm bleeding.
You said there is no such thing as a dead rubber.
Let me see if ChatGPT can spice this game up for me, and I'll find something to discuss during the 5-over breaks, because we need boundaries.
The Khan matchup has disappeared. So it's now Khan cutting out to deep cover for yet another single. I feel like I've said that a few times through the last few overs, but
When you think that we do the 5-over commentary camp, we do 1,600 live games a year, so we do it 3,200 times in the year. How many topics can you get through?
I don't know. There's a bit of creativity coming out of this commentary box. He plays a lovely shot straight down the ground, but it will be one as Abbas Ghani collects yet another ball cleanly. Good game for him so far.
Yeah, he'll be looking to smack that ball around shortly.
Come on, Mulder. Toss one up. Give it some air. No, it does the exact opposite. Drills it into the deck. And it's cut away, and feels like young Daniel Akbar is a bit of a magnet for the ball at the moment, no matter where he gets put in the field.
And they're doing a fantastic job of just dotting them up.
That one's got a bit of air. Jammed out by Mahtab Khan. Just pushed through for the one.
Well, they're on track for a score in the low 90s. The expected score there in the bottom left of your screen. And
tell you what, this, I mean, we only had, what, 60 runs on the board from the Zagreb Assassins in the last game. Been a while in ECL. There's another dot ball to finish off the 6th. 41 for 2. It's been a while since we've seen such a pair of low scores in consecutive ECL contests, hasn't it, Corey? The camera operator's gone for or the director's gone for the look into the sky. Why don't you take us through the batting card?
now we'll go through it. 11 off 9, 11 off 8, 10 off 12, and 7 off 7. If you look at a scorecard like that, you feel like you're watching an outdated 50-over game. Kerry Packer, he wouldn't enjoy that either. 41 for 2 is an extremely slow start with only 2 wickets down, and just feel like Bruno have lost their batting mojo from day one. They look all at sea, to be honest, and these strike rates from the batters are only around 100.
Well, I also don't really understand this too. I mean, if you're prepping yourself for tomorrow, It's all well and good to face a couple of balls, but you've got to get yourself flowing with some attacking and aggressive shots.
The only thing I can think of, how often have some of these players played under lights? Some would be first time ever. So you give them a bit of leeway there, maybe.
Short ball from Khan. Khan just drags it to the leg side, elevated over the infielder. And some dynamic fielding from Vandermeer keeps it to 1.
It'd be tempted for the Blinders to change their batting lineup a little bit as well and maybe get a few more batters to go at the top order and see if they can get some of these players in form.
Two for 2. Khan bowling a pretty good spell here. Big swing. Khan Day hits it into the Khan Knight, and it's an excellent catch. Very, very well taken, because that ball was in the air for an awful long time. Wouldn't have been easy to pick up in the night sky, and Jacob Mulder's taken an excellent grab coming in from the deep.
Very good catch from Mulder. He called it straight away, ran about 20-25 metres and slid in to take the catch. Big smiles for the Budapest Blinders tonight, because they are loving this at the moment. They are completely dominating the team. They're going to play in the Eliminator tomorrow.
Yep, certainly are. And this is a bit of a slap across the face for Czechia champions. They just cannot get any rhythm with the bat. It's a pretty disciplined bowling by the Hungarians as well.
Yeah, this game just turning into a bit of a damp squib as Noor Kunde, 10 off 13, but my worry there is the strike rate from one of your senior players to be striking at 76.92. That's a worry going into tomorrow.
Oh, that's cut. And it's cut sweetly. First bit of action for a while. Riaz Afridi. He's going to bring some star power to this contest. And
this is one guy that needs to be batting as many balls as possible. Riaz Afridi don't mess about. You can see how he's choking the top of the bat. It's because he swings extremely hard. And he gets the T10 format. He's just going to try and go at everything here.
Come on, Riaz.
Yeah, let's see someone get on a bit of a heater here.
Can't steaming in halfway through his second over. Well, it's just neatly defended from Riaz. Not what we've come to expect from the big rogue. Just turning to the YouTube chat, Corey, a bit of a suggestion from Thomas Martinez there that you've been given the dead rubber as punishment for your controversial commentator's catch the other day.
I take it as a compliment that they gave me the dead rubber. There's only a few commentators in the world that can spice it up this much.
Steps away to the leg side. Hit reasonably well, but not well enough to beat Mulder, who gets his second consecutive catch. Pretty clean pair of hands from the Irish leg spinner. And yet another wicket goes down, and things were looking a bit shady for Bruno before. They're now 49 for 4, 1 ball to go in the 7th.
Yeah, 49 for 4, and it is looking completely shaky and just no rhythm in this innings. They get one boundary, and then it's followed by a single and a wicket. Mulder, he's not going to drop that. It was pretty full. I thought at first contact, Ronnie, he got enough of it that unfortunately he found the fielder.
Yeah, certainly did. Oh, let's go for an alternative theory here, Corey. If you're Bruno, the thing you most don't want to do from this match is to get the Blinders' bats into a good rhythm. Could they be giving them as few runs to chase as possible to not allow the Blinders' middle order to get a hit in advance of tomorrow? As it's a return catch, good grab from Khan. He picks up his 3rd wicket, neat, caught and bowled. And unfortunately, Shailendra Solanki goes first ball, and Khan ends up with figures of 3 for 15.
Very good caught bowled. It's never easy off your own bowling, that's for sure. He takes 2 in 2. He'll be on the forever hat-trick next time he bowls. It doesn't count, but we'll pretend it does. And Rhino, I think that's the right tactic. You could be onto something. Maybe Bruno are implying that they don't want to let them see too many runs. Good catch. I tell you what, that is not easy off your own bowling.
Yep, and not only is Khan not going to get to try to complete his hat-trick, But Shailendra Solanki has faced 2 balls for 2 dismissals today, which is quite a return at the Cardamom Oval. He's unfortunately walking off the field after a barren day with the bat. Bruno, 49 for 5, and the end of a pretty good spell from Ahmed Khan.
So a couple of wickets fall, 49 for 5. This team is falling behind. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Well, if you like good battles, come to the right place, because it's these 2 teams again tomorrow morning. Thanks to myself and Vinny Sandu in the morning, and then Zurich Nomads taking on PAC Barcelona. You got the afternoon fixtures tomorrow, Andrew?
Yeah, well, you know, when the big games happen, the big guns come in. You've got an exciting day tomorrow, Corey. Plenty of activity across the morning, afternoon, and evening.
I think that evening session will definitely be promising, as looks like a little bit more spin coming into the attack.
That's one way of describing it.
I've just got nothing going at all. Was that not given or wide? Not too sure.
It's Rahul Goyal. It's interesting action.
Let's have a look. Let's have a closer look at it. Oh,
Fair bit of flex going on. Yeah, a bit of drop.
yeah, he's getting some revs on it. Really up and down. Oh, Goyal. Let's have a closer look. Not seen much of him before coming through the umpire.
Across the line, but doesn't get a great hold of it. Riaz Afridi. So after his initial theatrics with a Maximo first ball, managed to reel in the Bruno superstar.
Let's have a closer look. Yeah.
Many ways to send a cricket ball.
Many ways to
down
skin a
pitch.
cat as well. That's the 50 up.
Glad we managed to get to that milestone. 2 balls left in the 8th. Oh, big swing, and Bardadeka, why isn't he batting higher up the order, Corey? Because he's one of the better strikers in this Bruno team, and he is bringing them to life in this contest.
Yeah, that gets them to 56, and boys, do they need more of that. So these 2 players at the crease both have a Maximo now. They'd love to get a couple more in the wheelhouse, and he pumped it away.
Tank of a man, Bardadeka. He gets a free swing at the ball, launches it into the Cardamom sky. That was probably a gimme there, but somehow he's contrived to misstrike it, and he's caught down at short third man. That's an awful ball to get a wicket from, but Goyal finishes over with 1 for 7, and Bruno 56 for 6.
Even if they could muster themselves to get to 85, we've seen under lights it can be a little bit complicated sometimes, but 56 for 6 off 8 is a very poor batting innings so far. Credit to the blinders, they're doing what they have to do, but boy, Bruno putting themselves in lights here.
Very, very happy team, the Hungarian champions. As Bardadeka, a short stay, but he kept us entertained. 56 for 6. It's flowing fairly freely at the moment. You think they'll surpass the Zagreb Assassins total of 60?
I hope they've got someone like Parwar that can come and bowl it with the new ball for them. If they can get to 80 under lights, but geez, it's very under par.
Big left arm paceman Ahmad coming on for his 2nd over. And Riaz Afridi stepping out to leg like some batters have occasionally done to him when he's got his fire bolts thundering down. Supercomputer hasn't given up on Bruno completely. 3% chance at this stage.
Just worth mentioning, there is a 3% error also potentially with the supercomputer at times.
So it now could be -1. There's a chance.
Oh, they're really struggling.
Oh, full ball. Afridi threw his shot. Nice change up. Ahmad, he's definitely gotten better as the competition's gone on. Was a bit wayward in their opening contest.
I saw them pile on the runs versus the Swiss. I saw them make a pretty plucky 115 versus PAC, but today, Bruno, they were rolled versus the Assassins, and they're getting rolled here. It's just a big fall from grace with the bat. They're definitely going to have to talk to the analytics tent later tonight to try and come back stronger for finals day tomorrow.
Short ball. Riaz just drives it straight. They get one run closer to that Assassins total from earlier today. 57 for 6, 9 balls left. The expected score is not expecting much from them.
Well, they're wanting
stretch, are they?
They want 15 off 9 with the expected score, but you feel like they're going to need 20.
Big swing into the Cardamom night sky. It's not going to carry, and the big mitts of Vandermeer cannot pouch the catch. He's disappointed, the big man, in the impression that didn't quite see it coming out of the lights.
Yeah, he made good ground to it, but he ends up going reverse cup, which is not easy because it was so low in the end. I think if he'd had his time back, he wouldn't have gone with that technique.
Steve McVeigh in the chat still thinks this is a proper contest.
Gonna need another 20 at least.
Yeah. Need to give themselves something to defend. Ahmed. Oh, he does get slapped. And after a few fairly mediocre swings of the bat, the big upper body of Riaz Afridi smokes the Grizzly for a maximo.
I don't think he realises there's one more ball in the over, so that will give him some confidence to have another crack at it. If he can go 6 here, get him to 70 with 1 to go. They're going to be under par, but under lights we've seen crazy things. I don't think he knew where it was going, but if you swing hard enough, good things can happen.
Probably hasn't been enough of that in this innings, has there, Corey? Just swinging with wild abandon, using the pace of the bowlers.
Yeah, just a bit of ticky-tacker at the top, really, when they needed to throw the long handle.
Squeezing along 64 for 4. They'd love it if Afridi could launch a few more out of the ground in the remaining 7 balls. Well, he has tried to launch it, not successfully, but it's gone into the open space. And Bar can't turn around in time. First time we've seen Stefan Gooch in the field.
Yeah, ball
aside from giving a big back slap to
the ball hasn't
earlier on.
gone to him too much so far. 65 for 6 off 9. We've got 6 balls remaining as the sun goes down on yet a beautiful day at Cardamom Oval. Credit to the bowling unit, only the 1 wide so far. The leg bye doesn't really matter.
Every bowler with an economy rate in single figures.
Yeah, you don't often see that. All under 8s or less is impressive.
No one quite able to replicate Sawari's wicket and double maiden from earlier the game involving the Zurich Nomads and the Zagreb Assassins. As Goyal gets to come on for his second, and Afridi has jettisoned him over the boundary and carrying a good 40-odd metres. That's a massive maximo.
I think Van der Merwe appreciated that as well at deep mid-wicket. That was big. Afridi and those biceps got every part of that. He's a built human, but that's a massive 6.
It's like his shirt's been painted on.
Van der Merwe there, he appreciated that. That was big.
Jesus, stunning strike from Riaz. Can't repeat the dose as he tries to swing a little bit hard to a slower ball outside the off stump.
2 more 6s, get it into the 80s. You never know.
Could be tasty. Supercomputer giving Bruno a bit more of a chance here. And he does cut pretty well, and it's for another maximo. This is a little gem of an inning. Somehow Afridi's scored about 40% of their runs in the space of about 4 strikes here.
Oh, just all of a sudden feels like we're back in T10 mode after a very slow sort of innings that was meandering along. Right now Afridi's back and he's lining it up. 3 balls, 2 more 6s, and you're in the 90s.
It's an incredible turn of events here, Corey.
You never know. Got to get 1 more at least.
Uses his feet, comes down the track, and Haji fumbles a stumping opportunity. Hasn't been his greatest day with the gloves. He's generally such a secure keeper.
He missed one off Nakvi earlier today as well. I think Baji, if he had his time back, just would start this tournament again. Tomorrow could be a new day for him.
2 balls left from Goyal. Stands in his crease, And I didn't think he'd hit that well. One hand came off the bat, but it doesn't matter for Riaz Afridi. Races along to 34, another Maximo, and all of a sudden, Bruno have a defendable total on the board.
83 would still be one of the best defences we've ever seen. They've given themselves a whisker of a hope, I'll say. Last ball time.
Riaz charges down the pitch, drives it out. They'll probably just stick for the one. And a direct hit from the outfield. And that is the end of 10 overs. Smile on the face for Ahmed. He got to stand at the non-striker's end while they had the Afridi blitz in the last couple of overs. And how valuable will that contribution of 35 off 17 be?
Yeah, maybe that contribution there gives them a bit of life. It definitely gives them a puncher's chance, you'd have to say. But overall, the Blinders, who are coming up against a team that they're going to play tomorrow morning in the Eliminator, they have sent a little bit of a message, and the message is, we can control your top order.
Certainly can. They haven't been able to control Riaz Afridi. As the Blinders together as a unit in the middle of Cardimer Oval, showing off that Hungarian spirit. That's a man who's shown some spirit with the bat too, Riaz Afridi. He's lusty hitting towards the end of that innings, at least giving Bruno something to defend. But 84 for 6, Corey, and it was really those opening 3 or 4 overs where things just couldn't get going at all.
No, it was a sedate start, and they just didn't arise until the 9th over. We have a look at some of the highlights. Dylan Stain, no relation to Dale, unfortunately. Played some nice shots there, Rhino, but this one here, he stopped his shot, and that was a massive wicket.
Yep, pretty ordinary ball, but the shot wasn't much better, and Abasghani took a neat catch, and that started off the Blinders in pretty good fashion. Ratul managed to heave one to the leg side, which got the team box all excited, but despite his best efforts and hitting another Maximo in between, just didn't work for him today. And a nice piece of bowling from the leg spinner Mulder had him trapped in front.
Yeah, Shub loves giving those LBWs when they're plumb in front. That one was easy as Mulder picked up that final breakthrough. Plenty of words and talk out there for the Blinders. They needed this confidence-building performance. They've been under par so far in the competition, but they got most of it right, you have to say, Rhino, for 8 overs there. They really controlled their opposition.
Yeah, certainly did. They got a pretty good bowling attack, the Blinders. I don't think they're that far off in this competition. If they can get their better bats to start contributing on a more consistent basis, they could still make some noise here at Cardimer. The fielding was pretty good tonight too. A couple of good catches from Mulder and Khan, taking a good return grab as that one was driven straight back to him. Neat little spell for him too. He's gotten better as the tournament has gone on. And Badadeka, he launched his first ball for a Maximo, but unfortunately for Bruno, he was gone. 1 ball later with somehow has managed to turn a ball that should have been smoked over mid-wicket to a flying edge down to third man.
That brought Riaz Afridi, and those biceps just went swinging wildly. Not the most conventional shot you'll ever see, but it was mighty effective because a late cameo from him takes his team into an 80s, mid-80s score. Grady 80s, we used to call it. And in the olden days, ECN BC, we used to use a different type of ball, and 80s could be defended. But if we see them defend 84 under lights, it might be one of the greatest dead rubbers of all time.
Well, we thought the same thing with the Zagreb Assassins against Pakai Care last night, and didn't that turn into an absolute thriller? And maybe Riaz Afridi has done enough with the bat to replicate that in this contest. So 35 off 17, really the only innings of note for the big Afridi.
Yeah, in fact, you could retire the top 4 there, all of them striking at 100. Well done to Afridi to make this into a game. Have a look at the bowling figures. Goyal got a little bit of tap at the end, but Ahmed Khan, he stood out like a sore thumb. 3 for 15. Rhino, do they have a chance?
Oh, they've always got a chance. Never know what can happen in this crazy T10 game, and as we've seen, chasing under lights, particularly with a little bit of moisture in the air and some helpful bowling conditions, it's never easy. So if Bruno can pick up some early wickets, then we could be in for a tight contest with the Budapest Blinders. Their powerful batting lineup only need 85 off their 10 overs. It's Andrew Ryan here for the European Cricket Network, joined by Corey Rutgers. And we're here for ECL 2025 at Cardimer Oval. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for the chase. Please join us then.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
The European Cricket League is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, HCL Software, Rado, La Junta de Andalucía, and Victorinox.
European cricket aficionados, welcome back to the Cartmel Oval for the concluding stages of this scintillating contest between Bruno and the Budapest Blinders. It is a B-fest in this final game of the group stages of Group D here at ECL 2025. Bonus point equation might come in here because if the Blinders can chase this in 7 overs or less, they could generate a bonus point. 58 needed for Bruno to take the bonus point on their side. Highly unlikely, but given what the Assassins managed to do bowling under lights last night, I would count out absolutely nothing. So the umpires taking our combatants back out to the field. The men in red from Czechia looking to do their nation proud, Brno Cricket Club. And they've got a tough task ahead of them to try to stop this rampaging Budapest Blinders lineup. Here's Jason van der Merwe trailing Abascani, who he could do with a nice stint at the crease tonight, get himself in some decent nick, because it's been a bit of a struggle for him in ECL 2025 to date. Got a pretty nifty bowling lineup, Bruno, and one that will probably have some, or at least be comfortable bowling under lights. Rapid speed of Riaz Afridi and Niraj Mishra has probably been their most consistently impressive man with the ball throughout the tournament. And Merv, love an innings of substance. He's threatened on a couple of occasions. And they will face that man, Niraj. Thinking back to the start of his tournament, face planted after slipping before even managing to deliver a ball in the first game, and then came back with a couple of tremendous deliveries to make a rocket through the Zurich Nomads batting lineup. But that is a long, long, long time ago. The Nomads have ended up top of the table, and their opponents there, Bruno, might end up in 4th place the way that things are looking at the moment. But the imposing figure of Niraj Mishra ready to steam in against the Blinders. Wide of off stump. Nicely timed from Ghani, but protection down there at backward point. Just the one. Good time to bring back the doyen of cricket philosophy, Mr. Corey Ruckers, to the microphone.
Yeah, good to be back. I think this is the sort of pace van der Merwe. If he looks at 1 or 2, he might light it up. Mishra, not the most imposing looking bowler, but he does get it to swing a little bit.
Bad ball from Mishra, a little bit of late movement. Ghani, oh, direct hit. Tell you what, his tournament hasn't been great today. It could have gone worse if he'd been run out after facing a single ball.
Well, that's how he got out in the previous game versus Pakake. Hit a 6, went to the non-strikers end, then ran crazily, and Atif ran him out exactly like that. But this time, he decided to get back into his crease. Good option.
Always a safe place to be.
What's your thoughts on the zinger bails?
I love the zinger bails. How can anyone not love the zinger bails? Because anyone who's calling for them to go back to traditional cricket bails.
No, zinger bails aren't.
Took a while for them to react on that occasion, though. That is struck straight down the ground, and a clean enough shot from Ghani to hit a 6. But we all know what happened the last time he did this in the evening.
Well, this might be a confidence-building innings for Ghani. Might be facing bowlers that he seems a little bit more comfortable with, and they've got a deep third and a deep cover. A crazy field, really. Doesn't have the pace to warrant that deep third, I think.
He tries to drag that to the leg side. Cut it, and once again they've hit the stumps. Tell you what, they're on fire in the field, Bruno.
Yeah, they're pinning everything, but luckily again, van der Merwe got back, and here we get another good look at those zinger bails.
Oh, amazing sight.
What about zinger stumps, the full bright stumps, or a zinger boundary road?
Can I bring a zinger thing for you? The zinger burger. How much does the Bruno logo look like the KFC logo?
Oh, now you're talking, as that one's lofted over the offside for 4. So, confidence building strokes, but this is the type of bowling Ghani, from all the reports I've heard, is going to feast on.
He's a quality bat. I think Maximo was telling me that he was named player of the tournament for the ECS Budapest tournament.
That's what I've heard as well. So, obviously, just needs a bit of luck, but there's always a difference when you get facing bowlers that you feel like you can get on the front foot. I think this will suit him.
Should have gone for 12. 1 ball left in this over. Another one with a bit of width. Must have just caught a bit of that line. And the Budapest Blinders, after the first over, 12 for none. I am going to pose a question for you, Corey, which, with your technical cricket and production knowledge, I'm hoping you can help with. Just wait for the main score to go up again. Actually, let's not start it then. Why does Jason Vandermeer, who has one of the longer names in this tournament, why does he get his full first name written out? Is this like a nod to a big star cricketer or something like that?
48 matches since our last goal.
You've got no idea what I'm talking about, do you?
Do you mean on the back of his shirt?
No, on the main scorecard. That's in our main score graphic.
Oh, where it says Van der Merwe.
Yeah.
And the first name.
Why does he get Jason and not just the J?
Because that would look weird. JVDM.
But it wouldn't be JVDM. It should just be J Vandermeer.
John Van Dam. Anyway, over number 2.
Tackling the big topics today is it's not the most penetrating ball I've seen from a bowler taking the second over. Madhav Khan, he's better than that. He's bowled some reasonable deliveries in this tournament.
Yeah, just a sedate start. Still that deep third and deep cover. It's such a difficult 2 boundary riders to have. Anything too straight, you're in trouble.
He's almost managed to evade that ball. Struck straight back at him by Jay Vandermeer.
I think Vandermeer, anything that's close to the stumps here, he's just going to drop kick it over the leg side.
Short, wide, outside off stump, and crack to the boundary, which you would expect for a player of Vandermeer's class. Can't just giving him too much room to work with. Big man doesn't need a second invitation.
Big man's not going to miss that, is he? That's a bit of a freebie. And that's the thing with this field as well. You sort of televise where you're bowling it. You could just stay still and play that every time.
Could do. Only 2 fielders outside. They have got some protection for him for that short, wide ball outside off stump with deep cover. As Vandermeer just pops up the most absurdly easy catch to Niraj Mishra as Khan drops short. God knows why Vandermeer hasn't tried to pummel that 75 metres over the backward square boundary. But he falls and the blind is 17 for 1.
Super disappointed. He must be super disappointed. Just, I don't know if it was the slowness of the delivery or just didn't pick it up, but it's almost as if he got cramped for room, and he knew as soon as he hit it, he didn't get it out in the middle of the bat. That's a big wicket because we know the Budapest Blinders middle order hasn't done so much. Gooch is going to come out. He's looked okay, but yeah, Vandermeer, maybe he's saving more runs for the finals.
I would hope so. Really did not time that well at all. In fact, he probably should have gone harder at it. You could see he was just trying to nurse it over the boundary, but it was just really not particularly well timed.
So Gooch will come out. He's with Ghani. It'd be interesting if they pick up another wicket or 2 now. And maybe get Mars Bargy and a few others out there that haven't found their form just yet.
Gooch just plays gently to the offside. Mishra in the game again. Shy at the stumps.
Too far away.
Direct hit. Could have had Gooch in trouble, but he runs intelligently between the fielder and the stumps. There's the big change of fielding positions for the right-hander Ghani. So right-left combination at the wicket, which is always helpful.
It is. You see players running everywhere, but that 2 backward points in the third man does surprise me.
That's a nice shot from Ghani. Wasn't quite there on driving length, but he held his shape very nicely and has struck it cleanly for a Maximo.
That's more like it from Ghani. It's a floaty ball outside the off stump. He just lofts it beautifully over mid-off. So he gets that one away, and that will build him a lot of confidence. Probably the most convincing shot he's played in a couple of days.
Yeah, tremendous shot indeed. One of the nicest strokes we've seen today, actually. It's technically very well played, and he's gotten a rapturous round of applause from his teammates.
I think they know, the Blinders, that if they can get the best out of him, then they're a genuine shot. So tonight's the confidence-building night they need.
Oh, wide outside off stump. It's gone high. It's fortunately for Ghani.
Oh, it's almost hit him.
He's right back. I thought that was going to carry over Stain, but it's almost clocked him in the back of the skull.
He didn't turn around. I was wondering, when's he going to turn around? It almost got him. He totally forgot to take the catch. He just kept running. That should have been caught. Dylan Stain, what have you done?
That's almost like a malfunction in Brian Lara cricket back in the day where one of the fielders just runs away from the catch. But anyway, it's all happening in Group D, European Cricket League, non-stop entertainment, and teams 3 and 4. So whichever team wins this contest will take 3rd spot in the group.
Boy, that's a big moment. If he turns around, first of all, that would be good. He's got a bit of a look and he must know, oh no, that 29 camera stream is
At least there's not a couple of million people watching around the world.
If he's got a couple of friends and family watching, that's a good one.
So Rad Ali coming on. These nippy paces. Tell you what, Niraj Mishra can't keep that man out of the game.
Can't just overswinging there, but Ghani gets a life, and he needed some luck. If he can cash in now and get himself a 40 or 50 not out, it'll do a world of good.
If he gets 50 not out, chasing 84, then chasing 85 for a winning target. He's doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah, if you're an opener, you probably should.
Oh, he's managed to reach a ball that was almost 1.5 meters outside off stump, and he struck it sweetly.
Well, he needed that again, just that confidence builder. Every shot he gets out the middle just builds that confidence a bit more. Might be buying Dylan Stain a little Christmas gift as well after that comical moment in the previous over. But this is the type of bowling I think he feasts on. It's pretty slow, to be fair.
Good to see that Ghani's starting to find his touch. Oh, drag to the leg side. Didn't try to overhit that ball. Knew he had some open pastures to work with in the power play. Ali just dropping too short, and Ghani is starting to percolate.
Yeah, that opportunity previous over, it's big for his tournament because he's still there. And now every single shot he plays, he gets bit more confidence, and this is the pace of bowling. It looks like it suits his game. He's got the time to choose where he wants to put
Intelligent footwork too. Ali charges in, drop short. Ghani missed times. When we've seen Rad Ali get people in trouble in this tournament, it's from them thinking that the ball is there to drive, and that little drop, the lack of pace, popping the ball up. Ghani, as soon as he spotted that it wasn't absolutely on driving length, dropping back onto the back foot, swinging to the leg side. It's intelligent batting. Focus face of Stefan Gooch. He'll be happy to see Ghani starting to make hay. It's wonderfully timed again, and Ali's getting pumped in this over. And the Budapest Blind is making short work of this chase.
Yeah, just batting like they should be now. It's a very short ball outside the off stump. And Ghani just steps across. He's got the time to adjust and cuts it for 6. Lovely shot. So they're just feasting on this top order bowling display here. And Bruno just lacking some pace, if anything. It's the first time I've commentated on them in this event. And the first 3 bowlers are all that sort of slow mediums. It's very hard to have that in your first 3 overs of a bowling setup.
Pressure on Rahat. He's gone for 16 already. Oh, Ghani, he's in form tonight. He's picking his spots and he's timing the ball well. Ali's been pumped for 20 off the 3rd over, and a great start for the Blinders, 45 for 1.
Yeah, he's got that time to swivel there. Nice shot. And he turns a length ball into a short ball. This is what they needed, the Blinders. Ghani with a little bit of form, and no matter what format it is and who you're playing, hitting boundaries will always get you in form. These two teams playing completely opposite styles in this game so far. Sounds a bit weird, but I actually think it would be handy for Budapest Blinders if Gooch was to get out early. Might actually do them a little bit better to get other players ticking.
I agree. They're going to win this. The bonus point is completely irrelevant.
They just
much more value to get a Bargy or someone like that in there.
Just to get the middle order going, because they haven't had any runs for the middle order just yet.
See if the brains trust from the Blinders are considering such an audacious move as Gooch just surveying the field. Man Magnet, Niraj in the background, will be waiting for a cheeky little cut shot behind point. Good chance to look at the chat too. We've still got plenty of people in there. Great to see Ian Smullen. Thomas is still lurking around. Steve McVeigh and Kroom, two of our absolute faves. And even the big gun, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, is in the chat.
You'd think he'd be taking a night off. Surprisingly not. Now we get the 6-3 field. No one at deep square or anywhere there. Almost like 3 covers in place. Interesting field this.
Gooch just drives straight, and the Maximo has actually come up. Who would have thought, with a response as to why Vandermeer gets the full Jason treatment at the start of his name. So apparently the supercomputer gets confused by 3-word surnames, and hence the full name has to get written out.
There you go.
So apparently, with 2-word surnames, it gets confused and omits the first initial or name completely. So it is essentially a workaround. Thanks for that, Maximo. Good to see you're watching and catching up with some of the thrilling action from Carter here this evening.
I'm watching the action. It was the craziest field I've ever seen. Deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and then 45, and then 2 backward points, a deep point, and then a cover point. He's right arm off spinner.
How many points can you have in the one game? Well, it doesn't really matter if you're going to bowl half trackers against either head side. That's a shocking piece of fielding. That ball was, it barely had any pace by the time it got to the fielder, and somehow has been nibbled over the boundary.
Would it be safe to say Bruno just need to get the head on the pillow tonight and forget today, because they've been well under par from day one?
And floats that ball up. Garney strikes it straight down the ground, and it is caught. Finally, Bruno has shown something in the field, and Garney, after a swashbuckling innings, he goes for 42 off 16. And Budapest lose their second wicket with 50 on the board.
Yeah, another wicket goes down, and, well, it might be a blessing in disguise for the Budapest Blinds. As we mentioned, they need to get the middle order in some sort of rhythm. So Garney goes, interesting sort of innings. He played some nice shots, got a bit of a line from Dylan Stain, and that one just didn't get it out the middle of the bat.
Certainly didn't, but got plenty of strikes out of the middle of the bat earlier tonight. It's good to see him unleash his repertoire of shots. 4 4s and 4 Maximos in that innings. 42 out of the 50 runs scored, so he certainly has driven this chase to date.
So it looks like they're going to stick with Mars Barji at number 4. He needs some confidence. Just a couple of shots out the middle of the bat. Anything to get his tournament going.
It's nicely struck. That's come off the bat nicely, and it's been, well, if Mars Barchi needed a bit of luck, then Noor Kande has given it to him, allowed him a boundary first ball. A little bit of a tired effort. You get the sense that there's not a huge amount of energy in this Bruno team as they are facing down the barrel of what is an inevitable loss here, and they're third on the trot. Oh, Barchi! He's in some form tonight. Swats across the front pad. Gorgeous timing and the big fist bump from Gooch. That's a great finish to the 4th over, and the blind is 58 for 2.
I just feel like it's a blessing in disguise that he got to walk out to some spinners straight up just to get him going, and that one was too straight. Sort of standing sweep almost, gets it away for 4. No fielders back there. Very strange fields and tactics tonight from Bruno. They've not played a good game at all.
Yep, not one of their finest moments. I wonder how often that has happened, that a team in the group stage, their only win has been against the team that has topped the group. That's one to keep Maximo busy for a little while. I see Corey Rutgers is absolutely thrilled with that question. No, nothing coming from the Rudd?
I was thinking about it. I'm just trying to remember if it's ever happened before.
Racking the Rutgers memory bank as Ramarau comes on to all these big swingers. Oh, it's just gone dead straight, but punched to the offside. And Gooch will scoot through for 1.
Yeah, it's a good one there. So it gives Barji just that little bit more time to get himself going. And Played some nice shots to the spinners, but get some medium pace here. He'd like to get himself in some touch.
Well, a few good overs in this tournament so far. Ramarao does move the ball prodigiously when he gets the seam in the right position.
So, Bargy on strike. Just a matter of time before this one gets wrapped up.
Blinders needing 26 off 17 for the bonus point. As Bargy goes high.
No chance.
Good luck catching this.
Oh, he drops it. That went so high. There was no way he was ever going to catch that.
Absolutely not. That is a tough catch in the daytime, let alone under the lights here at Cartermere Oval. As you say, Bargy got up and under that ball. It was there in the air for an eternity.
You know, I always find it. So the ball goes up that high, but he's catching it on the floor. It's always the weirdest thing.
The underhand catching technique for those high balls, I cannot comprehend. And I know this is a bit of a geographic thing, but trying to take that in almost a basket catch Willie Mays fashion, just have never understood.
Yeah, and it's a life for Bargy who needs that sort of luck as well. Bro, that was one of the highest skied balls I've seen in a long, long time. Anyway, he's still at the crease. He's got 2 boundaries versus the spin, but he'd love to get a boundary versus the medium pace here.
Oh, he's got a hold of that one. And Bargy sends it sailing a good 2 metres over the leg side boundary. The ball probably went up as much as it did horizontal. Big sigh of relief from the dynamic young blinder superstar, but he really needed the chance to get a few out of the middle of the bat, and good to see him striking the ball cleanly.
Yeah, he needed that. He needed the drop, and then he cashes in with the 6. He'd love just a couple more. See the game out and get yourself a 25 here.
Ramaral's put another one in the slot, but can only just drive it out to the offside for 1.
It's going to be a different prospect though if the blinders come up tomorrow against the Swiss team or the Spanish team. There's a lot more pace that you've got to handle. Last ball of the 5th.
Ramaral comes up with a pretty ordinary delivery, but Gooch is no, and that's the end of the 5th, 68 for 2. I reckon this is canny batting from Gooch. I think he's actually trying to save some runs for his partner Bargy to have a couple of free swings, and I think it's good for him.
Well, that's something that I want to show you, Rhino, and I hope you're ready for this.
Depends on what it is.
Well, this is what's coming up tomorrow.
Oh.
And look, these two teams will play against each other in the morning. See how they've got the 3/4? We still don't know.
I mean, none of us do.
Who will end up in that position. But then Zurich Nomads versus Pakokare Ballona. That's going to be a really interesting qualifier one. Who's the favourite in that for you?
I mean, on form, you'd have to say the Nomads, but it comes down to, I guess, whose big guns fire. Yeah, I'll tell you what I've liked from the Nomads, the way that Sawari has bowled top of the innings since he's been given the new ball. He's become a weapon for the Swiss team as Bargy opens up the body a little bit too early and Khan gets it through. But really, I mean, if you get the top order from Pakokare firing, and Babar hasn't looked great so far, but we know what a quality player he is. What's your thoughts, Corey? Love to hear
I
them.
think the Swiss are slightly ahead overall as a group.
Oh, Bargy slapped it. Great shot. Pumped down the ground. And, well, a big tap on the head from Gooch. He's enjoying this display from his good friend and his teammate.
Oh, that's a confidence-building stroke, that one. I think for Bargy, I think he's come out here in this innings and said, you know what, if I sky it or I get out playing aggressively, but I want to go down throwing hands, and that's sometimes the best way to get yourself into form.
He's such a dangerous player when he gets going. He's got quick hands, and you need to see, even when he's a touch out of position, he can still strike the ball powerfully.
Yeah, like I mentioned, the big test for this middle order and Garnies and the Bargies and the others will be when the pace ramps up another 20 kilometres. but still, you can only play what you've got in front of you, and they've found a little bit of touch.
Can. What they've got in front of them is Mahtab Khan, who's got 1 for 20. 3 balls still to go in his second over. Oh, Gooch takes the long handle, cracks it nicely, and knocks up a Maximo. So the Blinders racing towards this target. 81 for 2, only 4 runs required.
Yeah, 4 runs to go. It's been a bit of a shellacking, and I hope Bruno hit the pillow well tonight and have a little bit of a rest and not overthink today, because compared to day one, they've been well under par.
Yeah, for their mental well-being, I don't think I'd go and replay too much of the action from today. They were beaten by Zagreb Assassins earlier, who picked up their first ever win in the European Cricket League, and now they've been absolutely annihilated by the Blinders. Soon will be. Gooch just drives that down the ground for a single, so given the opportunity to Baji to finish off this game.
Well, we said the best thing for him would be a little 25 not out, something like that. So
We know.
just a little booster, an average booster as well. Get the red ink.
It's not a bad outcome for the Blinders, is it? That Ghani and Baji, 2 of their key bats who struggled a bit throughout the tournament, have had the chance to not only get some form, but Baji's hit possibly the shot of the day. Massive strike down the ground that he gets a very welcome and very warm hug from Stefan Gooch, who's enjoyed watching that demolition job from the non-strikers, and that's a statement win for the Blinders. Corey, you said you're not sure if too much would be read into what's happened tonight, but I tell you what, there seems to be a fair gap between these two teams on the evidence of this evening.
Yeah, it seems like it, as Budapest Blinders, they bowled well in the first innings and they did the job easily with the bat. Really worried for Bruno, if I am going to be honest. Their bowling was mediocre, the fielding was probably even worse, and the batting lacked intent tonight. So they're going to have to go back to Sunset Beach Club, sit at level 6 and chew the fat and see if they can come up with a better way to win this game tomorrow morning.
I don't think there's any better way of coming back from a poor day, Cardimer Oval, than to sit at the Sunset Beach Hotel lounge and chat through some strategic changes for finals day. But tell you what, on the evidence of that, the Blinders will be a fair challenge to the top 2 teams, the Zurich Nomads and Pakai Care. And Bruno really have some soul searching to do. They have struggled their way through today. And so that confirms it. The Budapest Blinders qualify in 3rd spot and will repeat tonight's showdown against Bruno, who have ended up in 4th. Zurich Nomads qualifying as the #1 team, taking on Pakai Care in the 2nd game tomorrow. And we have to bid farewell to the plucky Zagreb Assassins.
I think that, yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about them a little bit more in the wrap-up. But yeah, it's 1 team down and 4 teams left in this group, Rhino. And what an enthralling encounter that was for all the spectators that had driven all the way out to Cardimer Oval to watch that unbelievable match where the Budapest Blinders have come away with an 8-wicket victory.
Yeah, no one would have regretted that trip whatsoever. Cricket under lights. It is an absolute phenomenon here at Cardimer, and Bruno, they tried their best. Niraj Mishra, he's been pretty good with the ball to start with, but just not quite getting the same movement as he has in earlier games, and he faced a fired-up Abbas Ghani, who managed to find the boundary with ease. Jason Vandermeer, some controversy on his fully written name on the graphics, but not much controversy about the dismissal. That was a poor piece of timing.
Yeah, he just didn't get that right at all. And then Ghani finally found his boots, some help-me bowling, and he really did help himself. There was one comical moment where he almost hit Dylan Stain in the back of the head with a lobbed cover drive. But overall, they really feasted on the top order bowlers, and it's going to be interesting to see if Bruno can come back tomorrow with better bowling plans.
Yeah, I just don't really know what's happening at Logan. We didn't see Riaz Afridi tonight, so he's clearly still carrying a little bit of a problem, but good to see him get some runs with the bat. If he can recover and get some time with the ball, then that obviously gives them an extra weapon, but it's just a struggle to see where most of their wickets will come from at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Look, it's not easy when you don't have too much pace in the sheds, and that was probably the most confidence-building shot from Mars Baji to get one out in the middle. Really needed that. It's not had been his tournament. Gooch was just playing a bit more of a second fiddle role, and Well, it wasn't enough on the board. You've got to be making at least 120s, 130s. We've seen a lot of low scores recently, and yeah, when you get so many low scores, it's easy to chase it down.
Yeah, it certainly is. But great to see that man, Mars Bargy, one of the favourites on the network. He's a great striker of a cricket ball. And Ian Garney, tell you what, if they get their act together tomorrow, all of a sudden that Budapest Blinders batting lineup looks much deeper and much more threatening.
Yeah, that's the key. You need a top 4 at least, not a top 2. Let's have a look at the scorecards, shall we? And, well, it was the Blinders that did the job. 42 off 16 for Garney, 29 off 9 for Bargy. Just the one extra. Gooch with 11 not out. Job done. Easy coming. Budapest Blinders pick up all the points. And, yeah, no real stress from them there. It was a simple chase. And despite the Van der Merwe dismissal, might not be the worst. He might be itching to go for finals day tomorrow. We'll have a look at the bowling scorecard, shall we, Rhino? And yeah, my worry about the bowlers here for Bruno is just a little bit one-paced, and with the fielding behind them, they never really stood a chance, did they?
Yeah, not really. Not with that score on the board, and not against a team that's got as much depth with the bat as the Budapest Blinders. Not a single bowler managing to keep their economy rate in single figures there. And frankly, none of them looked particularly threatening at any stage throughout that game. But not an easy thing when you're only defending a fairly mediocre score of 84 for 6. And wouldn't have been that high without the late heroics of Riaz Afridi, who hit 35 off 17 without being dismissed. But a great start from Abbas Ghani in that chase, and good to see the likes of he and Mars Bargy just finding their flow in this tournament. And obviously, big man Stefan Gooch is helping nurse them towards the total. So the end of group stage day 2 here for Group D at the European Cricket League 2025. And haven't we had some thrillers today, Corey? Not quite that last one, but some great results all round. And I'd love to hear your thoughts about where this group sits.
Well, there's one team that I want to focus on and say a quick goodbye to, Zagreb Assassins. I think they actually won the hearts from all of us. They had that famous win over Brno before, and you saw what it meant to them. They've got some native players playing for them, and that's what the ECL is about. I think when the company was invented, they thought the ECL concept was about the little teams that would come with their local players. So a massive congratulations to the Zagreb Assassins, and I hope we see them again in the future.
Yeah, and I tell you what, they wouldn't have looked out of place on the group stage finals day. They played some really boisterous cricket in the last couple of games. Almost took Pakai Care down last night, defending a very, very small total. Obviously struggled a little bit earlier today against the Zurich Nomads, but great performance to get their win against Brno. And the poor boys from Czechia just feel like they are dropping in form ever since the first game.
Yeah, well, let's have a little look at what's coming up tomorrow. And yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Zurich Nomads and Pakai Care Badalona. Let's talk about qualifier 1 first. Big game, 2 confident teams. I just think the Nomads have a little bit more depth. And then for the eliminator in the morning, Rhino, Budapest Blinders, Brno, from what I've seen there, Budapest Blinders should progress.
Yeah, and to be honest, I suspect that if the Blinders keep that batting form tonight into the next game, they will give a fair crack to whoever loses that qualifier 1. I think it's going to be a really interesting finals today, and probably one of the hardest picked groups across this entire ECL.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting group indeed, and it's all going to come down to who can hit their form on the day, and then you've got to win that game under lights. And let's be honest, under lights, it is different conditions, and you saw there, Budapest Blinders, they might take some confidence from that win.
Yeah, absolutely true. I think they feel like they're the team that's on the up. Brno have got some soul searching to do, because whatever they're doing with the bat and the ball at the moment, they are just low on confidence, low on zip, and they need to rally around each other and come back with a different vibe. But things can change quickly in this T10 game, and finals day, when you're facing elimination, it brings all kind of pressure. Corey, good day here at the Cardimer Oval. Great to have the company with you. Some final remarks before we go?
Well, I thought you were going for a handshake, so that's a little bit awkward.
Thanks anyway.
Well, I can hear move your body, which means it's time to say all the thank yous. Thank you to 2 Circles who have got the 38 camera stream, it felt like today. They were everywhere. Obviously, the Blue Crew was smashing out all the hours, and everyone else involved to make this show go on the road back to Cardimer for 5 weeks. It's been fantastic, and Group D Finals Day is tomorrow. So, Rhino, I'm going to move my body.
Back and forth, back and forth. And we hope you join us for all the fantastic action here at the Cardimer Oval tomorrow. On behalf of my good friend Corey Rutgers, who should keep his hands to himself, please join me, Andrew Ryan, and also Mr. Maximo. We're back here for Group D Finals action tomorrow on the European Cricket Network. Bye for now.
bye.